withered vines, an old tree, crows at dusk. A little bridge, flowing water, a few houses. That's exactly what Stone Village looked like in late autumn. The only difference was, there wasn't a single crow in the trees. A famine year. Not a grain harvested, corpses everywhere. In the mountains and rivers, anything that moved had long since been eaten. Wild vegetables and roots had been dug up over and over. In the next village, people had already started dying. Stone Village wasn't much better off. Every household was out of food, winter was closing in, and anyone could be next. By the big rock at the village entrance stood Sudahai, a towering man of 8 feet, gazing into the distance. Dressed in coarse hemp cloth, he was the village's most notorious tough. Even the local thugs and hooligans gave him a wide berth. But at this moment, his brow was knotted tight. He'd been waiting who knows how long when a figure finally appeared at the village entrance, trailing a whiff of liquor on the wind. Sudahai lunged forward and grabbed the man by the collar. "Drink, drink. All you know how to do is drink." His voice boomed like a bell, the veins in his arms bulging. "Where's the land deed? Did you sell it off?" "My name is Su Ming. Well, more accurately, I'd just become Su Ming." The original owner of this body was Sudahai's younger brother. The two had lost their parents young and had only each other to lean on. Even after Su Ming grew up to be an idle troublemaker, Sudahai never had the heart to lay a finger on him. An elder brother raising a younger like a father, this was exactly that. But even tolerance has its limits. Those 3 acres of land were the whole family's lifeline. With this year's famine and failed harvest, they didn't even have enough stored away to make it through winter. Yet Sudahai never once entertained the thought of selling the land. Lose the land, and life was over. Stone Village sat deep in the mountains, home mostly to hunters. But hunting was a craft, and for all his brute strength, Sudahai had no talent for it. He'd kept the family alive entirely on those 3 meager acres. Now the land was gone. How were they supposed to live? Sudahai raised his hand high, his palm cutting through the air with a whistle, then froze midway. He gave Su Ming one long, deep look, let out a heavy sigh, and turned to trudge home, utterly crushed. Stealing the land deed to trade for booze. That Su the Second is a real animal. Poor Sudahai, stuck with a brother like that. He'll probably never make it through this winter. A few families poked their heads out from their courtyards, watching Sudahai's retreating back and sighing endlessly. In a famine year, no one could guarantee how long their own fields would hold out. It was the sorrow of seeing a shared fate. The desolate village entrance fell into utter silence, broken only by the autumn wind sweeping through fallen leaves, rustling and crackling. SSSSS. A chill bored straight into my bones. I shivered, and finally snapped back to my senses. I glanced in the direction my brother had gone, pulled my patch-covered clothes tighter, and silently followed after him. It was getting colder and colder. Spending a night outside in something this thin could genuinely freeze a man to death. On the walk back to the village, I'd already sifted through every one of the original owner's memories. Calling him an animal was putting it kindly. Here's the English translation. Life was hard, just surviving was a struggle. Yet he lounged around doing nothing, living off his older brother, and stirred up trouble every single day, harassing widows, pilfering chickens and dogs. He was a cancer on the entire Stone Village. Worse still, he'd stolen the family's belongings piece by piece to trade for liquor. He'd sold off every last one of their parents' keepsakes, and now he'd even sold the deed to the land. This wasn't just ruining the family, this was killing them all. Thankfully, the little bastard didn't live long. Stumbling home drunk one night, he pitched headfirst into the river and drowned. Unfortunately, the one who inherited his mess was me. By all rights, Sudahai, unable to give up on his own brother, would defend him tooth and nail the moment his wife kicked up a fuss. There'd surely be a huge blow-up. But when I pushed open the door, the argument I'd braced for never came. From the inner room came only quiet sobbing and the flustered, comforting voice of a little girl. Sudahai stood silently in the courtyard. He didn't look at me, just kept his head down, splitting firewood. One log, then another. No shouting, no cursing, not a single word of blame. An inexplicable ache twisted in my chest. I wanted to say something, but didn't know where to begin. Second uncle is a bad man. A bad man who sold our land for liquor. A small figure came rushing out, eyes red, tiny fists pounding against my thigh. It was Su Xiaoyuan, a scrawny little girl, malnourished, her blows so weak I could barely feel them. But my heart ached even more. My brother's family had treated the original owner of this body well. He'd loafed around for years, and the most his sister-in-law ever did was grumble a little. She never once brought up throwing him out. And in the end, this was how he'd repaid them. Everything of value gone. The last of the grain gone. No harvest in the fields, and now even the fields themselves, gone. A year of famine, the dead of winter, what was left to live on? For an ordinary family, this was as good as ruin and death. Lucky for me, I was no ordinary person. There was still a way out. I looked at Su Xiaoyuan's swollen, red eyes, took a deep breath, and turned my attention to the line of small text floating in my mind. Intel grade, green. 1. Did you know? A roe deer has arrived in the northern part of Old Wilderness Mountain. Its life is nearing its end, and it will spend its final days there. Remaining intel, 0. This was something I'd had since the moment I crossed over into this world. It was called a system. To be precise, an intel system. Su Xiaoyuan finally tired herself out. She crouched by the threshold, hugging her knees, wiping away tears. The sight tore at me, but I had no words, so I just quietly went back inside. The sky slowly darkened. No matter how hard times got, cooking smoke still rose from every household in Stone Village. Dinner. Outside the door, Su Dahai knocked. 2 words, as if they'd cost him every ounce of his strength. In the end, this was his own brother. No matter how outrageous the things he'd done, he couldn't bring himself to hate him. His coldness now was probably just fear that seeing me would set his wife off again. I didn't answer. He knocked once more. I'm not hungry. You all go ahead and eat. The footsteps faded away and I let out a breath of relief. I wasn't the original owner of this body. I didn't have thick enough skin, and I honestly had no idea how to face my sister-in-law. She'd carried the heaviest load in this family. From the day she married in, she'd never had a single good day because of the original owner, yet all she ever did was grumble a little. Even these clothes I was wearing, she'd stitched them together herself, using the sturdiest fabric she could find. Now that the original owner had cut off the whole family's livelihood, I could barely stand to look her in the eye. At the very least, I had to make some of it up to them. After nightfall, there was another knock at the door, but this time, no one spoke. When I opened it, all I saw was my older brothers retreating back. On the threshold sat an old clay bowl, filled with thin millet porridge. I picked it up carefully, went back inside, and shut the door. Early the next morning, before the frost on the grass had even melted, I headed out with a hatchet in hand. The Su family had actually descended from hunters, Su Ming's father among them. The old man had left behind a bow and a few arrows before he died. But back then, the 2 brothers were too young to learn the trade, and so the skill died with him. Not to mention that bow, the original owner had long since pawned it off for liquor. Thinking about it made my teeth grind with anger. I couldn't hunt, couldn't shoot a bow. But a bow I could actually draw was still better than a hatchet any day. If the intel was accurate, that roe deer really was on its last legs. Still, a starving camel is bigger than a horse, and besides, I'd never even killed a chicken before. Who in their right mind would want to charge at it with nothing but a hatchet? But right now, I had no other choice. Turning it all over in my mind, I made my way to Old Barren Mountain. I had no idea why it was called barren. The place was anything but. The trees grew thick and lush, and there were several trails worn into the ground, because the hunters from Stone Village came here often. Old Barren Mountain rose to a great height, connecting to the truly deep, ancient forests beyond. In years past, there'd been plenty of roe deer, pheasants, and wild rabbits up there. But not this year. With the famine, every household was short on food, and the hunters had gone up the mountain day after day like men possessed. The game was long since wiped out, and whatever remained had been scared off without a trace. Even the oldest, most skilled trackers often came back empty-handed. Now, fewer and fewer people bothered coming to Old Barren Mountain. The village hunters were considering venturing deeper to Black Cloud Mountain. But that was a genuine old-growth wilderness, rumored to be home to black bears and tigers, and every year, some reckless hunter met his end there. Unless you were on the verge of starving to death, no one wanted to gamble their life on it. Climbing a mountain was hard labor, especially a big one like Old Barren Mountain. By the time I reached the halfway point, I was already gasping for breath. I flipped the hatchet around and used it as a walking stick, jabbing a mark into the ground with every step. This body was too weak, a life of idleness with no exercise to speak of. Then again, come to think of it, my old self from my previous life hadn't been in much better shape. 6 of one, half a dozen of the other. Thankfully, I'd finally reached the spot marked in the intel. I sank my thoughts inward and pulled up the information. A scene unfolded before my eyes. In the desolate forest, beside a boulder taller than a man, an old roe deer lay curled on the fallen leaves, eyes half shut, taking in shallow breaths. More air going out than coming in. A boulder. I scanned my surroundings, climbed to higher ground to get a better look, and quickly zeroed in on that rock. Circling wide around to the other side, sure enough, I spotted it. It really was an old roe deer, painfully thin, but even at a glance it had to weigh 60 or 70 pounds. If I could take it down, that was at least 30 pounds of meat. My breath caught, and I gripped the hatchet tighter. A deer like this could make life a whole lot easier for a family. Traded entirely for millet, rationed carefully, it could feed everyone for 2 months. To people in this world, that was a fortune beyond dreams. To me, right now, it was too. Let's do it. I clenched my teeth, hatchet in hand, and crept up from behind the rock. Every movement was slow, careful. I avoided even the dry leaves, making sure not to give myself away with a single sound. All the way up behind the rock, the old deer never noticed a thing. I felt a rush of excitement. First time hunting, and it seemed I had a real knack for it. A few steps closer, I suddenly threw all my strength into my legs and lunged, swinging the hatchet straight down at the deer's hind leg. It wasn't that I didn't want a clean kill. I just wasn't confident I could pull it off. If I spooked it, chasing it down would be a nightmare. Better to hack at the hind leg within reach. Not a fatal blow, but it was already weak, and with a crippled leg it wouldn't get far. Play it safe. The hatchet was dull, but the force behind it drove the blade deep into the deer's hind leg. Yet it didn't struggle, didn't bolt. It only lifted its head in pain, let out a single cry, and slumped back down. It was too old. So old it didn't even have the strength left to run. I stood silent for a moment, then pulled out the blade and finished it with a stroke to the neck. Kill, but don't make it suffer. I'd thought I'd been careful enough. Only now did I understand. It was pure dumb luck. But that didn't matter. With this deer, things would be a little better at home. Last night's bowl of millet porridge was thinner than any I could remember. I knew it wasn't that my older brother was being stingy. It was that we truly had nothing left in the pot. This time, I owe it all to that intel. I stared at the one next to remaining intel count, lost in thought. But there was no time to dwell on how heavy it was. I dragged the deer up and started down the mountain. What? You want to come too? Don't be ridiculous. Dahai, going into the deep woods takes more than just brute strength. It's not that we won't help you. It's just sigh. At the entrance to Stone Village, several old hunters wore worried frowns. Their families were running low on food too, and they'd been debating whether to head into the deep woods to bring back some game. If they didn't stockpile before the dead of winter, they'd starve once the heavy snows sealed off the mountains. But the more seasoned a hunter was, the more he knew just how terrifying the deep woods could be. Run into a black bear, and even 2 men might not make it out alive. Now Sudahai actually wanted to tag along, and naturally, the others weren't having it. Sure, he was strong, but brute strength meant nothing against a black bear. He didn't know how to hunt, didn't even own a bow. What good would he be? They certainly weren't about to share their kill with him. Sudahai understood all this. The burly man lowered his head, practically begging. Uncle Lee, Boss Zhang, I won't take a share of your catch. Just let me come into the mountains with you. That's all I ask. I don't know how to hunt, but I know a few medicinal herbs. I want to gather some to sell. Otherwise, my family won't make it through the winter. He spoke earnestly, and fearing they'd refuse, he added, if I do make any money, you'll each get 10%. Well, Li Banyan's brow furrowed even deeper. It wasn't that he cared about that small cut. As the most experienced hunter in the village, he knew plenty of herbs himself. If he came across any, he'd gather them. No need to drag Su Dahai along. But they were from the same village, after all. Everyone had heard about the Su family's troubles. That good-for-nothing second son had stolen the land deed and sold it off, several acres of fields, gone. Nobody knew how the silver had vanished so fast, but one look at Su Dahai's face said it all. The man was truly at the end of his rope. If they ignored him, he might just charge into the old forest alone to keep his family alive. With no one to guide him, 9 times out of 10, he wouldn't come back. Su Dahai looked fierce, but he wasn't a bad sort. He'd helped his neighbors plenty with that strong back of his. To just watch his family starve, Li Banian couldn't stomach it either. Dahai, we all know how hard things are for you. He sighed. But truth be told, we haven't even decided whether we're going yet. Here's what we'll do. Let us talk it over. If we go, we'll bring you along. But I'll tell you straight, that place is dangerous. No one can guarantee your life out there. If you're really coming, tell your family first, just in case something happens. I know. Thank you, Uncle Lee. Su Dahai breathed a sigh of relief, thanking him again and again. As long as they'd take him, any danger was better than watching his whole family wait to die. All right, it's settled then. Li Banian waved his hand and was about to leave when a commotion broke out nearby. Huh? Dahai, isn't that your little brother? It sure is. Off gallivanting again, is he? No. Wait, looks like he's dragging something. A roe deer? Where'd he get a roe deer? Under the warm sun, a thin figure was laboriously dragging a roe deer that had to weigh at least 30 or 40 pounds, inching toward the village step by step, the cleaver in his hand jabbing unevenly into the ground. Su Dahai hadn't paid it any mind at first, but once someone pointed it out, he spotted me too. He froze for a moment, then broke into a run. Big brother, give me a hand, quick. I'm dead on my feet. Seeing him come, I felt a wave of relief. I dropped the roe deer to the ground and gasped for breath. God, that was brutal. The old wasteland mountain was hard enough to climb, and these 30-some pounds of... I dragged that thing down the mountain and all the way back to the village, nearly threw my back out doing it. If I hadn't laid down some branches and leaves along the way, I couldn't have dragged it at all. Second brother, where'd you get this roe deer? Even Su Dahai was stunned. The old buck was scrawny, but its frame was huge. Had to be a good 40 pounds of meat on it. These days you could barely find a rabbit. So where'd a deer this big come from? Ran into it up on Old Barren Mountain. Went to gather some firewood and just stumbled on it. The thing was too old to even move. Easiest catch of my life. Good. Su Dahai said it twice. A deer this size, skinned, boned, and cleaned, was worth at least a tael of silver, easy. Trade it all for millet, and it'd carry us through most of the winter. This wasn't just a deer. This was a godsend. But more than the deer, what really got to him was the change in me. Had he heard right? His brother, the one who never lifted a finger, who only ever caused trouble, had actually gone out to gather firewood? Had heaven finally opened its eyes? He could hardly believe any of it, until he saw the hatchet in my hand. Come on, let's get home. Home first. His voice was shaking. Even though I'd sold off the deed to our land just yesterday, even though I'd cut off the whole family's last hope, the way he saw it, as long as his brother was willing to turn things around, then no matter how hard life got, even if he had to work himself to death, they'd pull through somehow. What he truly feared was that I'd never change. Because if that were the case, if he ended up dying out in those old woods, this family would be finished for good. Hiss, that deer's gotta be 60, 70 pounds. Su the second, where'd you get it? A few of the old hunters gathered around, faces full of shock at the sight of the deer. They hadn't been idle these past days, out every single day. But forget a deer, they hadn't even seen a rabbit. Now and then they'd bag a couple of small birds, but mostly they came back empty-handed. Now that someone had actually landed a deer, their hopes came alive all at once. Ran into it on Old Barren Mountain. Too old to move, lucky catch. I answered offhand, and the old hunters were practically smacking their lips with envy. Dozens of pounds of meat. It wouldn't just put better food on the table. It'd make the whole coming winter far easier to bear. You lucky little devil. I've hunted my whole life, worn these old bones to the bone, and I've never once had luck like that. Enough talk. I'm heading up to Old Barren Mountain to try my luck too. The men muttered among themselves. Some took off straight for Old Barren Mountain to try their fortune. Others hurried home, probably to go spread the word to everyone else. In Stone Village, bagging a roe deer was a huge deal. Dozens of pounds of meat, and the leftover bones could still be boiled down for broth. The way things were now, Every household was scraping the bottom of the pot. Day to day, all anyone had was thin millet porridge with a few wild greens thrown in. But eating like that forever, a body was bound to break down. So Stone Village had an unspoken rule. Whenever a family brought down a big catch, they'd set some aside and sell it cheap to the other villagers. A copper or two off per pound. It was all about looking out for each other. I had bagged. News of the roe deer spread through the village fast. Most people didn't buy it. Couldn't blame them, really, given the reputation the old me had left behind. A no-good punk who wouldn't so much as touch a machete had suddenly gone up the mountain to chop wood at the crack of dawn and just happened to stumble on a roe deer too crippled to run? Yeah, right. Pigs would fly first. But a few of the old hunters had seen it with their own eyes, so they had no choice but to believe it. Word got around, and anyone with a little grain to spare started getting ideas. Even a few scraps of meat would be worth the trade. I'd barely stepped into the yard when Su Xieyuan came bounding out of the house. "Dad, you're back." But the second she saw me, her little face fell. She shrank against the doorframe, too timid to come any closer. I let out a sigh. In my memories, this little niece of mine used to cling to me like a shadow, always trailing behind me chirping, "Uncle, uncle." But the old me had gotten worse and worse, driving my sister-in-law to tears more than once, and the kid had grown distant too. Sometimes she'd even look at me with fear in her eyes. Couldn't tell if she was scared of me, or scared I'd make her mother cry again. My older brother, Su Dahai, clearly saw all of this. Worried this fragile new leaf I'd just turned over might wither on the spot, he immediately put on a stern face. "What are you standing there for? Say hello to your uncle. Your uncle bagged this roe deer. He's getting you some meat today." A roe deer. Only then did Xiaoyuan notice the thing my brother was dragging behind him. Her eyes went wide as saucers, and she spun around and darted straight into the inner room. "Mom, Dad brought a roe deer home. We've got meat for dinner tonight." Kids will be kids. No grudge runs that deep. One mention of meat, and she'd already forgotten which way was up. "What's the little squirt hollering about? Your uncle's the one who brought this deer back," my brother bellowed at the top of his lungs, clearly making sure his wife in the back room could hear every word. Once he'd gotten that out, he turned to me and lowered his voice. "I talked to your sister-in-law about the field. She likes to gripe, sure, but it's all for the sake of this family. What's done is done. As long as you're willing to change, neither of us holds it against you. With this deer and me picking up some odd jobs in the city, we'll get by just fine." He clapped me on the shoulder. "All right, quit standing around. It's been ages since our village saw a haul this big. Let's set a little extra aside today and share some with the folks." With that, he headed inside to grab the tools. I stood there in the yard, and for no reason at all, my nose started to sting. How could I not understand what my brother was doing? That shout was to put in a good word for me in front of his wife. Sharing more meat was to win back my name in the village. Every single thing he was doing with me in mind. With family like this, the old me had still managed to pull all those rotten stunts. At least he was gone now. I was here. Whatever he owed this family, I'd be the one to make it right. Butchering and boning the deer wasn't. Easy jobs just aren't my thing. Good thing my older brother always liked helping folks out around here. That's how I picked up a few skills. The trickiest part is skinning. Roe deer hide sells for good money. A nice one can fetch 300 coppers. This one had gashes on its legs and throat, but 200 coppers wouldn't be a problem. While my brother skinned it, he'd blow little puffs of air between the hide and flesh, carefully working his knife to keep the pelt in one piece. He said he learned it from old Zhang. The Zhang family had been hunters for generations, and they really knew their stuff. Once the hide was off, deboning was a breeze. When you're barely scraping by, who's got time to be picky? A few good chops, and the whole deer was quickly broken down into pieces. It was an old roe deer, so the meat wasn't exactly tender, but piled up like that, chunk after chunk, it made your mouth water. My sister-in-law, Lin Chuanxia, came out just then, with Su Xiaoyuan bouncing along, holding her hand. The moment she spotted the portioned meat on the table, the kid's eyes curved into little crescents, and she just about started drooling. Her mom must have warned her, though, because she held herself back, quietly swallowing. "Sis." I nodded and greeted her. My brother turned to the side like he was showing off a treasure, revealing all the meat on the table, grinning ear to ear. "Chuanxia, come look. Second brother caught this up in the mountains today. Over 40 pounds of meat. We won't have to worry for a while. She didn't say anything, just nodded, then shot me a look full of mixed feelings. My brother immediately leaned in and whispered, Chuanxia, second brother's really changed this time. He went up the mountain to chop wood before dawn, and he brought this deer back all by himself. I know we've been getting by on just that little bit of land, but as long as he's willing to turn things around, I'll work harder from now on, and we'll make it work. Don't be mad at him, okay? I'm afraid. He snuck a glance at me. After all these years, this was the first time he'd seen his little brother change. It was a good sign, and he was genuinely scared something might come along and snuff it out. She sighed. We're family, after all. No matter what, I'd never turn him out. Good, that's good. My brother had barely breathed a sigh of relief when a commotion broke out at the gate. Dahai, where's Dahai? I heard your family bagged a roe deer. That true? Mind sparing a bit? Don't worry, I'll make it worth your while. Brother Dahai, we'd like some too. I looked up to see 7 or 8 people already crowded around our rundown gate. All neighbors from the village. Some carried millet, some held eggs, and a few had brought a couple strings of copper coins, all coming to trade for meat. Old Joe, no need to be so formal. We're all from the same village. How could we keep it all to ourselves? My brother laughed as he pulled a few chunks of meat off the table. My little brother was even telling me on the way back, everyone's looked out for us plenty, and now that we've struck it lucky, we ought to share more. Now the deer. Meat's 23 coppers a pound. My little brother here says if you want some, 19 coppers will do. 4 coppers cheaper a pound. Dahai, you serious? Give me a quarter pound. Half a pound for me. I always knew that second Sioux boy had something to him. From now on, anybody talks trash about him is going to have to deal with me. The villagers who'd come were all thrilled. Times were hard these days. Normally, when someone bagged a big kill, they'd sell it cheaper by custom, but only a token coin or 2 off, and just a tiny bit at that. Here my big brother was knocking off 4 coppers right off the bat, on a good 10 plus pounds of meat at least. Now that was real generosity. That was truly honoring the bond between fellow villagers. For a moment, everyone was moved, heaping praise on my brother and me. Folks in the mountains don't have a big vocabulary, but they sure know how to flatter. The compliments just rolled off their tongues. My brother, honest as he was, just scratched his head sheepishly. But I stood there completely baffled. If it weren't for those rotten memories still lodged in my head from the previous owner of this body, I might have actually started thinking I'd been a decent person all along. Sure enough, once a man turns his fortunes around, someone's always ready to smooth things over for him. The extra meat, the 4 coppers off, none of that had been my idea. I didn't much care what people thought of me. All I wanted was for the family to get by. But I knew my brother was doing this to salvage my reputation, so I didn't stop him. The 10 plus pounds he'd set aside didn't all sell in the end, even at 4 coppers cheaper. Times were just too hard. The folks buying meat only wanted enough for the family to get a taste. Their needs were small. Still, they'd gotten a bargain, and they were still praising me on their way out. All I could do was smile awkwardly and nod. Praise away, I figured, my skin's thick enough. That leaves about 40 pounds of meat. First thing tomorrow I'll head to town and sell it all, trade it for millet. My brother had a smile on his face, genuinely happy. If we ration it, that's enough to see us through most of the winter. I raised an eyebrow. Sell all of it. Let's keep some for ourselves. I casually pulled aside a few big chunks, at least 10 plus pounds. It wasn't that I was being wasteful. Who could stand millet porridge meal after meal? That bowl last night nearly made me gag. No flavor at all, and it stuck in my throat. Besides, this whole family needed some building up. Especially little Yuan, skinny as a bamboo stalk, looked like a gust of wind would knock her over. It broke your heart to see her. I was not going to let this go on. Before I came, they drank porridge every single day. Now that I was here, still just porridge? Then what was the point of my even showing up? I might not have much going for me, but I had the system. My brother didn't know any of that, of course. When he saw the meat I'd set aside, his eyes went wide as saucers, and he shook his head like a rattle drum. No, no, no. That's way too wasteful. We're short on food as it is. How can we? Big brother, do you think I'm nothing but a wasteful good-for-nothing too? I lowered my head, my voice soft but heavy with disappointment. My brother froze on the spot. He hadn't meant it that way, but he knew there was no way to explain it right now. It had taken so much to finally see a spark of change in his little brother. What if this stung him and snuffed it out? Then what? He looked at the meat, then at his equally flustered wife, and finally gritted his teeth and stamped his foot. Fine. We'll do it your way. We'll keep this to eat ourselves. Trade the rest for millet, and it'll still last us a good long while. Eating a little better isn't the same as squandering the family's fortune. Really, I lifted my head, my face lighting up with the joy of being approved of. His heart was bleeding. He couldn't bear to part with that meat, but he nodded anyway. Of course, really. You're thinking about all of us. I'm thrilled to have meat to eat. Isn't that right, dear? He nudged his wife with his elbow, and she nodded again and again. Yes, yes, yes. Not squandering at all. That's what her mouth said. But her eyes never left those few chunks of meat, full of heartache. A dozen caddies of meat could be traded for 50 or 60 caddies of millet. How wealthy would a household have to be to dare keep it just to eat? Even the lords in the city probably didn't live much better than that. Her heart ached fiercely, but she didn't stop me. I was the one who'd hunted the roe deer, so it was my call what to do with it. And honestly, if I was willing to turn over a new leaf and stop stealing from home to sell like before, she should count her blessings. So under my insistence, those dozen caddies of meat were finally saved. I was pretty satisfied. My predecessor's reputation may have been rotten, but used the right way, it could actually save me a lot of trouble. My sister-in-law was a good cook. After a flurry of activity, a pot of fragrant meat soup was soon set on the table. I'd wanted it roasted, but I couldn't win the argument with them. They said roasting wasted too much fat and shrank the meat. Stewing wasted nothing, and the broth itself was a treasure. These were lessons hammered out by years of going hungry. I didn't push it. Anything was better than plain porridge. I gulped down a bowl of the soup first. There were no real seasonings, just a couple pinches of salt. But maybe because I'd been starving, hadn't eaten all day, the soup was so delicious it made my heart tremble. I smacked my lips, feeling warmth spread from my stomach out to my limbs. Then I grabbed a piece of meat and stuffed it into my mouth. Roe deer meat is lean and tough, and this was an old one, so it took some real chewing. But meat was meat, and an indescribable satisfaction surged through my whole body in an instant, as if every pore had opened up. Bliss. No wonder those food shows could come up with a whole pile of fancy adjectives. When a person is truly starving and finally gets a taste of something good, the feeling is downright heavenly. After polishing off a big chunk, I glanced around, only to find my brother, my sister-in-law, even little Yuan, all just watching me eat. Why aren't you eating? I'm not hungry. Your sister-in-law made me a bowl of porridge this afternoon, put in plenty of millet, real thick. I'm still full, my brother said with a hearty laugh. His wife smiled and nodded too. Your brother and I already ate this afternoon. You and little Yuan go ahead and eat. Eat plenty. Mama, didn't we go looking for wild greens this afternoon? We never made anything to eat. Su Xiao Yuan blinked her big eyes, staring longingly at the two of them. We ate it while you weren't looking. Stop asking questions and just eat. Your second uncle worked hard to get this meat. Sister-in-law stroked her head affectionately and dropped a piece of meat into her bowl. Little Yuan glanced at me timidly and said nothing, but the fear in her eyes had faded a little. She nodded and began eating in tiny bites. I didn't keep eating. I shot a look at the pot. I'd left behind more than a dozen pounds, but sister-in-law had barely used any of it. The pot looked full, but it was all bones. There was less than a pound of actual meat in there. She was clearly saving it for me and little Yuan. I sighed inwardly, letting a look of disappointment creep across my face. Big brother, sister-in-law, you two have always looked down on me, haven't you? You won't even eat the meat I brought home. Both of their hearts skipped a beat, and they waved their hands frantically. That's not it. Little brother, don't overthink this. We didn't mean anything by it. We really didn't. In the end, the two of them picked up their chopsticks, so afraid I'd take it the wrong way that they even downed several bowls of the broth. Mission accomplished. Only then did I nod, satisfied. Too bad I'd been transmigrated. Otherwise, with acting skills like these, I'd probably be a shoo-in for Best Actor. With that thought, I got up and headed back to my room. Behind me, I could faintly hear the two of them murmuring. Dahai, little brother really has changed. It's just, don't you think he's a bit too sensitive? Sister-in-law's face was full of worry. She could tell I wasn't the scoundrel I used to be. There was room for family in my heart now. It was just that I seemed to feel slighted at the drop of a hat. That pot of meat tonight was meant for me and little Yuan. But in the end, most of it had gone into the two of their stomachs. Big Brother scratched his head and let out a satisfied belch. Maybe. People who turn over a new leaf are all like this. He was a rough, simple man. What did he know about any of this? He just said, anyway, as long as he's willing to change for the better, let's just humor him. We don't want to actually set him off. Naturally, I had no idea that I'd already been labeled as insecure and fragile. At that moment, I was leaning against the edge of the bed, gazing out the window at the star-filled sky, studying that panel in my mind. Intel grade, gray. 1. Did you know? A cold front has already reached the mountains. This year, winter will arrive early. Remaining intel count, 1. The intel had appeared again. But unlike last time, this one was gray. The green one led me to catch a roe deer. That was intel that worked in my favor. This gray one, winter coming early. That's not good news. I'm molded over. The grade of the intel probably represented how it would affect me. If that was the case, then based on the degree of benefit or harm, there might be other colors too. But there was one thing I couldn't figure out. This one came to me right after I woke up from a nap. It refreshes. 1 entry refreshing daily makes sense, but why did the remaining count below change to 1? If it also gave 1 per day, why wasn't there 1 yesterday? Every other day? Or does it have something to do with that roe deer? I'll just have to keep watching for the pattern. For now, let me test whether this thing actually works. I tried using the remaining intel, and to my surprise, it went smoothly. New information quickly surfaced in my mind. Intel grade, blue. 2. Did you know? Along the cliffs on the western side of Old Wildwood Mountain grows some dendrobium, hidden behind the shrubs and never discovered. There really are other colors. My spirits lifted. But once I read the content clearly, I froze. Dendrobium, what's that? From the description, it seemed like some kind of medicinal herb. In my past life, I wasn't exactly clueless about the basics, but I'd genuinely never heard of dendrobium. That's what I get for lacking in education. I made up my mind. Next chance I got, I'd definitely find some books on herbs to study. Otherwise, if I came across something valuable and couldn't recognize it, I'd waste a golden opportunity for nothing. Still, since the intel flagged it, it had to be worth some silver. I just didn't know how it compared to that roe deer. If I could compare the two, I'd be able to tell which grade was better. Whatever. I'll go pick it tomorrow and see. Maybe Big Brother knows what it is. If not, some hunter in the village is bound to recognize it. Mulling it over, I drifted into a deep sleep. The night passed uneventfully. Bright and early, I climbed out of bed. Not because I was diligent. In my past life, I'd never been one to rise early. It's just that this mountain village was too stingy to even light a lamp at night. So there was nothing to do but sleep. Sleep early, wake early, naturally. And I wasn't the only one up early. The morning sun had barely peeked over the horizon, yet my sister-in-law had already finished cooking the porridge. My big brother had gone even further, packing up yesterday's roe deer meat, hide and all, the night before, just waiting to gulp down a couple of bites before heading out. The county town was dozens of miles away, and he'd have to haul the handcart along to carry the millet back, a whole day's round trip. Just thinking about it gave me a headache, but my big brother didn't find it far at all. If it weren't for hauling back so much millet, he'd probably just carry the meat on his shoulders. Little brother, come have some porridge. Your sister-in-law made it with yesterday's bone broth. It's delicious. Seeing me up so early too, my big brother's eyes lit up as he quickly called out. He'd really turned over a new leaf. This younger brother of his used to never crawl out of bed before midday. I didn't stand on ceremony either. I sat down, picked up the porridge, and started drinking. I had a busy day too. I needed to make another trip to Old Wildwood Mountain, so I had to eat my fill. The millet porridge still scratched my throat, but with the flavor of bone broth mixed in, it went down easier. Maybe because there was more to spare, today's porridge was a bit thicker than yesterday's. I downed 2 big bowls in one go, then rubbed my belly and let out a satisfied burp. Little brother, you're heading out to gather firewood again today? My big brother, Sudahai asked. Nothing better to do. Might as well take a walk up the mountain. All right, but be careful. Don't wander too far, and whatever you do, stay away from Black Cloud Mountain. There are bears up there. Got it. And another thing. The change in me over the past couple of days had left him both surprised and delighted, but heading up the mountain wasn't like farming. It came with real dangers. Great Wilderness Mountain didn't have much wildlife, but he was afraid I'd lose my bearings and stumble deep into the woods. He rattled off warning after warning, and only after I'd promised him several times did he finally head out with peace of mind. I didn't waste any time either. I said goodbye to my sister-in-law, grabbed the hatchet, and made my way up the mountain. Well, if it isn't the Sioux family's second son, heading up the mountain again today. Where'd you bag that roe deer? On Old Wilderness Mountain. I went up yesterday and didn't even catch a shadow of a rabbit. Word about my roe deer had already spread everywhere, becoming the talk of every household. Naturally, people struck up conversations as I walked through the village. But not many. My predecessor's reputation spoke for itself. Even after bagging a deer, most folks still looked down on me. They just figured heaven must have gone blind to let a good-for-nothing like me stumble into such dumb luck. Pa picks up a dead deer, and suddenly he's a hunter. Who's he trying to fool? Seeing me stride up the mountain with the hatchet tucked at my side like I actually knew what I was doing, Leergus spat right there on the ground. In this village, he and I were both notorious layabouts, idling our days away. He'd always considered me a kindred spirit, so it caught him off guard that after just 2 days apart, I'd inexplicably turned over a new leaf. If that wasn't betrayal, then what was? He was furious, but he decided to give me one more chance. Well, if it isn't old Ming. Leergo popped out from the roadside, bobbing his head with a look of feigned surprise at our chance encounter. I rolled my eyes. This idiot, still trying to play it off as a coincidence. I'd spotted him the moment he crouched behind the corner to spy on me, grinning ear to ear, clearly running his mouth about me behind my back. I didn't want to deal with him, but you can't slap a smiling face, and from what I remembered, this guy and my predecessor had been on decent terms. I didn't want to come off as too out of character. Change had to come gradually. Hey, Ergu, what's up? I flashed a grin of my own, putting on a friendly face. Leergu immediately felt reassured. This was still his good buddy. So where you headed? Nowhere special, just taking a stroll up the mountain. What's there to do up on the mountain? He curled his lip, glanced around, then leaned in close and lowered his voice. Didn't you get yourself a roe deer yesterday? Let me take it to the county town and sell it for you. It's got to be worth a tael or two of silver. Then we can win back the money for that land deed you lost. How about it? Win it back? My eye twitched. From what I could recall, my predecessor had only been lazy. He never actually did anything rotten. It was this guy who'd led him astray. Leerga was a gambler. He'd gambled away everything he owned. His belongings, his fields, even his wife had run off. And now, desperate to recoup his losses, he'd set his sights on. Trapped me. Under his influence, my predecessor became a gambler too. Even Big Brother had no idea about this. Every time he lost everything, my predecessor would claim he'd blown it all eating and drinking with the local punks. Big Brother always thought he was just a bit of a slacker. He even blamed himself for not being capable enough, for letting his little brother suffer alongside him. But if it weren't for the gambling, the money from selling that field alone should have lasted a good while. How could it all vanish in a single day? More than half the mess my predecessor made was thanks to this guy standing right in front of me. He'd cost my family the very land we needed to survive, and now he had the nerve to keep egging me on. My gaze turned cold in an instant. Leergu shivered for no apparent reason and glanced over, puzzled, only to find the same bright smile still on my face. Not a bad idea. But that roe deer meat? My brother already took it to sell in town. Tell you what, give me a few days. Wait for me at home. Once I've got the money, the two of us can. I left the rest unsaid, but Leerga's eyes only lit up brighter, his head nodding away. Ming, you're the man. All right, I'll wait at home these next few days. Just give me a shout. Count on it. Watching him walk away, my smile grew even brighter. Go ahead and wait. I had no intention of laying a hand on him. There was no need. This year was already going to be brutal, and with winter coming early, plenty of people were bound to die. Even ordinary families might not make it through, let alone a good-for-nothing like him who just sat around burning through everything he had. Evil men meet their own end. Why should I waste the effort? Having sent Leergu off, I grabbed my hatchet and headed up into the old wildlands. When I reached the western cliffs, I didn't even bother searching. I just pulled up the intel. Everything else could wait. First, I needed to see what this dendrobium looked like. Intel rank, blue. 2, did you know? Along the western cliff edge of the old wildlands grows some dendrobium. Hidden behind the shrubs, it's gone unnoticed all this time. The message popped up, then dissolved into an image that floated before my eyes. In a cluster of shrubs at the cliff's edge, 7 or 8 yellow-green plants grew in a tangle. Each was about the length of a palm and as thick as a thumb. At first glance, they looked like little segments of bamboo root. This was supposed to be medicinal herb too? It was my first time seeing anything like it. Whatever. Pick it first. Ask questions later. I scanned the area and quickly spotted that cluster of shrubs. No wonder no one had ever found it. This whole stretch was a slope. One careless step and you'd tumble right down the mountain. Add the cover of the shrubs, and normally no one would dare come here. I inched over carefully, parted the leaves, and there was the dendrobium, growing in the cracks of the rock. 8 plants, utterly inconspicuous. I plucked them one by one, then retreated to safe ground before examining them closely. 8 stalks of dendrobium, barely a handful clutched in my grip. The texture was rough, and even up close there was no particular smell, plain and ordinary, hardly the look of anything valuable. I was still puzzling over it. As I ground away, a rustling suddenly came from behind me. Someone here? My chest tightened, and I quickly stuffed the dendrobium into my shirt. The thing looked unremarkable, but times were hard. Every family was so poor they could barely put food on the table. Out here in the middle of nowhere, what if it caught someone's eye? Better safe than sorry. Before long, a figure emerged from the woods below. 40-something, maybe 50, scruffy beard, a bow in hand. One of the village hunters. Zhao Kuang. If I remembered right, that was his name. Well, if it isn't the second Sioux boy, come up looking to strike it lucky again. He clearly did a double take when he saw me, a flicker of contempt in his eyes, though his face broke into a grin. That's right, Uncle Zhao. Had nothing to do today, thought I'd wander around a bit. Like there's ever a day you're not doing nothing. His contempt deepened, but we were from the same village, so he didn't let it show. He stared at me, eyes darting, and looked me up and down a couple of times. So, run into any game. The critters up here are sharp. You don't even have a bow. No way you're catching anything. If you spot something, let me know. I'll take the shot, and we split it 50-50. Really? I lit up with delight, then thumped my chest. Don't you worry, Uncle Zhao. My luck's been running hot lately. I'm sure to find something. Tell you what, just follow me around, and I guarantee we'll bag something today. Zhao Kuang rolled his eyes. A good-for-nothing was a good-for-nothing. Yesterday, he caught a single roe deer and acted like his ancestors' graves were blessing him. Did he really think game up here was that easy to find? He and the others had all but hunted this wasteland dry. He'd only been fishing with that offhand remark, testing whether I'd stumbled onto anything good. If I'd gotten all nervous and flat-out denied it, that would have made him suspicious. But thumping my chest and talking big, only a fool would buy that. Fine. Talk to me when you actually catch something. Satisfied that I was just a clueless idiot who didn't know any better, Zhao Kuang lost interest and walked off, bow in hand. Only when his figure vanished into the distance did I quietly let out a breath. From what I remembered, this Zhao Kuang was no decent sort. He walked around the village with his nose in the air, looked down on everyone, and had a cruel, vicious streak. He'd beat his wife over the pettiest things, and though villagers had tried to talk him down a few times, it never worked. And afterward they'd all suffer his petty little revenges. He'd block their doors at midnight, cursing them out, or throw stones at their windows. A piece of work like that. If he ever found out I'd come into something good, there was no telling what he might do. Out here in the wild, if something happened, no one would ever know. Lucky for me, what I'd found today was dendrobium. Tucked away, it wouldn't give anything away. Keeping my composure, I patted my chest pocket. I didn't rush down the mountain. Instead, I wandered around the area a while longer and chopped some firewood. Only when the sun dipped westward did I head back to the village. In the yard, my sister-in-law Lin Chuanxiao sat by the doorstep sorting through Shepherd's purse. Looked like she'd just picked it today. Not much, barely enough to go with the whole family's porridge. Shepherd's purse was common in Stone Village. In early spring, you could find it just about anywhere. A whole bunch. But now, in late autumn, every household was going hungry, and the surrounding area had been picked clean. Gathering even a handful like this was no small feat. You're back, little brother. You must be worn out. Come rest a bit." She wiped the sweat from her forehead and greeted me with a smile. "Xiao Yuan, pour your uncle a bowl of water." Deep down, she still hadn't fully forgiven me for secretly selling off our farmland. That was the family's lifeline. Word was she'd cried for a long time that day, even threatening my elder brother that if he didn't drive me out, she'd take Xiao Yuan and leave. But after all this time, what remained was mostly resignation and compromise. We were family, after all. And after all, her husband had only this one brother left. Thankfully, that compromise had paid off. This little brother really did seem to have changed. Even if I came home after a whole day with nothing but a bundle of firewood, it gladdened her heart. "Uncle, here's your water." Xiao Yuan was still a little afraid of me, but in the end she obeyed her mother and timidly brought over a bowl. I'd been climbing the mountain all day and was parched, so I took it and gulped it down. When you're thirsty enough, even plain water tastes sweet. Burp. I let out a satisfied belch and asked, "Is brother back yet?" "Not yet. The county town's a good few dozen li away, and he's got the handcart to pull. Probably won't be back till tonight." "All right. Oh, by the way, sister, do you know what dendrobium is?" "Dendrobium?" She blinked, looking completely lost. Clearly she'd never heard of it. I wasn't surprised. Most folks in Stone Village lived off farming. Aside from the hunters who often went up the mountain, ask them what wild greens grew nearby, and they could tell you every last one. But ask about medicinal herbs, especially the obscure kind, and hardly anyone had a clue. I didn't press it. I carried the firewood over to a corner of the yard and started sorting it. There was no real skill to it. Chop the long ones short, split the thick ones open. All it took was a little patience and muscle. I spat into my palms, then suddenly remembered some hammer technique I'd seen somewhere in my past life. Feeling playful and swept up in a burst of bravado, I started mimicking the moves. Crack, crack. Sharp but utterly haphazard sounds rang out one after another. The more I chopped, the more into it I got, swinging that axe so hard it practically smoked. "Mama, I'm scared." Seeing me looking ready to split the wood block clean in two, Xiao Yuan buried herself in her mother's arms. She never noticed. There, at the corner of her mother's eye, a single tear glistened, catching the light of the sunset. The sun sank in the west, and the sky was slowly draped in a sheet of black. A chill seeped out from the distant woods, and sitting in the yard taking in the evening, I gave a shiver. Inside, my sister-in-law was cooking, and the rich aroma of meat came drifting out. But I was in no mood to be tempted just then. My eyes were fixed beyond the yard. Brother was back. Behind him he pulled the handcart, two big sacks piled on top. He'd traveled nearly 100 li round trip, yet his eyes held little weariness, only a glimmer of joy. "Got lucky today. Roe deer meat went up a copper coin per caddy. 6 caddies. Sold it for 624 coppers, and the hide went for 270. I bought some millet and salt, and there's a little left over. Here, little brother, take it." He grinned good-naturedly, fishing out a string of copper coins and holding it out to me. "No, keep it, big brother." I waved him off. It wasn't just politeness. The truth was, the money would be useless to me. There was nowhere to spend it in the village. And the county town? A round trip of nearly 100 li. Just thinking about it made my head spin. I'd sooner jump off a cliff than, well, better not say too much. "Oh, right, big brother, do you know what dendrobium is?" I cut him off before he could press me again, leaning in and lowering my voice as I pulled out a stalk from inside my shirt. "Ran into it up on the mountain today. Only knew it was some kind of medicinal herb, so I picked it. No idea what it's worth." "Dendrobium?" His eyes lit up. He took it eagerly, cradling it in his palm and examining it closely. "It really is dendrobium. Little brother, where'd you find this?" "This is good stuff. I went to the county town with Uncle Lee once, and he'd gotten hold of a stalk, not even as big as yours, and it sold for over 700 coppers. Yours here? I bet it's worth a whole tael of silver." The more he talked, the more excited he got. His cupped hands trembled slightly, his fingers twitching, wanting to touch it but afraid he'd damage it. A tael of silver. That was on par with yesterday's roe deer. Traded for millet. That'd be 100 or 200 caddies. I hadn't expected this unassuming little thing to be worth so much either. My eyes lit up in an instant. Even if the market fluctuated, it couldn't be off by much. I had a full 8 stocks. Worst case, they'd still fetch 5 or 6 taels of silver. I'd struck it rich. With that much silver, getting through the winter would be more than covered. I might even be able to buy back the land deed. And if not that, I could at least try to buy some land from the villagers. Thoughts churned in my mind. Beyond the windfall, this trip made something else clear. Blue intel really was worth more than green, several times over. Little brother, this stuff is precious, so keep it safe. First thing tomorrow morning, I'll take you to the county town to sell it. Take me. I blinked. Was he kidding? I didn't have his sturdy build. Nearly 100 li on foot would grind my legs down to stumps. But Big Brother nodded, serious. Of course. You're the one who found it. We've got enough to eat at home now, so keep the silver for yourself. You'll need it to take a wife someday. Me. Seemed like there was no reason to refuse. And honestly, I really was short on silver. Buying back the land deed was one thing. On the other hand, I wanted to get my hands on a hunting bow. That day I'd matched wits with the roe deer. Oh, right. When I was battling thin air, the idea had already occurred to me. With the intel system, situations like that were bound to keep coming. I couldn't always count on my opponent being too old to walk, and I certainly couldn't rely on hacking my way through everything with a single hatchet. If I was going to hunt, I needed a proper bow. #translation. And besides, I glanced at those 2 sacks of millet. Yep, all millet. To make it through winter, my big brother had spent every coin where it mattered most. These sacks held about 100 pounds, enough to last a month or two. But just thinking about eating this stuff every day made my head throb. Who could stand eating like this day after day? Forget the nutrition. I was afraid I'd literally puke it back up. Either way, on this trip to town, I had to buy something else. Brother, let's take the cart again tomorrow. Once I sell these 8 stalks of dendrobium, I'll pick up a few things. Sure, whatever you say. He nodded, not even asking what I wanted to buy. As long as I didn't turn back into my old self, he was fine with anything. Then something clicked. He whipped his head around to stare at me. Wait, did you just say how many stalks? 8. I pulled the rest out from inside my shirt. They barely took up any space, so I just kept them on me the whole time. He froze. He looked at the stalk in his own hand, then at the ones in mine. 7 more, each about the same size as his, 2 of them even longer. Good Lord, just a rough village man with no schooling. He couldn't find the words for what he was feeling. All he could do was stare, eyes wide as saucers. 8 stalks of dendrobium. How much silver would that fetch? Had their ancestors' graves finally blessed them? Was heaven smiling on their family at last? The shock hit too fast. He drew in a deep breath and just couldn't recover for the longest time. In the end, it was my sister-in-law's voice that snapped him out of it. Why are you 2 still standing in the yard? Come eat. Right, dinner. Let's eat first. Dazed, he pulled me inside. Tonight's porridge was thicker than yesterday's. The millet was back, and so was his confidence. Mostly, though, we both worked hard today and needed to rebuild our strength. Half a pound of the leftover roe deer meat got chopped fine and stirred into the porridge, paired with wild greens. It had a flavor all its own. Partway through the meal, my sister-in-law learned the 2 of us were heading to town together tomorrow, and confusion crossed her face. But once my brother explained, she froze on the spot, mouth hanging slightly open. 8 stalks of dendrobium, and each one's worth a tael of silver? She couldn't wrap her head around it. That these unremarkable little things, no thicker than a thumb, could each be worth an entire roe deer. But none of that mattered. Her husband had no reason to lie to her. Something this precious. It's safer if we both go. The matter was settled quickly. Since we'd be leaving early, I turned in as soon as I'd eaten my fill, and little Yuan was shooed out to play in the yard. Only my brother and his wife were left inside. Dahai, do you really think those things are worth that much? Should be close. Uncle Lee sold some 3 years back. I saw it with my own eyes. Little brother really struck it lucky this time. But, Chuan Xiao, I've been thinking. My brother scratched his head, not knowing how to bring it up. After a long pause, he finally ventured. The silver we get from the sale, I'd like the kid to keep it for himself. He's the one who found the stuff, after all. And besides, all right. Sister-in-law cut him off with a wave of her hand. I know what you mean. He really has changed from before. Let him hold on to it. He'll need it to take a wife someday. But you'd better keep an eye on him. And another thing, now that the family's land is gone, next year's livelihood is going to be a problem. Don't worry about that. I'll handle it. Back and forth they went. and soon they'd reached an understanding. From start to finish, no one brought up how the land had been lost. Only at the very end did a soft sigh drift out from the room. The sky was barely light, and I hadn't gotten enough sleep before my eldest brother, Sudahai, dragged me out of bed. After washing up, I stepped out into the yard. A gust of cold pre-dawn wind hit me, and I shivered, instantly wide awake. It was freezing, and it was getting colder by the day. Big brother, the temperature's really been dropping these past few days. Looks like winter might come early this year, I said. We should get ready ahead of time. I thought of that piece of gray intelligence. Might as well give my brother a heads up first. From what I remembered, winter in this place was no joke. Once the snow started falling, the already remote mountain roads would become impassable, cut off from the outside world. The temperature dropped terrifyingly low, and if you didn't stockpile enough firewood to keep warm, you could actually freeze to death. But Sudahai just smiled. Should still be a while yet. Usually there's about 2 more weeks before winter sets in. And even if it comes early, no need to worry. We've got plenty of firewood at home, and your sister-in-law prepared all the winter clothes a while back. All right, I said, nodding, and left it at that. I was just mentioning it. My worry was unnecessary. My brother was famously hard-working in the village, and he'd long since piled up firewood as tall as a small hill. If there was anything to worry about, it was food. If I couldn't get hold of some other kind of grain before the dead of winter, I'd be stuck drinking millet porridge all season long. That was exactly why, even though the county town was dozens of miles away, I had to make the trip myself today. I couldn't leave this to my brother. He'd never be willing to spend the money. He'd save every last bit of silver for my future wedding. Truth be told, anyone in the village would have done the same. Only someone like me, with a system tucked away and not too worried about the future, would dare to spend. Be careful on the road. Lin Chuanxia pressed a bundle into my hands. There's some dry food and water inside. Remember to eat when you're hungry and drink when you're thirsty. My brother pulled the handcart. I carried the bundle, and off we went. It was still early, but some people in the village were already up, candlelight glowing from their homes. At the village entrance, we ran into Zhang the eldest, who was getting ready to head up the mountain to hunt. We nodded and smiled at each other, then went our separate ways. The journey was dull, but I didn't stay idle. I studied the system as I walked. As expected, new intel arrived today. Intel grade, gray-white. 1, did you know? A cold front has reached the mountains, and winter will come early this year. 2, did you know? A grass carp has traveled upstream to the river near the village. It may linger in these waters for a while. Remaining intel count, 1. White intel, another new grade. This one's easy to gauge, clearly a step below green. It's just a fish, and it hasn't even lost its swim bladder, so catching it would be a pain. The kind of thing that's not worth the trip, yet feels like a waste to ignore. Classic deadweight. Let me handle the important stuff first. I'll give it a shot later when I've got time. But what caught my attention more than the new intel was that gray one. Somehow, it was still here today. Now that I think about it, all my previous intel only disappeared after I actually opened it. I tried sinking my consciousness into it, and a vision of gray clouds shrouding the mountains suddenly surged up. When I came to, sure enough, the intel was gone. Pretty considerate. It won't delete anything until it's been read. The remaining intel count was the same as yesterday, up by 1. This time I didn't rush to use it. For one, I was heading into town today and wouldn't have time to check it anyway. For another, I wanted to stockpile a couple more and figure out the pattern behind when the intel appeared. Mulling it over the whole way, we finally reached the county town around noon. Yong'an City, the closest town to Stone Village. It couldn't compare to a real metropolis, but it was prosperous enough. Sitting at a key crossroads, merchants came and went in an endless stream, carriages and horses passing one after another. Shops and stalls were everywhere, and the calls of vendors rose and fell in a lively din. I looked around curiously as we walked, and before long, I followed my big brother into an apothecary. An apothecary sold medicine, so naturally it bought medicinal herbs too. The moment we stepped inside, an old man came up to greet us, all smiles. "Are you two here to buy medicine, or?" He gave us a discreet once-over, his gaze quickly settling on the faint bulge tucked against my chest. His smile grew a shade warmer. "We're here to sell herbs," my brother said. "Shopkeeper, do you buy dendrobium?" That honest, guileless look of his only made the old shopkeeper's expression all the more kindly. We do, of course we do. Just which kind of dendrobium is it? Dendrobium comes in different kinds? My brother blinked, a blank look crossing his face. I was stunned too. I didn't know whether dendrobium came in different types, but my brother's words were too blunt. It practically screamed, "I don't know a thing. Come fleece me." I stole a glance at the shopkeeper. Sure enough, the old geezer's eyes lit up, like he'd shed a good dozen years. "You're not aware, my young friend." The old shopkeeper lifted his chin and stroked his beard. Dendrobium comes in many types, and the prices differ enormously. Take iron-skinned dendrobium, for instance. It's worth more than 10 times ordinary dendrobium. And iron-skinned dendrobium is further graded by quality into. The difference in quality, it's more than tenfold. Tenfold. My brother's eyes bulged. I kept my face perfectly calm. I knew nothing about dendrobium, but I knew good medicinal herbs cost a fortune. Trouble was, treasures like that were hard to come by. These few stalks of mine probably didn't make the cut. I pulled all 8 stalks out from inside my shirt, wearing an impatient look. Enough talk. We're not interested in the lecture. Just name a price. You're the last shop. Whoever bids highest gets them. The old shopkeeper, just gearing up to keep explaining, choked mid-sentence. He looked at my brother, then at me, the corner of his eye twitching twice. That kindly expression on his face faded right along with it. He'd figured he was about to score big today. He hadn't expected this fellow to shop around. A little tricky. His eyes shifted. He didn't think I was lying. Yeoman had plenty of apothecaries, 3 on this street alone. As for asking at so many shops and still not knowing how dendrobium was graded, with a temper this short, no way could he sit still and listen. Short-tempered, just wants the silver. Those other shopkeepers are all sharp operators. They wouldn't pay much, he calculated. Still room to fleece him. Just don't cut too deep. The old shopkeeper stroked his beard and spoke, deadpan. In that case, I'll keep it brief. These stalks are decent, but the roots aren't full enough. These here, 1 tael each, and the rest, 1 tael 3. He reached out and sorted the dendrobium into 2 small piles. Think it over yourselves. This stuff isn't really worth that much. Consider it me doing a good turn. An old trick, but effective. Most people, hearing that, would agree with 1,000 thanks. These 2 would surely also, huh? Where'd they go? The old shopkeeper blinked and looked up. I'd already dragged my brother to the shop's entrance. Young friend, don't leave. His eye twitched, and he hurried over to block us, forcing a smile. The price is still negotiable. How about this? Those stocks at 1 tael 3, and the rest at 1 tael 5. This is truly. Deal. Before he could finish, I spun around and shoved the whole handful of dendrobium into his hands. The old shopkeeper froze in place. A moment ago, not a word, just turned and walked. Now, not a word, just closed the deal. What kind of tactic was this? Even as we counted our silver on our way out of the shop, the old shopkeeper was still standing there dazed. Decades in the trade, and he'd never met anyone quite like this. My brother was a little dazed too, gazing at me with pure amazement. It was the first time he'd realized his little brother had this kind of skill. He'd been ready to say yes at the shopkeeper's first offer. The price was good, higher than he'd expected. He never imagined that by tugging him along a couple of steps, the price would jump by 20 or 30%. That was 2 extra taels just like that, more than he could earn in 2 months. The truth was, I didn't have any skill at all. I was fine with that first price, actually. The only reason I ignored him was a habit I'd picked up in my past life from battling shady merchants. No matter what you're buying, once you've talked price, walk away a few steps. Maybe they'll drop it. And if they don't, no big deal, just come back. You lose nothing either way. All it takes is a thick skin. Weighing the pouch of silver in my hand, I was in great spirits. All told, I'd sold everything for 11 taels, a genuine fortune in these times. It'd be a crime not to splurge a little after that whole performance I just put on. Big brother, you hold on to this silver. By whatever we're still short on at home, I'm going to wander around a bit. I'll meet you at the city gate. I stuffed 2 taels into my brother's hand, and, before he could react, slipped away into the crowd. Hey, he raised a hand to call me back, but I was already gone. A flicker of worry crossed his eyes. He was afraid I'd blow the money like I used to. But thinking about how much I'd changed these past couple days, he finally let it go and trudged off, dragging the cart behind him. Come take a look. Come see, fresh-baked flatbread, hot out of the oven. Candied haws, 3 copper coins a stick. Young master, come play with us. Compared to the plain simplicity of Stone Village, Yongin City was a whole world of wine and neon. Enticing smells wafted out of the taverns, and up on the balconies, courtesans swayed with graceful figures. It was my first glimpse of another side of this world. But I only spared it a passing glance. Didn't dwell on it. 10 taels of silver sounds like a lot, but it doesn't stretch far. It wasn't even enough for the few things I had planned. I wasn't like the previous owner of this body, someone who only lived for immediate pleasure. Everything had to be carefully calculated, and I had to plan for the future, too. Following my memories, I made my way to the gambling house where my predecessor had sold off the land deed. I hesitated for a moment, then went in anyway. A few moments later, I walked back out with a face like thunder. When those 3 acres had been sold to the gambling house, they'd fetched barely 7 taels, a total steal. Now, to buy it back, they had the nerve to demand 30 taels, double the market price. Talk about preying on honest folk. I turned and left without a shred of hesitation. I hadn't planned on redeeming it now anyway. This trip was just to feel out the situation. The silver in my hand was earmarked for something else. Out of the gambling house, I wandered around a bit and soon found myself on a general goods street. Thanks to my predecessor's frequent trips to the county town, I knew my way around from memory. No need to ask for directions. The street lived up to its name. Shops and stalls of every kind crammed shoulder to shoulder. It had less grandeur, but more life, more of that bustling, lived-in energy. Screw you. Take it or leave it, and quit wasting my time. Are you blind? How do you miss a stall this big? You break something, and you couldn't pay it back if you sold everything you own. What are you staring at? You lay a hand on me, and I'll drop dead right here. Sheesh, what wholesome local customs. I sucked in a cold breath and picked my way carefully through the crowd, terrified of getting tangled up in anything. A lawsuit. These 10 taels of silver probably wouldn't even cover the damages. The general store street sold everything. Herbs, rice and flour, snacks, homemade tables and stools, children's toys. One whole loop left my head spinning, but I still couldn't find what I was looking for. I wanted a bow I could hunt with. There was none at the stalls, which wasn't surprising. Bows were long-range killing weapons, regulated. Besides government officials, only hunters were allowed to own one, so there was basically no market for them. Not finding the most important thing didn't discourage me. Instead, I bought some fine rice and white flour. Sending my big brother off was the whole reason I could buy this stuff. I honestly couldn't stomach any more millet porridge. If I didn't get something edible, I'd puke my guts out before winter was over. It's not that I'm spoiled. The stuff was so coarse it hardly seemed fit for human consumption. Before, I had no choice. Now that I had silver, I wanted to live a little more decently. As for my big brother, once I brought everything home, there'd be no point in him fretting about the cost. Might as well use the chance to improve the whole family's meals. Especially my niece. She was so malnourished she'd wasted away to skin and bones. It broke my heart every time I saw her. 1 share of fine rice. White flour. Let's say 30 caddies. Give me 4 bolts of cloth. This kind will do. Got any cotton? I bought quite a lot. Not that much, really. Rice, flour, oil, plus salt and cloth. We had all of these at home, just stocked in the barest amounts possible. Take salt, for instance. To save money, they'd only sprinkle a tiny pinch into the soup or vegetables, so everything tasted bland. I'm not complaining. If they hadn't scrimped like that, they never could have supported an idle good-for-nothing like my former self through these hard times. But now that I had the means, of course I wanted to give them a better life. If I couldn't even manage that, I'd be pretty useless. No, that's not right. The system is the useless one. I forked over another 5 coppers as a tip and hired a runner. At last, I made it to the city gate with my pile of goods. Sure enough, at the sight of all that fine rice and white flour, and learning it had cost nearly 4 taels, my big brother's eyelids twitched with heartache. His eyes darted back and forth between me and the sacks, like he had something to say but didn't know how to start. After a long while, he just sighed. What was done. Even if it was too extravagant, at least it was stuff the family could actually use, better than the old days, when I'd blown money with my no-good buddies. Worst case, he'd just work a little harder from now on and help scrape together some money for his little brother's future bride. Compared to me, My big brother hadn't bought a thing. On his handcart sat one lonely sack of millet. That's right, millet again. He hadn't even wanted to buy that much, worried what we had at home wouldn't last the winter. It was only because I'd shared some silver with him that he'd added this little bit. There's still 5 chien of silver left, little brother. You hold on to it. My big brother's gaze drifted over to the white flower on the cart again, and every glance made him wince with heartache. Buck teeth. From now on, go easy on the money. You'll need it someday. Got it, big brother. I chuckled, pulling out another roast duck from inside my coat and tossing it onto the cart. The corner of my brother's eye twitched again. He just shook his head with a bitter smile and said nothing more. The way back was just as long as the way there. The sky grew dark, and the chill of late autumn spread out without holding anything back, leaving us shivering as we walked. There was no official road between Stone Village and Yongin City, just rugged little trails winding through the wild mountains. They were hard enough to walk in the first place, and once night fell, the deep forest turned pitch black. Every now and then you'd spot a burial mound or two, enough to give anyone the creeps. Good thing we were traveling together. If it were just me, I wouldn't take this road even if you killed me. Coo coo. Some bird was screeching pointlessly in the woods. A whole pile of horror movies from my past life came flooding into my mind, and I gritted my teeth. Go ahead and cry. Once I get myself a bow, I'm coming back here for sure. I was muttering to myself. A real man never leaves a score unsettled, when I glanced over and saw what looked like a figure drifting through the eerie thicket in the distance. In that instant, my eyes went wide, and a chill shot straight up from the soles of my feet to the top of my skull. I'm a firm materialist. I don't believe in ghosts or spirits. But this sudden change still scared me half to death. Big brother. I lowered my voice, wanting to confirm whether my eyes were playing tricks on me. Before I could finish, Sudahai abruptly stepped back, flipped his hand, and pulled a cleaver from somewhere on the cart. Come out. The roar rang through the mountain forest. The thicket ahead shook violently, and moments later, 2 figures really did emerge. There was some distance between us, and it was night, but in the moonlight I could just barely make them out. 2 gaunt men, skin and bones, dressed in tattered hemp rags, stumbling along unsteadily. In the moonlight, they looked especially unnerving. We've run into road robbers. Little brother, get behind me, and find something to defend yourself if you can. My brother spoke fast, then gripped the cleaver tight, eyes fixed warily on the 2 men. In that brief moment, the pair had already drawn close. Honestly, I was a little nervous right then. Dark night, high wind, the time for killing and burning. I'd never actually been through anything like it, but anyone blocking your path at a time like this definitely didn't mean well. Looked like there was going to be blood. Slaughtering a roe deer was one thing, but the thought that someone was going to die tonight, and that someone might just be me, made my heart pound. My eyes instinctively swept the area, searching for anything I could get my hands on. Easy there, friend. Don't be nervous. We're not bandits. Bandits. I dug through my memory and quickly understood. It was an old slang term, referring to the mountain outlaws who blocked the roads with clubs and staffs. Not bandits. Then what are you doing out here in the dead of night, blocking the road? My brother's brows knit together. Clearly he didn't buy it. The cleaver stayed raised high, as if the other sighed. He'd bring the blade down the second either of them stepped closer. The 2 men lost their nerve, exchanged a glance, and froze where they stood. Come on, big brother, have a heart. We fled here from Chanyuan County. Haven't eaten in days. We're starving. We're not trying to rob you. We're just begging for a little food. That's all. Yeah, anything to eat. We really can't go on like this. One of them forced the words out, swallowing hard, while the other cut straight to it, dropping to his knees with a thud and kowtowing to us again and again. The sudden change threw my big brother off. And me. I hadn't found a weapon, just grabbed a couple of rocks. I stood there feeling ridiculous. Weren't these guys supposed to be highway robbers? How'd this turn into them banging their heads on the ground? So, do I throw the rocks or not? You say you're from Chanyuan County. Got any proof? Big brother hesitated. He kept the cleaver raised, but the menace on his face eased a little. And besides, what happened over there? Why would you flee all the way to us? It wasn't that he was being naive. He'd been on edge before, but now that he'd calmed down and gotten a better look at the 2 of them, they really didn't seem like robbers. Their hiding job was clumsy, and they were both in filthy rags. You'd sooner believe they were beggars from town. If this was what highway robbers had come to, then things out here had gotten grim beyond words. The one kowtowing stopped. Now I could see clearly. His forehead was bright red. He'd clearly put real force into it. I swear, we're from Changyuan County. He pulled a folded piece of paper from his waistband and tossed it over. This is the deed to my house. Before Big Brother could say anything, I stepped forward and picked it up. I unfolded it. Sure enough, it was a property in Changyuan County. The man kept talking. There was a drought in Changyuan this year, so the harvest was already bad. Then in early autumn, out of nowhere, a cold snap hit. The fields yielded nothing. A lot of people in the village starved to death. We had no choice but to run. Please, Big Brother, have mercy. All we want is something to eat. Otherwise, my whole family's going to starve. His whole family? I frowned and looked around. The bushes rustled again, and one figure after another emerged. An old man, 2 women, and a child, maybe 6 or 7 years old. Every one of them was in tatters, worn down to nothing. Big Brother and I both fell silent and exchanged a glance. Little brother, what do you think? He leaned in close and lowered his voice. I didn't answer right away. I let my eyes sweep over the group. After a moment's hesitation, I lifted the sack of millet Big Brother had bought off the cart and pulled off some cotton too. There's a few dozen pounds of millet here. Ration it, and it'll last you a good while. I tossed the millet and cotton over. The cotton's yours too. But this is all I can spare. Nobody's got it easy these days. Hey, a few dozen pounds of rice, you're giving all of it to us? One of them stared wide-eyed, gaping dumbly at the sack. The other reacted faster, immediately kowtowing again and again, his voice choked with emotion. Thank you, brothers. Wheelie Brothers will never forget this kindness. If we ever get the chance, we'll repay you. Dozens of pounds of millet, enough to keep them alive for nearly a month. He never imagined I'd just hand it over, no strings attached. And it wasn't just them. My Big Brother hadn't expected it either. Watching me toss out all the millet, a flash of pain crossed his eyes. But at a moment like this, he didn't question me. He just grunted. There, you've got your food. Now clear the way, right? Of course, of course. The 2 nodded eagerly, clutching the millet and cotton as they backed off to the roadside, retreating even farther, almost all the way back into the woods. Seeing that they'd really cleared the path, my brother finally let out a quiet breath. Still, he didn't dare relax. He kept the hatchet in one hand and pulled the cart with the other. I walked alongside him, gripping a rock just as tightly. As it turned out, our worries were unnecessary. The 2 didn't budge an inch until we'd passed. Only when we were almost out of sight did one of them shout after us. Kind sirs, could you leave us your names? So we can repay you someday. Me. Now it really had that flavor to it. Had I become some wandering hero out of a martial arts tale? I honestly didn't care about being repaid. But I'd given everything away. If I didn't even leave a name, wouldn't it all be for nothing? Doing a good deed is fine. Doing it anonymously is not. Stone Village. Su Ming. I hollered back. Thick-skinned as I am, even I felt a bit embarrassed just then. So cringy. Thankfully it was dark, so it didn't show much. My brother and I trudged forward with our heads down, seemingly distracted, but really still on quiet guard. As we passed by the old and weak, the women and children, I saw the old man and 2 women kneeling on the ground, kowtowing. They clearly knew what had happened. The child hid behind some branches, nervously rubbing his grimy little fingers, watching us timidly. For no clear reason, my heart sank a little. But I said nothing. We just kept walking in silence. After cresting another hill, my brother turned back to look one more time. Once he was absolutely certain no one was following, he finally tucked the hatchet back into his belt. Little brother, why'd you give them all the millet? That was dozens of pounds. I figured half would have been enough. Now that we were safe, he was fretting over it again. I sighed. Better safe than sorry. We've still got refined rice and white flour on us, and plenty of silver too. If we didn't get rid of them fast, it'd be real trouble once they got greedy for more. Guess you've got a point there. My brother nodded. Even though it still stung, this outcome wasn't so bad. There were just some things I didn't say out loud. Using the millet to divert their attention was only one of the reasons. It was, those 2 scrawny guys couldn't take my big brother even if you tied them together. My brother's strength is famous throughout the village. He could pick any 2 strong men at random and they still couldn't hold him down. On top of that, He had a hatchet in his hand. As long as the other side wasn't stupid, they probably wouldn't dare to actually rob us. Even if we gave them nothing, we could have walked away just fine. The reason I tossed out that sack of millet was because I felt pity. Not pity for the Lee brothers, but for those few old folks, women, and children. Thinking about it, the gesture really was a bit bleeding heart. Times were hard for everyone these days. A pound or two of millet was enough to make a poor family eternally grateful, let alone dozens of pounds. But I don't regret it. So what if I'm a bleeding heart? Maybe someday this world will grind me down into something cold and hard. But for now at least, helping a poor soul now and then isn't a bad thing. We don't get many choices in this life. While I still can choose, I'll choose the things I won't regret. Of course, there was another reason too. I really can't stand the taste of millet. From now on, this household should eat less of it. We're people with a system now. A little polished rice isn't asking too much, right? The road at night was especially hard to walk, but at least there was some scattered moonlight. I don't know how much longer we walked, but the outline of Stone Village finally appeared in the distance. Looking out over it, there were only a handful of lights scattered through the village, lifeless and still. Couldn't be helped, though. Lamp oil cost money. Back at the yard, my sister-in-law and Su Xieyuan were sitting on the doorstep waiting, and the faint smell of meat drifted out from the inner room. Both their faces lit up the moment they saw us return. You must be exhausted after a whole day. Come, drink some water, dinner's all ready. Lin Xuanxia hurried over carrying 2 bowls of water. I didn't stand on ceremony. I took a bowl and gulped it down. Let's get everything inside first, my brother said in a low voice. He hoisted the 100 pounds of polished rice onto his shoulder with one arm, steadying it, and grabbed the white flour with the other. Only then did my sister-in-law notice everything we'd brought. She looked at what was in my brother's hands, then at the handcart, her eyes going wide. My goodness, this much polished rice, and white flour too. How many coppers did this cost? This is just 2. The word wasteful was right on the tip of her tongue, but she caught sight of me and forced it back down. Still, the ache in her eyes didn't fade one bit, especially when she saw that roast duck on the cart, along with the cloth and cotton. She stared, heartsick, for a good while, and in the end could only shoot my brother a fierce glare. His instinct was to scratch his head, but with both hands full, all he could do was give a sheepish laugh. Still laughing, my sister-in-law reached out and pinched him hard on the waist, making him wince and bare his teeth. I watched the whole scene while holding back a laugh. Far from feeling awkward, I found a certain unusual warmth in it. Thinking something's wasteful is one thing, but the goods were already bought. There was no sense in returning them. Besides, my sister-in-law could tell the little brother just wanted to make life at home a little better. It was a bit extravagant, but deep down, I was still touched. Sister-in-law, I'll leave the cloth and cotton to you. This winter's going to be rough. We'll need to make a few more padded coats. I set the roast duck on the table. She nodded. Behind her, little Su Xieyuan was drawn in by the smell, quietly poking half her head out, staring at the duck and swallowing hard. That look, wanting it so badly but too timid to reach for it, made me chuckle inside. I tore off a drumstick and handed it over. Here, eat up. The rich, greasy aroma hit hard. The little girl's eyes went wide, but she glanced at me, then at her mother, and in the end just shrank back, not daring to take it. Your second uncle's giving it to you. Go on, take it, Lin Xuanxia said with a smile, ruffling her hair. Only with her mother's say-so did Xiaoyuan work up the nerve. After a moment's hesitation, she took the drumstick. Thank you, second uncle. Her voice was tiny, but I heard it and grinned. One drumstick, and the little girl wasn't so scared of me anymore. Turns out food really is the best way to win over a kid. I'd bought fine rice and white flour, but we wouldn't be eating them tonight. Dinner was already made. Still millet porridge with meat broth, except this time she'd tossed in a pinch of salt, so at least it had some flavor. Add in that roast duck, and it was a satisfying meal, the best we'd had in days. To keep sister-in-law from worrying, my brother and I both silently agreed not to mention nearly getting ambushed on the road. We just said we'd run into a few refugees and that Changyuan County was hit by disaster. Even so, a flicker of worry crossed her eyes. Changyuan County wasn't far from here. If it really had been hit that hard, our village probably wouldn't escape it either. She made a point of reminding us. Now that we had food and clothing all stocked up, We should stay out of town as much as possible from now on. No sense running into desperate, starving refugees on the road and getting robbed. We both nodded again and again, exchanging bitter smiles. Full and content, the exhaustion from walking all day came flooding in. A round trip of over 100 li, it had really worn me out. I quietly swore that next time I went to town, I'd find a donkey cart no matter what. Then I went back to my room, collapsed onto the bed, and passed out. I blinked, and it was already the next morning. I didn't rush to get up. Instead, I pulled the blanket tighter, tucking every drafty edge under me, wrapping myself up like a silkworm cocoon. So cold. The temperature had dropped without any warning. If not for the lack of snow outside the window, I'd almost have thought deep winter had already arrived. It wasn't even winter yet, and it was already this cold. Once the snow sealed off the mountains, wouldn't people freeze half to death? I lay in bed for a good while. Half of it was an internal struggle, the other half was studying today's intel. Intel rank: white, green. 1. Did you know? A grass carp has come down from the upper reaches of the river by the village. It might linger in this stretch of water for a while. 2. Did you know? A few startled wild pheasants have come to the north side of Old Barren Mountain. That's where they'll build their nest and rest. Remaining intel: 2. Extra intel goes up by 1 entry each day. It's not much, but it's decent enough, and on top of that, 1 new entry refreshes daily. This extra intel could work like savings I stash away. I don't need to hoard too much. Once I've got 4 or 5 entries, I can start looking for patterns. Without a bow, those wild pheasants are going to be tough to catch. Even 1 or 2 would do. Might as well check on that grass carp while I'm at it. With a rough plan in mind, I dragged myself out of bed. I scrubbed my face, and my sister-in-law brought over a bowl of steaming millet porridge. There were a few small chunks of duck in it, leftovers from last night, cooked into the porridge for a little extra richness. Where's my brother? He went over to help out at the Zhang household. I nodded. That was just like him, never idle, always finding work to bring in a little extra for the family. And when there wasn't any pay, he'd at least earn some goodwill. Oh, by the way, do we have a bamboo basket and some thin rope around? We do. What do you need those for? It's a secret. I grinned and left it at that. Once I'd eaten my fill, I slung the bamboo basket onto my back and headed out of the yard. It was bitterly cold. I'd bundled up with an extra layer before heading out, but one gust of that icy wind still had me shivering all over. The village was unusually quiet today. I barely passed a soul the whole way. Maybe everyone was busy at home, or maybe they'd gone out to dig up wild vegetables before winter set in for good. Just as I reached the village entrance, a figure came hurrying toward me. I looked up. It was Liurgu. Ming. He was wrapped in a cotton coat full of holes, blowing on his hands and rubbing them together as he sidled up. A fawning smile plastered across his face. So, how'd it go? Get your hands on any silver? I've had a real good feeling these past couple days. You just get the silver, and I guarantee we'll win back everything we lost. What's the rush? I shot him a glance, keeping my face blank. Just sit tight at home. My brother's been keeping a close eye on things these days. I'll let you know when I get it. But a flicker of hesitation crossed Liurgu's eyes. It wasn't really impatience on his part. The food at his place had run out these last couple of days, and he was still going hungry. On top of the cold snap, being cooped up at home, freezing and starving, was pretty miserable. The real reason he'd come wasn't just to con me into going back to the gambling house to recoup our losses. Mostly, he was hoping to mooch a little cash. In the past, every time I snuck something out of the house to sell, I'd split some of the silver with him. It had been his main source of income lately. Now that the well had dried up, he couldn't stomach the hunger. He shuffled around for a while, and when he saw I was about to leave, he gritted his teeth and blocked my path. Ming, trust me. These next few days are exactly when our luck's about to turn. Miss it, and we'll really regret it. Why don't you head back home and take another look? It doesn't have to be much, just a few coins of silver, and we've got a real shot at winning it all back. You don't want that land deed to just slip away, do you? Awfully familiar words. The moment those words left his mouth, several identical memories surfaced in my mind, and I nearly laughed out loud. With this exact same spiel, God knows how many times this guy had conned my predecessor. And now he was actually trying to pull it on me. Win it back? Did he really think the gambling house was running a charity? If they let you win it back, they'd have gone out of business a long time ago. I sneered inwardly. but put on a troubled expression. Of course, I'll get that land deed back sooner or later. Here's the deal. Just give me a few more days, and I'll definitely have the money by then. But Liurga's face fell. He really couldn't hold out any longer. Yet seeing me like this, it was obvious I couldn't scrape together any money. Pushing harder would probably just backfire. Whatever. A few more days of going hungry wouldn't kill him. He gritted his teeth and steeled himself. Worst case, he'd make a midnight trip to the far end of the village. Old Wang's family still had a chicken in their yard. It wouldn't be the first time, anyway. He'd just have to be careful not to get caught. Ming, I'll head back and wait for your word then. Don't worry. I'm a man of my word. I patted my chest. I never con anyone. Forget a few days. I had money on me right now. Several taels of silver, in fact. As for how I'd use it, or whether I'd use it at all, well, that was another matter entirely. Stone Village sat in a remote spot, cradled by mountains on all sides. In the late autumn, the grass and trees had withered, and a bleak desolation hung over everything, inside the village and out. I trod over the dead leaves, heading west through the village by the map in my memory. With every step, the dry twigs and fallen leaves crackled underfoot like firecrackers. There was a river to the west of the village. Calling it a river was a bit of a stretch. 3 or 4 meters wide, and shallow in most places. More like a stream, really. That was exactly why it had no name. Everyone just called it the river. There was only the one by the village anyway. When I reached the water's edge, I didn't pull up the info panel. I grabbed a sturdy branch from the roadside, thick as my arm, and headed upstream along the bank, my eyes scanning the water now and then, trying to spot that grass carp on my own. After all, this was just reconnaissance. I wasn't confident I could actually catch it. A handy feature like the locator was something to save whenever possible. Use it once, and it was gone. Luckily, the grass carp wasn't hard to find. I'd walked along the river for maybe 2 hours when I spotted a furtive shadow in the water. I call it furtive because it hid beneath the weeds along the bank, only twitching its body every so often. If I hadn't been dead certain there was a fish in this river and kept my eyes locked on, I probably would have missed it in a blink. The fish wasn't small, roughly 40 or 50 centimeters long, about the size of a rabbit. I crept closer, set the branch aside, and slipped the bamboo basket off my back, sizing it up against the carp from a distance. The size was just right. If I was fast enough and caught it off guard, I might actually trap it. The water here was shallow. Let's give it a shot. I took a deep breath, flipped the bamboo basket upside down, and slowly raised it. The fish didn't move. The bamboo basket sank slowly, hovering just 20 centimeters or so above the water's surface. The fish still didn't move. What a dumb fish. I smirked, then threw all my strength into my shoulders. The basket came crashing down with unstoppable force, like a mountain slamming into the water. Waves rippled out in every direction, and even the sand at the riverbed churned up, clouding the whole stretch of water. Gotcha! I was thrilled. But before my grin could fully spread, a dark shadow flashed through the murky water and darted several meters away in the blink of an eye. Missed. I frowned. With the force I'd put behind that strike, and at that distance, there was no way that fish should have gotten away. No matter, though. The grass carp was spooked, but it hadn't fled far. Still a chance. I crept up on it, and once I was close, I slammed the basket down again. The water clouded, and a shadow shot out fast. My eye twitched. I didn't make a sound, just quietly lifted the basket and inched forward again. Slam. That grass carp looked plump, but it moved as slippery and cunning as a loach, and it escaped once more. My eyelid kept twitching. I glanced at the hatchet on my belt, but managed to hold back and picked up the basket again. This went on for a full hour, and not just with the basket, either. After failing over and over, I switched to a wooden club, which turned out to be just as useless. At the riverbank, I braced my hands on my knees, forehead beaded with sweat, panting as I stared at that grass carp in the water. I didn't go after it again. It wasn't that I'd given up. It's just that I suddenly remembered I don't really like grass carp all that much. And my brothers, they probably don't care for it either. Relieved, I hoisted the basket onto my back, grabbed the club with its nearly splintered tip, and turned toward the old wildlands. Some fights aren't lost because you can't win. They're just not worth fighting. At noon, the mountain forest still held its chill. Bundled in my thick cotton coat, I hurried all the way to the foot of the great wildlands, working up a sweat despite the cold. I didn't climb up. Instead, I found a small trail and made my way toward the mountain's western side. The woods at the base were far denser than those higher up, the branches and leaves blotting out the sky. The daylight was already smothered by the clouds, and with layer upon layer of foliage blocking it further, only a fraction managed to filter through, maybe 20 or 30%. The whole forest felt eerie and grim. I didn't mind. Club in hand, I plunged in and started searching. This stretch of woods was sizable. Finding a few wild pheasants here would be far harder than catching that grass carp. But I'd come prepared today, and I was going to bring back one or two no matter what. I was still counting on a bowl of chicken soup to warm me up. I walked for a good while and came up empty. The vast forest was unnervingly silent. A cold wind swept through, leaves rustling, and beyond that not a single sound, not even a bird's call. Every living creature had long since been hunted out by the villagers. Forget it. Time to use the intel. I'm no stubborn mule. After circling around for half, I hadn't spotted a single feather, so I just went ahead and opened the system. I let my mind sink into the intel, and an image rose before my eyes. Amid towering trees, 5 wild pheasants strolled leisurely, pecking at the ground every now and then. Wild pheasants are smaller than domestic chickens, looking more like pigeons, but with long tail feathers and brilliant plumage that stood out sharply in the woods. I compared the terrain in the image, quickly got my bearings, grabbed my wooden stick, and headed straight for them. Half an hour later, I quietly stopped behind an old tree so wide it would take 2 people to wrap their arms around it. A few dozen meters ahead, the pheasants were foraging with their heads down, oblivious to my arrival. Good. Getting this close meant step 1 was done. I glanced at the branches overhead and silently draped the thin cord I prepared earlier over them. I held one end in my hand and wedged the other into the bottom of a bamboo basket, hanging the whole thing upside down. Then I scattered a handful of millet beneath it. In my past life, I'd loved watching all that wilderness survival stuff. I knew the tricks to basic traps. First, I found 2 thick, curved branches. One I stuck into the ground beside the tree, threading the cord underneath it so the vertical pull was redirected sideways. The other I planted directly beneath the bamboo basket to serve as the trigger point. Then I tied a short twig to the end of the cord, wedging it from below up against that curved branch under the basket, and added a couple more millet grains. The trap was set. Not exactly elegant, not even very stable. The mechanism was held together by force, and given enough time it might slip loose. But it would work well enough. As long as a pheasant came to peck at the millet and bumped the twig at the cord's end, the wedged short twig would spring free, and the basket would drop straight down. One snap, one catch. I dusted off my hands, sized it up with satisfaction, then quietly crept over to the other side. I wanted to cover both bases. The moment that basket fell, whether I caught anything or not, the remaining pheasants would spook and flee this way. I'd lie in wait here and see if I could club one to death. Then came the waiting. The long, long waiting. Luckily, if there was one thing I had, it was a bit of patience. More than an hour passed, and these pheasants wouldn't so much as approach the basket, let alone trigger the trap. I knew the odds of a trap paying off were low. 1 catch in 10 would be a blessing. But setting a trap right under their noses and having them refuse to bite? That was downright insulting. I crouched there for another half hour. Finally, one pheasant edged toward the trap. It seemed to catch the scent of the millet, its little head bobbing in and out, and in a moment it was standing right beneath the basket. Here we go. My chest tightened, my breathing slowed, and my palm gripping the stick grew slightly damp with sweat. It pecked at the millet once. Then again. On the 4th peck, the short twig snapped loose, and the suspended bamboo basket came crashing down with a smack. This time I saw it clearly. The pheasant was trapped, thrashing wildly inside, rattling the whole basket nonstop. But the basket was heavy, and it couldn't tip it over. I paid it no more mind. My gaze shifted to the remaining pheasants. Just as I expected, the commotion from the trapped one had spooked them. The other 4 flapped their wings, and all flew straight toward me. You're the one. I locked onto the one flying closest and lowest, timed it just right, then sprang up from the bushes and brought the stick smashing down. Crack. A dull thud. The stick slammed solidly into half of its body. The thing didn't die on the spot, but it went flying out of control, crashing into an old tree not far off. One wing just flapped feebly, clearly broken. I didn't stop. I set my sights on another one and hurled the stick at it. The stick, thick as my forearm, tumbled through the air and landed a meter behind the pheasant, crashing into a clump of shrubs. Missed. No matter. It was a long shot to begin with. Missing was to be expected. I walked over to the one I'd knocked down. That blow had packed a punch. Its wing was bent all wrong, twisted into a grotesque shape, and it was still struggling. Enough of that. I reached down, gave it a twist, and snapped its neck. Carrying it, I walked over to the bamboo basket. The basket had stopped shaking. The one inside had clearly given up the fight, but I didn't get careless. I only lifted one corner of the basket, slipped my hand in, and groped around until I had a firm grip on the pheasant before finally flipping the basket open. I clamped down with both hands and put some force into my wrists. A soft snap, and it stopped struggling. Its wings drooped limply. For my first time doing this, it went surprisingly smoothly. I tossed both pheasants into the basket and put the cord away. A good haul, but I wasn't in a hurry to leave. Instead, I headed off in the direction the other three had escaped. My chance to catch them off guard was gone, but I didn't want to let them go. I'd take a look around first. With a little luck, I might bag one or two more. Basket on my back, stick in hand, I searched the woods patiently. Wild pheasants can fly, but not high and not far. Maybe it was luck. I hadn't gone far before I spotted one. Beside a large, not too tall boulder, the pheasant had its head down, foraging among the dead leaves, its neck stretching and retracting. I held my breath, my steps halting without thinking, and scanned my surroundings, working out the safest way to close in. Before I could figure it out, a sudden chill hit my face. I wiped at it, water. I looked up, and two more raindrops landed squarely on my face. It was raining. I froze. And in that brief moment, a bolt of lightning split the sky. Boom. The sound rolled over the forest like beating drums, and for an instant the whole world lit up. The pheasant, startled, beat its wings and flew off into the depths of the woods, vanishing in the blink of an eye. My expression darkened at once. A pheasant I'd worked so hard to find, scared off by a single clap of thunder. I gritted my teeth and stared in the direction it had flown, but in the end, I didn't give chase. The mountains and the rain. Chickens might be easier to catch when they're hiding from the rain, but I wasn't about to do that in a downpour. The mountain trails turn to slick mud the moment they get wet, and the danger shoots up. This wasn't like back home either. If I got caught in the rain and came down with something, or froze half to death, it could actually kill me. The rain was still just a light drizzle, so I stopped hesitating, hoisted the basket onto my back, and hurried toward the village. Luckily, I was already at the foot of the mountain. The village was a ways off, but not too far. I jogged the whole way. Halfway there, the rain finally came down for real. I pulled out the two pheasants, tied them up with a thin cord and hung them at my waist, then held the bamboo basket over my head like an umbrella. It was no match for a real umbrella, but it kept off a good amount of rain. By the time I made my sorry dash back to the old tree at the village entrance, I was soaked through on one side. My upper body wasn't too bad. The basket had shielded me, so from the shoulders up I was more or less dry. But my lower half had taken a beating. My pant legs and the tops of my shoes were drenched in rainwater and mud. Finally, I was back. "That you, Sioux family's second boy? Been up the mountain again?" An old woman sitting under the eaves of her house caught sight of me passing her gate, surprise flashing in her eyes. "Just wandering around," I answered offhandedly. She wasn't really listening. Her eyes went wide, fixed on my waist. The two rain-soaked pheasants were swinging back and forth, their bright plumage standing out sharply against my drab gray clothes. And she wasn't the only one staring. Stone Village was small to begin with, and on a rainy day like this you hardly saw anyone out and about. Jogging through the rain the way I was, I naturally drew all kinds of looks. Wild pheasants. Where'd that kid get those? Isn't the Sioux family's second boy famous for being a lazy glutton? He turned over a new leaf these past couple days. I keep telling you to get up that mountain more. Now look at him. That Sioux family's about to live it up. First a roe deer, now pheasants. Bah, heaven must be blind. Some were envious. Others were flat out jealous. Pheasants don't have much meat. Nothing compared to a roe deer, but they're still a rare treat. The closer to winter, the more precious they become. Even a small one could fetch 100 coppers in the county town, enough millet to eat for quite a few days. The village, deadened and gloomy under the rain, had come alive again with my little run through it. If the rain hadn't been coming down harder and harder, I bet someone would have been unable to resist heading up the mountain, even though they always came back empty-handed. Back at the yard, my sister-in-law was sitting on the threshold, mending clothes by the daylight, while my older brother, Sudahai, was pulling on a straw rain cape. Seeing me come back, he froze mid-motion. The furrow in his brow smoothed out, giving way to a look of relief and delight. "You're back. A little longer, and I was going to head out to look for you." He shrugged off the half-on rain cape and hurried over to take the bamboo basket from above my head. Soon as I saw it start raining, I turned back, I said with a grin, lifting the 2 pheasants at my waist. "Never mind that. Look what I got." Only then did Sudahai notice the 2 pheasants, his eyes. His eyes went wide and round, just like everyone else in the village. "A wild pheasant? Where'd you get that? There's still stuff like this around Stone Village." No wonder he was surprised. These days, there wasn't a single living creature left anywhere near Stone Village. Even the wild vegetables had all been dug up. There was simply nothing left to eat. Otherwise, the hunters in the village wouldn't be talking about heading into Black Cloud Mountain. If they had any other choice, who'd want to gamble their life like that? "Ran into them out at Old Barren Mountain. 5 of them altogether," I said. "Only managed to catch these 2. I'd almost caught up to the 3rd one, but then it started thundering and raining." "You lucky little devil." Sudahai burst out laughing and clapped me on the shoulder. If the village hunters found out about this luck, they'd probably turn green with envy. Too bad he didn't know. The way I'd run all the way back, not just the hunters, but even the village dogs probably knew by now. Once you catch a pheasant, you obviously can't just let it sit there. The truth was, Sudahai and Lin Xuanxia couldn't bear to eat it. A single pheasant went for over 100 copper coins. The way they put it, only rich folks could afford such a thing. Keeping it to eat ourselves was just too wasteful. I felt differently. We had grain to spare at home now, and I still had a few taels of silver on me. There was no need to pinch every penny anymore. Besides, what was the point of going through all that trouble to catch these 2 birds? Just for a taste of that hot soup, that's all. Somebody's going to eat it either way. Might as well let everyone build their strength back up. After I pressed the matter, Sudahai finally gave up on the idea of selling the birds. Lin Xuanxia still ached over it, but since I was the one who'd brought them home, she went along with me. Plucking, cleaning. Before long, a mouth-watering aroma drifted out from the inner room. When Su Xiaoyuan heard there'd be chicken soup for dinner, her eyes curved into little crescents. She crouched on the doorsill, glancing into the inner room every now and then, brimming with anticipation. Watching her from the side, I couldn't help but smile, though it also tugged at my heart. Xiaoyuan was too thin. Years of poor nutrition had left her cheeks nearly sunken, and the wrist poking out from her padded jacket was as slender as a twig. Frail, skinny, quiet by nature, yet remarkably sensible for her age. She never threw tantrums or ran around wild like other children. Every day she was either helping her mother with chores or sitting alone in the courtyard, calm and still. Only when food came up did she show a hint of what a child her age should be like. Oh right, something suddenly came to mind. I reached into my shirt and pulled out a few small pieces wrapped in oil paper. Almost forgot. It was some rock candy I'd picked up on a whim in town the day before. I'd meant to bring it back for her to try. Then I'd gotten waylaid on the road, and once I got back I'd been so busy it slipped my mind. It was only now that I remembered. I walked over to the doorsill and held out the candy with a smile. "Know what this is?" Xiaoyuan hesitated, stealing a timid glance at me, then shook her head. "Rock candy. It's really sweet. Your uncle got it specially for you. Go on, give it a try." As I spoke, I unwrapped a piece. #translation. Inside the oil paper was a piece of pale yellow candy the size of a thumb, giving off a sweet, sticky fragrance, with bits of crushed peanuts embedded in it. The little girl looked at me, then at the candy, her big eyes full of curiosity, but she didn't reach for it. She wasn't so afraid of me anymore, but she was still shy. I sighed inwardly and was just wondering how to break the ice when a gentle voice spoke up. "Aren't you going to thank your second uncle?" The little girl looked up. Her mother had come out from the inner room at some point, smiling warmly at her. "Thank you, second uncle." With her mother beside her, She found a bit more courage and finally took the candy, slowly placing it in her mouth. A sweetness she'd never tasted before spread across her tongue, and her eyes lit up in an instant. "How is it? Good, right?" I smiled. This time she wasn't so bashful, nodding eagerly like a little chick pecking at rice. "Take these too, but don't eat them all at once." I pressed the rest into her hands, then stood up and stretched, ready to head inside for dinner. Suddenly, a cry came from outside the courtyard gate. "Sue, Brother Sue, are you home?" A woman's voice, tense and panicked. Lin Chuanxiao heard it and frowned. It wasn't jealousy. The villagers were simple, honest folk. None of that sordid business here. It was just that the voice sounded so frantic, something must have gone wrong. I opened the door and ushered the person inside. It was a girl of 18 or 19, with delicate features and a slender, straight nose. Though clearly a farm girl, her skin wasn't dark and sallow like the others. Instead, it was soft and white as jade. Her frame was thin, and the oversized straw raincoat draped over her only made her look more frail and helpless. "You're the Jiang family's girl from Big Willow Village, Jiang Yuner?" It took Lin Chuanxiao a good while to place her. I searched through the memories twice over, but couldn't find a single clue. Su Dehai came out from inside too, and his face registered surprise at the sight of her. Before he could say anything, Jiang Yuner's eyes reddened, and she rushed forward. "Brother Su, please save my father. He's trapped under a boulder on Great Wilderness Mountain." "What?" Su Dehai's eyes went wide with alarm. Tears were already rolling down Jiang Yuner's cheeks. "Father and I went to the county town today. On our way back, we passed through Great Wilderness Mountain when the heavy rain came. A huge rock rolled down from the slope and pinned him. I couldn't move it. Brother Su, please, you have to go save him." "All right, I understand. I'll go right now." Su Dehai didn't ask anything more. He grabbed his straw raincoat, threw it over himself, and strode quickly toward the door. "Dehai." Lin Chuanxiao's brow furrowed. She wanted to stop him, but didn't know how. Her eyes filled with worry. From what Jiang Yuner said, there must have been a landslide on Great Wilderness Mountain. A landslide, when the mountainside gives way and rocks come tumbling down, swift and deadly. It didn't sound too serious. Only a couple of rocks had fallen, but with darkness setting in and rain still coming down, going out now was fraught with danger. Without a second thought, I grabbed a straw raincoat too and threw it on. "Don't worry, sis. I'll go with Big Brother. That way there's someone to watch his back." "All right, we'll go together," Su Dehai said. "I'll round up a couple more guys on the way." He hadn't wanted me tagging along, but after a moment's hesitation, he agreed. For one thing, with him there, I wouldn't be in any real danger. For another, this little brother of his had finally turned over a new leaf. He didn't have the heart to shoot me down. Decision made, the two of us set off at once, following Jiang Yuner out of the village. Along the way, Su Dehai grabbed a few more able-bodied men, each one strong as an ox. He also borrowed 2 thick, long logs from one of their homes. That boulder that had rolled down was a good 2 or 3 meters tall, and just the two of us probably couldn't budge it. Better to have more hands. Rain poured down from the pitch-black sky without letting up, and it looked like it was only getting heavier. Jiang Yuner led the way ahead of us, moving fast, and we stuck close behind. Nobody spoke. We just wiped the rain from our faces now and then and pushed forward, heads down. A little over an hour later, we finally reached Great Wildland Mountain. "It's right over there." Jiang Yuner's pace suddenly quickened, the panic she'd been holding back finally snapping loose. We broke into a run behind her, rounding the mountain hollow, and a narrow mountain path opened up before us. Dead center in the path, a massive boulder blocked the way. Beside it, a large tree had been snapped clean in half, and water was still seeping from the break. Crack boom. A bolt of lightning tore open the night, lighting up the black sky bright as snow. In that instant, I saw the figure pinned beneath the boulder. A man in his early 40s, burly, dark-skinned, clearly someone who'd spent his whole life working the fields. But right now he lay completely still, long since passed out. "Papa! Papa! Hold on." Yuner brought help. Jiang Yuner threw herself down beside the man, water streaming down her face. Impossible to tell if it was rain or tears. I moved up alongside my brother, and when I saw what lay beneath the boulder, I sucked in a sharp breath. The rock hadn't crushed his whole body, just one thigh. A few smaller stones nearby had absorbed some of the weight. But this was a boulder that had come tumbling down the mountain, and the sheer mass of it was undeniable. That leg was nearly flattened, blood pooling all over the ground. We can't wait any longer. Move. Sudahai barked out the order, shoving one of the long logs into the hands of the man beside him. 6 of us, split into 2 groups. Pry on my signal, all together. Little brother, you go help the Jiang girl. The second that rock lifts, drag him out, fast as you can. The boulder was wedged at a tricky angle. One side of the slope was high, the other low. Prying it toward the low side would take the least effort, and the rock would just roll off on its own. But that was exactly where the man's other leg lay. Our only option was to pry it toward the high side, lift it for a moment, then yank him out quick. Leave it to me. I nodded and crouched down beside Yunner. Her eyes were bloodshot, sobs caught in her throat, but those eyes were startlingly bright. Her jaw was clenched tight as she forced herself to stay calm. I didn't offer any comfort. Now wasn't the time for that. I gripped the man's shoulders with both hands and kept my eyes locked on everyone waiting in position. On either side of the boulder stood 2 long wooden poles, each manned by seasoned workers. No words were needed. They took their spots and hoisted the other ends onto their shoulders. 3, 2, 1, lift. Sudahai roared, and all 6 men threw their strength into it at once. Another crack of thunder split the sky. The poles, thick as bull rims, groaned under the pressure, as if they'd snapped the very next second. But just before that snapping sound came, the boulder shifted. The 2 or 3 meter high slab was pried up by sheer force. I watched for the moment, and, before my brother could even speak, I let out a shout. Pull! I threw everything into my arms. I was no match for those big men, but I had enough strength to drag one person. Yunner barely had to help. The man was already sliding out from under the stone. Clear. The second he was out of danger, I called out. No one dared let up. Following the command, they lowered their shoulders inch by inch until the boulders settled back into place. Only then did they scatter, gasping for air. Is he okay? Will he wake up? He's bleeding way too much. We need something to wrap it. The most dangerous part was over, and the men all started talking at once. Sudahai was strong, a fine hand at farming, but when it came to treating wounds, he was completely lost. He gritted his teeth and could only manage. Get him back to the village first. He stepped over to me and bent down to carry the man. The moment he moved, I stopped him. Wait, brother. He's losing too much blood. Carry him like that, and he won't make it to the village gate. We have to stop the bleeding first. Look around. See if there's any cloth. While the boulder had been pinning him down, it had actually plugged the wound, so the bleeding hadn't been too bad. But now that the stone was gone, blood was gushing out like a spring, staining the ground red in the blink of an eye. At this rate, forget the village, he'd die on the way. I searched all around while the others exchanged uneasy glances. The bleeding's brutal. Should we tie off his thigh with a rope? I saw an old doctor do it once. No good, I said, shaking my head. The village is too far. Cut off the blood that long, and we'll lose the whole leg. Would this work? Yunner's voice trembled as she pulled a bundle out from beside the boulder. Inside were a few pieces of cloth. Something must have shielded the bundle, because the rain hadn't soaked through. Most of the fabric was still dry. That'll do. I took the cloth and started wrapping it around the wounded leg. But I was no expert. I wrapped for ages and still couldn't stop the bleeding. The moment I loosened my grip, the blood came pouring out again. Forget it. I gritted my teeth and told. Brother hoisted the man onto his back while I followed behind, keeping both hands pressed hard against the cloth, constantly adjusting the pressure to hold back the blood. It was exhausting, no doubt about it, but it worked. By the end of the trip, only a few scattered drops had fallen. We walked for another hour or so. Back at Stone Village, I spotted my sister-in-law from a distance, standing at the village entrance, watching for us. The moment she saw us return, the tension in her face melted away. I already asked Uncle Zhou to come to the house. Just head straight back. Got it. Sudahai nodded and turned to the others. Thanks to all of you today. I won't waste words on formalities. If you ever need anything, just come to me. Dahai, now you're being a stranger. Yeah, you've helped us out plenty of times yourself. Healing folks isn't our strong suit, so we won't get in the way. Go on, get him inside. Jiang Yunner's eyes were red-rimmed as she bowed again and again in thanks. The men waved it off, called out their goodbyes, and went their separate ways. The rain was still falling, but people's hearts were far warmer than this rainy night. Back in the courtyard, candlelight flickered in the inner room, where an old man with graying hair and a kind face was already waiting. This had to be the Uncle Joe my sister-in-law mentioned. I didn't know much about Uncle Joe, only that he wasn't a proper physician. As a boy, he'd assisted an old country doctor and picked up a few skills over the years. The village was remote and poorly off, unable to keep a real doctor around. So whenever anyone fell ill or got hurt, they came to Uncle Joe. Common bruises, sprains, colds, he could handle them all. As for serious illnesses, well, there was no money to treat those anyway, so the question never came up. Once the man was carried inside, Brother and I weren't needed anymore. Uncle Joe took out an assortment of bottles and jars from his small wooden box, poured out some powder, mixed it with practiced ease, then wrapped a white cloth around the wound a couple of times, all with the smooth confidence of long experience. The man's wound looked terrifying, but it wasn't so tricky to treat. Then again, maybe I just didn't know any better. By the time I'd changed into dry clothes and come back into the room, Uncle Joe had already finished and was packing up. Elder, is my father going to? Don't worry. He'll wake up before long. He's got a strong constitution. Looks bad, but the bones inside aren't broken. He just lost too much blood, so he's weak. I'll head back and brew some medicine. Come pick it up later. Thank you, Elder. Jiang Yuner sniffled, bowing over and over. Uncle Joe waved it off. It's the second Sioux boy you should thank. If he hadn't kept pressure on that wound the whole way and controlled the bleeding, the man wouldn't have made it. He turned to look at me. Have you studied medicine? I shook my head hard, like a rattle drum. Never studied it. I just saw someone do it this way before. Oh, I see. Uncle Joe nodded and didn't press further, but there was a new trace of curiosity and surprise in the way he looked at me. His question wasn't just idle chatter. When an ordinary farmhand sees heavy bleeding, he either panics and freezes or recklessly. A messy wrap job. He'd even tied the whole leg off completely. Sure, the bleeding stopped, but it wouldn't hold for long. One slip, and the entire leg could go necrotic. He'd seen plenty of cases like that. He never expected that Stone Village's infamous good-for-nothing would actually know this kind of thing. Even if it was just crude imitation, it was still impressive. This kid, he really is different from before, Uncle Joe muttered under his breath. He'd heard about me bagging that roe deer and pheasant, but he'd only half believed it. Now, seeing this for himself, he realized this guy really wasn't the same worthless punk from his memory. Brother Sioux, thank you all. My father and I will never forget your kindness, not for as long as we live. Jiang Yuner wiped away her tears, bowing over and over until Su Dahai quickly stopped her. Neighbors helping neighbors was just how things were done. All this formality only made things feel distant. With the rescue over and done with, it was time to eat. My sister-in-law, Lin Xuanxia, carried out a steaming pot of chicken soup from the back room, and my appetite roared to life. I was starving. I hadn't packed any food when I went hunting pheasants, so all day I'd only had a few sips of porridge that morning. Then I'd run for over 2 hours through the rain to make it back for the meal, completely drained. Forget this little pot of stewed chicken. If they'd set a whole roasted elephant in front of me, I could have cleaned it out. Jiang girl, your father and I go way back. Treat this place like your own home. No need to be polite. Su Dahai set the bowl and chopsticks down in front of Jiang Yuner. Go on, try some. My little brother here just brought this back from the mountains today, fresh as can be. Worried she might have missed the important part, he even walked over and gave my shoulder a firm, deliberate slap. Big brother was being way too obvious with the bragging. Then again, maybe it wasn't all bragging. Jiang Yuner had already calmed down by then, though the corners of her eyes were still red. At his words, she looked up and glanced at me, just one glance. When she noticed I was looking back, her cheeks flushed instantly, and she quickly turned away, like a thief caught in the act. I chuckled to myself. That blush didn't mean anything. Girls these days were just shy. That's all. She was thin-skinned, so she only dared to sneak one peek. I was thick-skinned, and since I'd already been looking anyway, I figured I might as well keep looking a while longer. It was strange, really. Everyone else in the village had skin that was either dark and weathered or a sickly yellow, all of it rough. But this Jiang Yuner, her skin was fair as jade, delicate and smooth. Anyone who didn't know better would have taken her for a wealthy young lady from the county town. Paired with that face, not exactly stunning, but clean and pretty, she really was easy on the eyes. I kept staring. She sat there for a good while without touching her chopsticks, and I couldn't tell whether she'd noticed my gaze or just thought the pheasant was too precious to eat. Little brother. Sudahai suddenly called out softly. I looked over to see his right eye winking nonstop. What's wrong, big brother? Are you not feeling well? I blinked, then stood up to go check on him. But as I just kept. Translation. He stopped blinking and just kept jerking his lips toward Jiang Yuner. Me. I'm not stupid. It clicked in an instant, and the corner of my eye twitched. Now that's a real big brother for you. A pot of stewed chicken sitting right in front of him, and he's still worried about my love life. I was touched, but I'm not that kind of easy man. How could a lifelong commitment be rushed? How could I let my heart stir just because someone happened to have a pretty face? Absolutely not. But then again, I am a member of this household, after all. It's only proper that I show a little hospitality. Ahem. Well, Miss Jiang, don't be shy. If word got out, people would think we don't treat our guests right. Go on, try some. This wild pheasant is real tender. It'll lose its flavor once it goes cold. Jiang Yuner visibly startled and looked up at me. Her face was still faintly flushed, and paired with those tear-filled eyes, she looked incredibly delicate. I don't know what she was thinking, but after a moment she looked away, gave a small nod, and picked up a little piece of chicken, chewing it slowly. I nodded, satisfied. Those words really did the trick. I said nothing more, picked up a piece of meat for myself, and grabbed a drumstick for little Su Xiaoyuan beside me. Thank you, uncle. Thanks to that bandaging candy I'd used to win her over earlier, Su Xiaoyuan, though still not exactly close to me, wasn't so wary anymore. She kept her head down, staring at the drumstick in her bowl as she spoke. I smiled but said nothing. The table was a little quiet, but mostly warm and harmonious. Only Su Dahai and Lin Xuanxiao were the exception. The couple had quietly leaned in together, exchanging shocked and puzzled glances. Dahai, has your little brother studied? Been to school? No. He learned a few characters when he was young, but he never set foot in a schoolhouse. Then how was he talking so refined just now? Just like those scholars in the county town? I thought so too. Su Dahai scratched his head. If they hadn't grown up depending on each other since childhood, he might have suspected his little brother had been sneaking off to school behind his back. Never would he have guessed his little brother had a hidden talent like this. After the meal, Su Dahai carried out a bowl of stewed chicken and millet porridge. When he came back, the bowl had been replaced with 2 big bowls of dark, murky medicinal broth. Let it soak in the hot water for now. He can drink it once old Jiang wakes up. Old Zhou will come by again tomorrow. If there's nothing serious, 10 days or half a month of rest should have him back on his feet. Thank you, Brother Su. Don't mention it. It's the least we can do. Su Dahai waved his hand, then added, Oh, right. We don't have any spare rooms, so tonight you'll have to squeeze in with my wife. Don't worry about old Jiang. We'll keep an eye on him. Jiang Yuner didn't want to agree at first. She'd already troubled them so much, and now someone had to stay up through the night on top of it. She truly felt bad about it. But there really wasn't enough room. The main hall got cold at night, so her father had to be moved into the warm inner room, and there were only 2 rooms to sleep in altogether. There was no other choice. I gave up my bed to Uncle Jiang, so my brother and I made pallets on the floor beside it. Up against the heated brick bed, it wasn't too cold, bearable enough to sleep. After walking all day, my legs were like jelly. The moment my head hit the pillow, I was out cold. When I opened my eyes again, it was already morning. The room was empty. My brother was up early, and even Uncle Jiang was gone. From the sound of it, he was probably in the main hall. I didn't rush to get up. I pulled the blanket tight and, as usual, checked today's intel first. Intel grade. White. 1, did you know? There's a grass carp in the river by the village, and it will only linger here for a very short time. 2, did you know? A landslide triggered by the heavy rain left a black bear homeless, and right now it's roaming the edge of the dark cloud mountains. Remaining intel count. 3. White again. My interest instantly fizzled. A black bear was no small thing, but it was in the dark cloud mountains. That had nothing to do with me. I wasn't going out there. At least not anytime soon. First, I'd need a bow and enough hunting skill to keep myself alive, plus some solid intel. Only then could I even think about it. I skipped the second one entirely and turned my attention back to the first. Same fish, but the wording had changed. A grass carp has arrived had become, there's a grass carp, and will stay for a while had turned into will linger for a very short time. My eyes lit up. Small as the change was, it told me something. The intel updated over time. In other words, as long as I didn't activate it, this piece of intel worked like a surveillance camera, keeping tabs on that carp in real time. A nice discovery. I just didn't know how long it would keep updating if I never activated it. Was there a fixed number of days or uses? Or would it run until that fish left these waters? I'd originally planned to find time to catch that grass carp, but now it seemed unnecessary. Better to leave it be and figure out how long intel stuck around. Yeah, purely for research purposes. It definitely had nothing to do with not wanting to relive that humiliating experience. I crawled out from under the covers, shivered, threw on my clothes, and stepped outside. It must have rained overnight, because it was even colder today. Every breath came out as a big cloud of white mist. The yard was empty. I splashed some water on my face and went into the main hall. Uncle Jiang, the man I'd saved yesterday, was sitting propped against a long bench, his injured legs stretched straight out with bumps on either side. Looked like it had been splinted with wooden boards. "You're the Su family's second son?" "Uncle Jiang." I nodded, stating who I was and greeting him at the same time. "The doctor told me. I owe you for yesterday. Otherwise, I don't think I'd have made it. I'm a rough sort, no good with pretty words. If you ever need anything, just come find me in Big Willow Village." "You're being too formal, Uncle Jiang. We're all neighbors here. Helping out is the right thing to do." I wasn't really good at handling situations like this, but luckily I still remembered what my brother had said the day before. Just follow the formula. Fast and reliable. Big brother left early this morning. Said Jiang Yuner insisted on going door to door to thank all the neighbors who'd helped out last night. I didn't just sit around either. Grabbed a bite to eat, slung my bamboo basket over my back, and headed out. Today's intel wasn't much use, but there were still 3 wild pheasants up on Old Wilderness Mountain. They'd probably be harder to find now. But hey, I had time to kill, so why not try my luck? Bagged just one, and that's a whole pot of chicken soup. Of course, it wasn't all about my stomach. What I really wanted were the pheasant's tail feathers, perfect material for fletching arrows. Since I couldn't buy a bow, I'd already been planning to make one myself. I didn't know the first thing about crafting a bow, or whether there was some trick to it, but that didn't matter. Uncle Lee in the village knew. Uncle Lee was the most seasoned hunter around, a real expert. Half the bows in the village had come from his hands. The day I got back from town, I'd asked Big Brother all about it. All I had to do was gather the materials, show up with a few pounds of millet, and he'd handle the rest. The tail feathers I picked yesterday are barely enough for 10 arrows. Not nearly enough. Best I catch all 3 pheasants today. 20 or so arrows, used sparingly. That's the bare minimum. Most hunters didn't carry many arrows when they went up the mountain. But not me. I had a serious case of firepower anxiety. 20 arrows minimum. One short, and I'd start to sweat. A worker who wants to do a good job must first sharpen his tools. That saying held true everywhere, in the mountains or out. I hoisted my basket, tucked my hatchet into my belt, and walked out of the yard without looking back. Behind me, Uncle John's puzzled voice drifted over. "Girl Lin, your second brother, he's headed up the mountain?" I knew exactly what he was thinking. I was well aware of what the folks in Stone Village said about me. Couldn't tell wheat from beans, too lazy to lift a finger, a good-for-nothing layabout. That reputation had even spread all the way to Big Willow Village next door. But I couldn't be bothered to argue. My sister-in-law's voice chased after me on the wind, standing up for me for once. "You don't know, Uncle Jiang? Those 2 wild pheasants we ate, my little brother-in-law brought those home. Just a couple days ago, he dragged back a roe deer too. Half the village came around asking about it. Wild pheasants. A roe deer." The corner of my mouth curled up. How many people could actually bring back live game from the mountains these days? The nearby peaks had long been hunted clean. You could barely spot a bird anymore. Most of the old hunters came back empty-handed, and the bolder ones were even thinking about risking their lives up in Black Cloud Mountain. And me? I just happened to have the knack for it. At the foot of Old Wilderness Mountain, a cold wind blew down my collar. I sneezed, pulled my cotton coat tighter, and kept walking. The boulder that had pinned Uncle Jiang yesterday still lay across the middle of the path, the bloodstains all but washed away by a night of rain. I didn't dare pass beneath it, took the slope around instead, heading straight for the north side. First, I headed to the spot where I'd last seen the pheasant yesterday. Empty. I searched in the direction I remembered it flying off. If I found it, great. If not, no big deal. But this trip wasn't just about catching a bird. A bow and arrow takes 5 materials. For the arrowhead, I could get Uncle Lee to forge one. I'd just pay him a few coppers. For fletching, pheasant tail feathers work best. For the shaft, any straight-grain branch would do. The real challenge was the bow itself. A good bow needs elm, mulberry, or cudrania wood, and it has to be a single piece, as thick as your arm and a meter or two long. The problem was, you couldn't just cut down trees. Doing so was against the law. When villagers said they were gathering firewood, what they really meant was picking it up off the ground. Finding a good piece of bough came down to pure luck. The woods were unusually quiet, nothing but the sharp snap of dead branches under my feet. I pulled out my water skin and was about to take a swig when something caught the corner of my eye. A bush not far off, rustling. Something was there. My heart jumped. I stuffed the water skin back at my waist and crept toward it. There was hardly any living thing left on Old Barren Mountain, so that movement was almost certainly one of the 3 pheasants that had gotten away yesterday. I held my breath and inched forward, terrified of spooking it. After about 20 breaths, I reached the side of the bush. First, a cluster of brilliant feathers came into view, long and gorgeous, swaying steadily in the sunlight. It was the pheasant, all right. I fought down my excitement and slowed my steps even more. Behind the tail feathers, scale after scale slowly emerged, glinting with a faint golden sheen. My pupils shrank. That pheasant was nothing but tail feathers now. Its entire body was being swallowed whole by a great snake, yellow and black, thick as my arm. My heartbeat spiked. Not from fear. It was just a snake. What was there to be afraid of? It was excitement. I'd thought stumbling onto a single pheasant was lucky. I never expected an expert hunter thrown in two. Talk about killing 2 birds with 1 stone. I recognized that snake. Yellow and black scales with a metallic, plated luster. An oval head, 2 black stripes trailing back from behind its nostrils. A king rat snake. Common in these mountains, non-venomous, fond of rodents, most active in late autumn. It needed to fill its belly before winter set in. Too bad it had picked the wrong place to fill it today. The pheasant's tail feathers were nearly gone down the snake's throat now, and its neck was bulged out huge, the most defenseless moment possible. With the prey stuck in its gullet, it could neither advance nor retreat. I grabbed the wooden stick in my hand, steeled myself, and brought it down. A few dull thuds, and the snake soon went limp on the ground, only its tail still twitching mindlessly. A snake's life is tough, but with its head smashed to pulp, it wasn't surviving this. Once I was sure it couldn't close its jaws again, I carefully grabbed the tail feathers and pulled the pheasant out. Its body was still warm, but the breath was gone from it. Just to be safe, I gripped its neck and gave a hard twist, then tossed it into my basket. I looked back at the snake, its head all ready. I'd knocked it crooked, its upper and lower jaws split off to opposite sides, one left, one right. Pathetic sight. I finished it with a single stroke, ignored the head as it rolled away, and stuffed the 3-foot-long body into my basket too. The bamboo basket, light before, suddenly weighed a ton. It was still early, so I poked around nearby, hoping to find more pheasant tail feathers and some good wood for a bow. But I circled half the mountain and never found hide nor hair of the other 2 pheasants, and the bough would never turned up either. Days are short in late autumn. If I didn't head down soon, I'd be walking home in the dark. I got back to the village right at dinner time. Smoke curled up from every chimney, but there wasn't a whiff of anything good cooking. These days, if you could fill your belly with millet porridge, you counted as well off. Even wild greens had become a luxury. Under a tree by the road, Uncle Jin sat cradling a chipped bowl, sipping porridge. The stuff was thin as dishwater. You'd be hard-pressed to spot more than a few grains of millet in it. Well, if it isn't the Sioux family's second boy. Uncle Jin, I nodded back. Back home, my older brother, Su Dahai, was in the yard sharpening a hatchet. The moment he saw me walk in, his face split into a grin. Little brother, you're back. Yeah. I set down the basket. Big brother, did Uncle Jiang head home? One glance through the main room told me it was empty. Uncle Joe said he'll be fine. I carried him back to Big Willow Village this afternoon. My brother's hands never stopped, the hatchet sliding back and forth across the stone, but his eyes slid over to me, and he grinned like he knew something. You boy, awfully attentive, aren't you? I cleared my throat and put on a straight face. We're all neighbors here. Stop, stop, stop. He leaned in close, dropping his voice low, like he was afraid someone might overhear. Be honest with your big brother. You've got your eye on that Jiang girl, haven't you? If you do, I'll go put in a word for you. She's a good one. A little skinny, sure, but she's got curves where it counts, wide hips too. She'll bear you plenty of kids. The water I just sipped nearly came shooting back out of my mouth. I knew my brother was a simple, honest man, but this was a bit too simple. I wiped my mouth, coughed hard a few times, and set my face perfectly straight. Big brother, you know me. I'm not that kind of guy. What kind? He looked genuinely baffled. My mouth twitched. I couldn't be bothered to explain, so I just handed him the basket. At first he didn't get it. He just stared at the few straight branches sticking out, figuring I wanted to ask him something. Then his gaze slipped past the branches and landed on the wild pheasant tucked underneath. His eyes lit up instantly. You bagged another pheasant? He tossed the hatchet aside and reached in to dig it out. And that's when he spotted the headless snake body, coiled up in two loops. A snake too. His eyes went even wider. One hand grabbed the bird while the other hoisted the snake up by the stump of its neck. The thing was over 3 feet long and a good 3 or 4 pounds, heavy in his grip. He hefted it a couple of times, delight shooting straight up to his brows. Little brother, did you get all this up on Old Wild Mountain? Yeah, I was heading up the mountain when. Caught this snake swallowing a pheasant. Figured I'd take both. Nice, nice. Big brother roared with laughter. This was already the 4th time I'd come back from the mountains with something. Once or twice, people might have just chalked it up to dumb luck. But 4 times running? Even the most stubborn skeptic would have to shut up now. From here on out, who in this village would dare call me Su Ming, a good-for-nothing deadbeat? If you're so tough, go bring something down from that mountain yourself. Big brother was grinning ear to ear, fondling the pheasant and the snake like he couldn't get enough of them. The commotion in the yard drew attention from inside the house. Sister-in-law and little Yuan both came to the doorway. Oh, little brother caught something again. Of course he did. Look whose brother he is. Big brother puffed out his chest. Sister-in-law shot him a look. All right, all right. Anyone who didn't know better would think you caught it. Still, she couldn't hide her delight. That's got to be 3 or 4 pounds, right? A little over 4. Big brother weighed it in his hand. Sister-in-law wasn't afraid of snakes. She stepped right up in a couple of quick strides to inspect it too. Only little Yuan hung back timidly, sprawled against the doorframe with just half her head poking out, peeking with big eyes full of both curiosity and fear. I insisted on keeping the wild pheasant. No matter how much big brother and sister-in-law tried to talk me out of it, I wouldn't budge. The family needed the nourishment, and that little bit of meat from before wasn't nearly enough. There was no real reason to keep the snake, though. Snake soup was supposedly nutritious, but it just wasn't my thing. Trading it for cash sounded better. That night we didn't stew the chicken. Instead, sister-in-law cut up a piece of the roe deer meat we'd saved, cooked it, minced it, and mixed it into the porridge, along with a couple of wild greens. The flavor was passable, just barely. Sis, let's make some plain white porridge tomorrow. I set down my bowl and let out a burp. Drinking this watery gruel day after day, my throat was practically getting polished smooth. Sister-in-law nodded in agreement. The next day, I finally got my first bowl of plain white porridge in this world. No seasonings, nothing fancy, just ordinary white rice porridge, maybe with a faint, fresh whiff of rice. But one mouthful, and my eyes lit up. This was the flavor. I blew on the steam and sipped it in small mouthfuls while reading today's intel. Intel grade. White, white, white. 1, did you know? There's a grass carp in the middle stretch of the river by the village. It'll only linger here for a very short time. 2, did you know? A landslide triggered by heavy rain left a black bear homeless. It's now wandering the edges of the Black Cloud Mountains. 3, did you know? A hen was stolen from old Zhao's family in the village, and he's out searching everywhere for the culprit. Remaining intel count, 3. All white again. I rolled my eyes. The odds of getting the most useless white grade intel were way too high. Still, it wasn't entirely worthless. Old Zhao's chicken was stolen. I narrowed my eyes. So the intel didn't just report on wildlife and plants out in the wild. It even covered the villagers. It can report on that too. Good news. The wider my intel network, the more room I'll have to maneuver down the road. It's just not complete. It never reveals who did the stealing, though I already have a vague answer in my mind. Wait, I stopped cold. The number of stored intel today hadn't changed. Same as yesterday, still 3 entries. Didn't it grow by 1 every single day? These past few days it had been climbing steadily. Could it be? There's a cap on stored intel, and once it hits 3, it stops growing? Only one way to find out. Test it. The weather had turned a few degrees colder, the chill worming its way straight down my collar. They called it late autumn, but to me it already felt like winter had set in, just that the first snow was taking its sweet time. Knife in hand, basket on my back, I headed up to Old Barren Mountain like always. 2 pheasants still owed me, and I hadn't found any wood for a bow stave either. I searched the whole day, but there wasn't a trace of those 2 pheasants, and no bow wood to be found. A wasted trip. A little disappointed, but not surprised. Wild game isn't that easy to come by. The fact that I'd hauled something back several days in a row was already ridiculous. If I actually brought something home every day, that would be the real problem. I'd probably have a string of eyes tailing me the moment I left the village. After all, those seasoned hunters in the village came back empty-handed more often than not. Uneventful days are just how life goes. My big brother had taken that snake to the county town to sell. Making a special trip for 3 or 4 pounds of meat wasn't really worth it. Better to sell it to folks in the village, but everyone was scraping by, and anyone craving a little meat had already bought some when the roe deer meat was for sale, so there was no demand left now. Snake meat went for about 20 coppers a pound, roughly the same as roe deer. Maybe because it was whole and looked good, that one snake fetched 120 coppers total. Not a bad price. I didn't take the money. My brother tried to force it on me, but I wouldn't take it. I didn't have much to spend on day to day, and I still had a few taels of silver on me, so I let him keep it. Another day, eyes open. This time I could pretty much confirm it. Stored intel maxes out at 3 entries. Any more, and it stops growing. A bit disappointing. I'd been hoping to stockpile more before using any, but stockpiling was clearly off the table. And it wasn't just the stored intel. The daily refresh followed the same rule. Once the total held exceeded 3, the refresh stopped. Luckily, there was a workaround for this limit. The moment I used up that intel about the Zhao family yesterday, the freed-up slot was immediately filled by today's fresh intel. Intel grade. White, white, white. 1, did you know? Downstream of the river by the village, there's a grass carp that's getting ready to leave this place and head for wider waters. 2, did you know? A black bear that's lost its home is fighting another black bear for territory at the edge of the Black Cloud Mountain Range. 3, did you know? Hunter Lee from the village just bagged a wild pheasant on Old Barren Mountain. Remaining intel count, 3. Again, it's white. No real help, just a scrap of some trivial, meaningless intel. Well, not exactly meaningless. It still stings a little. After all, that's 1 less wild pheasant. The intel doesn't keep anyway. Use it once and it's gone, so I figured I might as well use it every single day. But lately, my luck's been sucked dry by something. Everything I pull up is white junk. Either it's some mess breaking out on Black Cloud Mountain, a million miles away, or it's petty household squabbles in the village. Can't cash in, can't dodge danger. Say it's completely useless. Well, not entirely. Take He, the most honest guy in the village. Turns out he's been messing around with Widow Wang behind everyone's back. Who'd have guessed? And then there's Zhang the eldest. Looks all bold and free-spirited, but he's been secretly pining after old Wang's daughter Tsohua for years, never daring to say a word. Secrets like these, besides the people involved, I'm probably the only one in the whole village who knows. Even heroes fall for a pretty face. At the edge of the village, I watched Zhang the eldest pass by, chuckling to myself. I didn't say it out loud, but that meaningful glance still made him shudder. He whipped his head around, suspicious. Only after he saw me walking along on my own, calm as anything, did he scratch his forehead. Weird, he muttered, then fixed his eyes back on that big tree up ahead, secretly making a bet with himself. If it takes an odd number of steps to walk there, then Tsuehua likes me. If it's even, then she doesn't like anybody. I couldn't be bothered with him. I strode back to the courtyard. Another day come back empty-handed. I'd gotten used to it these past few days, just treated it as exercise. And honestly, it actually works. Back when I first climbed the old wildlands, one round trip left my legs like jelly. I had to lean on things just to walk. Now, leaving early and coming back late still isn't easy, but at least I'm not so worn out I'm gasping for air. Definite progress. I'd barely set down the bamboo basket when Su Xieyuan came scampering over. Even though I'd come up empty these past few days, I'd gotten a lot friendlier with this kid. Not exactly close, but that awkward distance between us had faded a good deal. Second uncle, can we have steamed buns again tonight? She looked up at me with those big eyes, full of hope. We do have white flour at home. Yesterday, I suddenly had a craving for buns, so my sister-in-law took out some flour and made a few. This stuff is way more precious than millet, and the little girl got hooked from the very first bite. She was still wanting more this morning. Now she was coming to ask me, probably hit a wall with her mom, and came looking for me to pull rank. After all, I'm the only one in this house who gets spoiled. I found it funny. Looking at her eager little face, I really couldn't bring myself to say no. Smiling, I ruffled her hair. Go tell your mom's second uncle wants some too today, so make a few more. Okay. Her face. His face was full of joy, but he didn't jump or cheer. He just nodded hard and darted back into the inner room. Steamed buns are a wonderful thing. I never used to like them, found them too bland. But in times like these, after days of nothing but millet porridge and wild greens, I finally understood their appeal. Soft, fine-textured, faintly sweet. One bite feels like it can wash away a whole day's exhaustion. If they have a flaw, it's that white flour is too expensive, 4 times the price of millet. Ordinary folks can't afford it, and even wealthy landlords only get to enjoy it now and then. As usual, there was meat that night, though not much. Sister-in-law cut a bit less than half a pound from the leftover roe deer meat and stewed it into a soup, adding fine rice and wild greens to cook up a pot of white porridge. Each of us got just one steamed bun, about the size of a fist, not enough to fill you up. The porridge was still the main course. Even this was quite extravagant. My elder brother and sister-in-law both said that if anyone in the village caught wind of it, fine rice and white flour, they'd surely be cursed as spendthrifts. Even the landlords wouldn't squander like this. Well-fed and content, I slept straight through till morning. It had turned cold again. Not just ordinary cold. I poked half my head out from under the covers and looked out the window. The courtyard walls and the old tree were all buried under white snow, and snowflakes still drifted lazily down from the sky. No need to breathe out on purpose anymore. An ordinary breath sent up a cloud of white mist around my mouth. The first snow of the year had finally fallen. Just as that piece of intel had said, it came earlier than any year before. I shivered and obediently shrank back under the covers. Whether or not I'd go out could wait. I'd laze around a bit first. Wrapping the blanket tight and tucking in the edges, I checked my intel as usual. Intel grade, gray-green. 1, did you know? A black bear that lost its home was forced to leave Black Cloud Mountain and is now wandering the outer western edge of Old Wildland Mountain. 2, did you know? An injured wild pheasant froze to death at the eastern foot of Old Wildland Mountain. Remaining intel count, 3. The intel about the grass carp was gone. According to the last hint, that grass carp should have already swum out of this stretch of river, most likely the reason it disappeared. So the criteria for judgment is range? No, that's not right. The black bear also left Black Cloud Mountain, yet that piece of intel is still here. Maybe different pieces of intel are judged differently. Some intel has no concept of range at all. I scratch my head. This is going to be a problem. The pattern's hard to pin down. My movements suddenly froze. Wait, the black bear left Black Cloud Mountain and made its way near Old Wildland Mountain. I stared wide-eyed at that line of text, feeling like the sky was about to fall. If a black bear really came to Old Wildland Mountain, that would be deadly. Most of my intel now is tied to that place. If a black bear really took over the mountain, would I still be able to go there or not? And it's not just me. Old Wildland Mountain sits on a key route. Reaching several places means passing through. From now on, wouldn't every villager who steps outside have to go draw a life or death lottery from that black bear? The thought made my scalp prickle. Thankfully, it hadn't actually come up the mountain yet, just prowling around the edges. I could only pray it wouldn't take a liking to that particular ridge. Still, It's kind of interesting that the intel's grade shifts depending on what it says. Mulling it over, I looked at the second entry. Hadn't seen a green intel in days. Same pheasant as before. I'd spent days searching for it with no luck, and now here it was, popping back up in the intel. An easy grab, handed right to me. Wear out your boots hunting for something, only to have it fall into your lap. Looked like I'd have to head out again today. While I was thinking it over, I went ahead and burned through one of my remaining intel slots. Same routine these past few days. Since I couldn't stockpile too many anyway, I used one each morning to avoid waste, watch for changes during the day, then read off the useless ones at night to clear space for the next day's refresh. It had become a habit by now. Remaining intel dropped by one, and a new one surfaced. Intel grade, white. 3, did you know? Zhao Kuang's family has run out of grain, and he's fretting over it right now. Zhao Kuang. I frowned. A figure surfaced in my mind. I'd run into him back when I went up the mountain to gather dendrobium. Didn't expect him to show up here. I gave it a quick glance and paid it no more mind. I lazed around a while longer before finally dragging myself out from under the covers. Big brother was gone as usual, no idea what he was busy with. Only my sister-in-law was in the main room, sewing clothes, with Su Xiaoyuan spacing out beside her with those wide, longing eyes. Little brother, it's snowing today, so just rest at home. It's not safe up on the mountain. It's fine, I'll just wander around at the foot of the hill. I answered, downing the hot porridge she'd prepared earlier. Warmth spread through me. I stretched out my muscles, filled my water skin with some hot water, then headed out with my bamboo basket and hatchet. The snow wasn't heavy, but it fell dense and even, looked like it had been coming down all night. The whole village lay buried under a palm's thickness of snow, wrapped in silver white. Hardly a soul stirred. It was dead quiet. I pulled my coat tighter. Just as I reached the village entrance, a figure came stumbling out from the side, hair wild and disheveled, wearing nothing but 2 thin hemp garments in this blizzard, both torn in several places. Utterly wretched. Had the refugees from Changyuan County fled all the way to the village? Startled, I took half a step back, one hand instinctively reaching for the hatchet at my waist. Just then, a familiar voice came through. Ming-Ji, it's me. Li Ergu. My eyes went wide. I sized him up and down for a good while before letting my guard down and quietly sliding the half-drawn hatchet back into place. Can't blame me for reacting like that. This Li Ergu in front of me was almost impossible to recognize, dressed like a beggar, his face black and blue in patches, swollen out of shape. I pointed at the bruises on his face. He spat off to the side. Don't even get me started. That old bastard Zhao is a cheapskate through and through. I just borrowed one lousy chicken from him, and he beat me up like this, even took all my valuables. I'd suspected as much, but I never imagined he could say it with such righteous indignation. Stealing, but calling it borrowing, and then complaining the other guy's stingy. Honestly, the Zhaos were being merciful, probably out of some neighborly goodwill. These days, if you dare steal a man's laying hen, getting your ass beat is the least of it. Him coming at you with a knife wouldn't be out of the question. All right, whatever you wanted from me, out with it. I couldn't be bothered wasting time on his sordid mess, so I spoke coldly. Li Ergu immediately dropped the complaints and put on a fawning smile as he sidled up to me. So, Brother Ming, about that thing you mentioned before, getting some silver. I said I'd do it, and I did. Got it. Really? He instantly lit up. Nobody knew how rough these past days had been for him. Barely enough to eat, and the one time he finally managed to steal a chicken for a good meal, he got caught red-handed. They hauled off the rest of the pot, and the only decent thing his family owned, a padded cotton coat, went to pay the debt. These last couple days had been cold and hungry, and today it snowed. Waiting for me here at the edge of the village, he'd nearly frozen to death. As for why he was waiting at the village edge, he simply didn't dare go near the Su household. My eldest brother, Su Dahai, was there. Miserable as it was, at least it was finally paying off. Brother Ming, I can feel it. Our luck's still with us. How about we head to the county town right now? No. I cut him off, expressionless. Huh. He froze. This time it was his turn to widen his eyes. Brother Ming, we had a deal. A deal about what? I only said I'd get the silver. I never said I'd go with you to the county town. Besides, that silver's long since spent. SP spent. He staggered, clearly unable to accept it. I couldn't be bothered with him, and started walking out of the village. Br, Brother Ming, wait. Just hear me out. I swear I can win it all back for you. Trust me. With just one tail? No, half a tail of silver, we can win back that land deed you lost. You're really okay with just letting it go? Heh, here we go again. I shot him a glance. The silver's gone. Unless you want to chip in some. Where the hell would I get silver? Well, there you have it. I didn't slow my pace. Before long, I was out of the village. Behind me, all that was left was Lee Ergus standing there in his thin clothes, stunned. It took him a good while to snap out of it. Stupid as he was, even he understood by now that I'd been playing him. He clenched his jaw, his face flushing red. That last shred of hope, mercilessly crushed. He wanted nothing more than to charge over and beat me senseless. But he only dared to think about it. My build might not match the big brutes in the village, but I was still stronger than someone who'd eaten 2 meals in 3 days. If it really came down to it, he wasn't a match for me in a fight. Not to mention, I had my brother Su Dahai, a guy whose brain was basically all muscle. Su Ming. And you too. Zhao, you old ghost, he screamed at my back. The tables always turn. You just wait. Once I'm back on top, all you ungrateful bastards are going to be on your knees begging me. A gust of cold wind swept past. He shivered violently and had no choice but to turn and stalk off, seething. The snow kept falling, showing no sign of letting up. Good thing my cotton coat was well made, stuffed with plenty of padding. It could still hold up against the cold. I made my way to the foot of Old Wildlands Mountain. Looking up, the forest was a blanket of white, like a giant snowdrift planted right there. I scanned my surroundings, but didn't rush up the mountain. First, I pulled up the intel. An image flooded into my mind. In a pile of scattered rocks at the mountain's base, a wild pheasant lay with its neck twisted, almost completely buried in snow, with just a few feathers poking out. I matched it against my surroundings. Without even looking closely, I headed straight to one side. I knew Old Wildlands Mountain like the back of my hand. After roaming around for so many days, I could pretty much walk it with my eyes closed. Well, that's an exaggeration, but I could definitely figure out the general direction from just a small patch of terrain. In less than 15 minutes, I reached the marked spot. I ducked into the rock pile beside the cliff face, took a quick look around, and soon spotted those few conspicuous feathers against the white. I pulled out the wild pheasant and shook off the snow. I don't know if the food on Old Wildlands Mountain was just that bad, but this bird was unbelievably scrawny. Even with the feathers plucked, it was barely bigger than my palm. Whatever. Even a mosquito's still meat. A little meat was still good for a few bites. Besides, it was those tail feathers I was really after. Once I got myself a bow, I'd be a real hunter. By then, the world would be my oyster, and with the intel to back me up, all the surrounding mountains would be my hunting grounds. Well, except for the ones with black bears and tigers. I knew my limits. Unless someone handed me a firearm, I wanted nothing to do with creatures like that. The farther I could stay away, the better. Your life comes first. I just wonder if that black bear will actually come to Old Wildlands Mountain. I glanced at the intel, worried. It hadn't updated yet, which meant it at least hadn't shown up, so I was safe for now. But there was no telling about later. If it really came and claimed the mountain as its own, the whole village would be in danger every time anyone stepped out. With the pheasant in hand, I lost all interest in wandering around in the heavy snow and headed straight back to the village. The moment I stepped into the courtyard, an unfamiliar voice drifted out from the main room. Dahai, opportunities like this don't come twice. Think about it. With your second son's reputation, who in the village would dare marry him? You don't want him to stay a bachelor his whole life, do you? Me? Talking trash behind my back was one thing, but coming to my door to do it? The nerve of this guy? Although, judging by the reputation this body of mine used to have, that jab actually hit pretty close to home. Shaking the snow off my shoulders, I walked into the house with a scowl. Beside the flickering firelight, Su Dahai and Lin Chuanxia sat, with their brows knotted tight. Across from them were an old woman and a younger girl. It was the old woman who'd been talking. When she saw me come in, she didn't so much as tone it down, didn't even bother to glance my way. Her eyes stayed glued to Su Dahai. You think it over good, Dahai. 10 taels of silver is no small sum, but it buys peace of mind for the rest of your days. It's worth it. What 10 taels of silver? My brow furrowed. Bad-mouthing me was one thing. But now she was asking for money too? And right off the bat, 10 tails. Little brother. Seeing my reaction, Su Dahai hurried over and quietly explained the situation. 10 taels of silver is the bride price. That explanation was all it took. I felt every wrinkle in my brain smooth flat, and I actually laughed out loud. When a person is truly at a loss for words, they really do laugh. Never in a million years did I think this kind of cliché nonsense would land on my own head. The old woman had come for one thing and one thing only, to play matchmaker. Put simply, old man Huang in the village had fallen ill, bedridden, out of grain, unable to get by. So he decided to marry off his daughter to weather the crisis. And I was the one they'd picked. Not because I'm handsome, of course, though I do have a bit of that going for me. What they really had their eyes on was my reputation. The worse the reputation, the higher the bride price they could demand. As for why they didn't pick Liurgu, because he was too poor. Both of us were good-for-nothings, sure, but the whole village knew Liurgu was dirt poor, never sure where his next meal was coming from. How was he supposed to cough up any silver? I was different. By now everyone in Stone Village knew I'd struck it lucky. Roe deer here, wild pheasant there, the smell of meat drifting from my house day in and day out. On top of that, there was the matter of selling my fields. Plenty of folks figured I still hadn't burned through all that silver. Even if I couldn't scrape together the full 10 taels, I could pay more than anyone else in the village up front and just owe the rest. They'd done the math, all right, and they were downright certain Su Dahai wouldn't refuse. And as it turned out, they were right. My big brother had a faint inkling that I was sweet on that Jiang girl, but these things don't work on wishful thinking alone. He figured the odds of old Jiang giving his blessing were slim. Reputation digs deep into people's hearts, and it doesn't change overnight. Better to go with a sure thing than gamble on that sliver of a chance. Little brother, 10 taels is a lot, I know, but they said we can pay part of it now and settle the rest within a year. And this Huang girl's not bad. Look at that build on her. Perfect for bearing children. I followed his gaze. Broad as a bear across the back and shoulders, arms nearly as thick as my thighs. One roll, and she'd have me pinned flat without breaking a sweat. That was the Huang girl. Forget asking for 10 taels. I'd sooner pay her to stay away. I won't do it for 10 taels. This guy's build is nearly as solid as my big brother's. Dress him up different, and I'd take him for some strapping hero from who knows where. No way. I said it flat out, dead certain. For the first time in ages, I was this serious. Everyone in the room, Su Dahai included, jumped at my tone and all turned to stare at me at once. What do you mean, no way? The old woman frowned. Dahai, chances like this come once. I won't lie to you. If her old man weren't sick and the family hadn't run out of grain, the Huang girl wouldn't even want to marry into this. They were discussing the biggest decision of my life, yet she wouldn't so much as glance my way. All her attention fixed on reminding Su Dahai. I actually laughed. I was so furious. So now I was supposed to thank her for the opportunity. Little brother, are you sure you don't want to think it over some? Su Dahai started in a low voice, then suddenly winced and sucked in a sharp breath at a jab to his waist. He turned to look. Lin Xuanxia was glaring at him, and she smoothly cut in. Granny Lu, since the Huang girl doesn't want to marry either, let's just forget the whole thing. Forget it. The old woman visibly froze, sure she'd misheard. Sister-in-law, you'd better think this through. Miss this chance, and you won't find another if you go searching with a lantern in hand. The Huang family's shown real good faith. I'll say it one more time. It's fine if you can't scrape together 10 taels, as long as... Bah! Before she could finish, Lin Xuanxia shot to her feet, hands on her hips, her face dark with anger. You bad luck crow? Give you an inch, and you take a mile? Huh? Who won't be found even with a lantern? Let me tell you, my little brother's got plenty of talent. It's not your place to run him down. Lin Xuanxia jabbed a finger straight at Granny Lu, her voice climbing sharply. She'd had it up to here with these two for a long time now. My big brother Su Dahai was a straight shooter, no scheming bone in his body, but my sister-in-law saw right through it all. These people clearly took our family for a fat lamb to be led to slaughter. Up until now, she'd held her tongue. After all, it was my life on the line, and she was afraid one wrong word might cause damage that couldn't be undone. But just moments ago, she'd overheard the conversation between me and my brother. That blockhead of a brother hadn't caught on, but she'd read exactly where I stood. My face was pulled so tight. It couldn't be clearer that I wanted no part of this. And with that, there was nothing left to hold back. You rotten, no good creature, treating my family like a bunch of suckers. 10 tails of silver. Why don't you just go rob someone? Sure, my little brother used to fool around some. But these days, what hunter in this whole village doesn't tip his hat and call him capable? And another thing, you can swallow every last one of those poison-tongued lies of yours. Don't you pull that respect your elders act on me. Let me hear it one more time, and see if I don't tear that mouth of yours clean off. For as long as I'd known her, my sister-in-law had always been a gentle soul. Not exactly refined and soft-spoken, but she rarely ever got into it with anyone. Even back when the original owner of this body acted up. Even when Hun quarreled with Big Brother, she'd usually just grumble a bit. This kind of ferocity, it was the first time I'd seen it. But instead of feeling put off, I actually found myself a little touched. Every word she said was for my sake. Sister-in-law's fighting power was off the charts, so strong that Big Brother and I didn't need to back her up at all. That old widow Lou had looked like a tough customer, but right now she couldn't get out a single word. Trembling all over, her fingers shaking as she pointed at sister-in-law. It took her a long while to finally squeeze one word through her old teeth. Let's go. She dragged the Huang girl away. At the courtyard gate, she seemed to spit out some parting shot, but her voice was too low. None of the three of us inside caught it. Not that it mattered. Once they were gone, sister-in-law's anger cooled a bit, but she didn't sit down. She headed straight into the back room, worried the commotion had startled little Yuan. That left just me and Big Brother staring at each other in the main room. Big Brother, that was your first time seeing sister-in-law like that too, right? Su Dehai scratched his forehead. Actually, no. Your sister-in-law used to be like that all the time. She only mellowed out after we had little Yuan. She even made Widow Lu cry back in the day, had her threatening to hang herself. Me? When did that happen? Why didn't my predecessor have a single memory of it? I'd been wondering why Widow Lu hadn't fired back with a single word. Turns out she'd gotten burned years ago. Sister-in-law really is full of surprises. I chuckled. Say what you will, she'd stood up for me today. I wouldn't forget it. Oh, by the way, little brother, do you really not like that Huang girl? People in the village always said my big brother was a bit one-track minded. Every once in a while, I had to admit they had a point. Big brother, things have already turned sour. There's no way I'm marrying her. If they show up again, just kick them out. All right. Su Dehai nodded, seeming to catch on at last. There wasn't much disappointment on his face. Still, that Huang girl's pretty pitiful. Their family probably won't make it through this winter. Sigh. He heaved a sigh, and I just pretended not to hear. True, the woman hadn't said anything nasty the whole time. But since the two of them had come together, they'd surely worked out the terms beforehand. Both of them out to milk me like a sucker. Looks aside, she wasn't sincere to begin with. We were from the same village. If things really came down to life and death, and they turned to my soft-hearted big brother, he'd probably lend a hand. As long as it didn't harm my own family, I wouldn't say much about it. But instead they had to pull these stunts to disgust me. If they starved, well, they'd brought it on themselves. Maybe sister-in-law's tirade had scared her off. Over the next 2 days, Widow Lu didn't come by again, and not a whisper of gossip spread through the village. The other side probably felt too humiliated and just dropped the whole thing. As if nothing happened, and life returned to its peaceful rhythm. I actually enjoyed living like this. The weather was cold, but with the heated brick bed, curling up under the covers on a winter day was pure bliss. Now and then I'd step out into the courtyard to admire the snow or play with my little niece. If there was anything to complain about, it was that after getting used to going up the mountain, I'd been stuck indoors for days, and I couldn't shake the feeling that something was missing. It wasn't that I didn't want to go out. I just didn't dare set foot on old Wildland Mountain. I sat on the doorstep, zoning out. I looked like I was enjoying the melting snow, but my mind was completely wrapped up in the intel running through my head. Intel grade. Gray, white, gray. 1. Did you know? A black bear that lost its home was forced to leave Black Cloud Mountain, and it's now roaming the woods on the western side of Old Wildland Mountain, searching for food. 2. Did you know? A few sparrows have arrived in the woods on the east side of the village. 3. Did you know? An even colder air mass is gathering, and it will blanket the mountains in a few days. Remaining intel count, 2. 2 out of 3 were bad news. The bitter cold was no big deal. Let it get colder. We had plenty of firewood and enough food at home. What really gave me a headache was the first one. That was exactly why I hadn't left the house in 2 days. That damn black bear had actually climbed Old Wildland Mountain. The mountain was big, so the odds of running into it weren't high, but who would gamble their life on it? All it would take was one encounter, and even with an extra pair of legs, I wouldn't be able to outrun it. Thankfully, the heavy snow the past couple days had kept most people indoors. Otherwise, some poor soul would have been in serious trouble. Looks like this bear won't be leaving anytime soon. When my brother gets back, I'll have him warn the villagers. I'm no saint, but I still didn't want to see anyone from the village end up as bear food. That's why I'd made a couple of trips out earlier, just to give the news a believable origin. But my brother had left first thing in the morning. Something this life or death needed to come from him to carry enough weight and be believed. For now, all I could do was wait. No more snow fell today. The clouds even parted enough to let some golden sunlight through, and the world seemed a good deal clearer. But melting snow is colder than falling snow. That little bit of sunshine brought no warmth. If anything, it dropped the temperature another notch or two. I wrapped my padded coat tighter and headed inside to play with little Yuan. I waited and waited until nightfall. My brother still hadn't come home, but from beyond the courtyard came a burst of heart-wrenching wails. Something had happened. I walked to the courtyard gate, and my sister-in-law followed close behind. The two of us looked off into the distance at the same time. The sky had gone pitch black. We couldn't make out what had happened, only a few torches flickering in the cold wind. The crying didn't stop. I frowned and was about to go take a look when a figure appeared at the gate first. It was Sudahai. Brother, you're back. I was startled and relieved all at once, letting out a quiet breath. This late, and in the freezing cold, a person. Straight out no answer. That leaves everyone uneasy. Let's talk inside first. Big Brother's face was grim. He shrugged the bamboo basket off his back and stepped into the house. Only in the light could I finally see him. Covered in mud from head to toe, a big rip torn in the shoulder of his cotton coat. He looked like a total wreck. What happened? Uncle Lee's dead. Just 3 words, and the main room fell dead silent. My eyes went wide. My sister-in-law's face changed too. In this remote little village, a death is about the biggest thing there is. Big Brother sighed and told us the whole story, slow and steady. A few of the hunters in the village were down to the bottom of their grain stores. Today, with the snow finally melting, they'd gritted their teeth and headed up Black Cloud Mountain to try their luck. The roe deer I'd bagged had traded for plenty of extra grain, so Big Brother didn't have to go. But he kept thinking about how we'd lost our fields. Even if we scraped through this winter, next year would be brutal. So he went along to take his shot at it. Even without a bow, gathering some medicinal herbs to trade for silver was better than nothing. The trip went smoothly enough, and luck was on their side. Old Uncle Lee, the eldest of them, led the group to a roe deer, and Big Brother himself dug up some astragalus root. A good haul all around. The trouble started on the way back to the village. They ran straight into a bear, right there on Old Wasteland Mountain. At this point, I could see the disbelief written all over Big Brother's face. Sure, there were bears and tigers in these mountains, but they never came near where people lived. They kept to the deep forests up on Black Cloud Mountain. The bear was hiding in the trees. Soon as it charged out, it went straight for Uncle Lee. We only drove it back because there were so many of us with our torches raised. But Uncle Lee's neck already had a bloody hole clawed clean through it. Ah, another long sigh, and the air in the room grew even heavier. Neither my sister-in-law nor I brought up the fact that Big Brother had gone up Black Cloud Mountain on his own. It was all for the sake of this family, and with a disaster this big, it was no time to dredge that up. Libanian, Uncle Lee, the oldest hunter in the village. I'd always thought well of him. He was a kind man, and with all his years of experience, he'd helped his neighbors out plenty. He'd even agreed to help me make the bow I wanted. And now, just like that, he was gone. We hadn't been close, but I still felt a pang in my chest, along with a trace of guilt. If I'd spoken up sooner about the bear on Old Wasteland Mountain, maybe this whole thing never would have happened. But thinking it through, that wasn't realistic either. The bear had only been circling the outskirts before. It wasn't until yesterday morning that I discovered it had moved onto Old Wasteland Mountain, and into the western woods at that, a spot people rarely went, facing right toward Black Cloud Mountain. Who could have guessed it'd be such rotten luck that a few hunters would head into Black Cloud Mountain that very same day? Any other time, they'd never have crossed paths. And besides, that information was my secret. Even if I wanted to tell someone, I'd need to come up with a halfway believable reason first. That was exactly why I'd made a point of going out today to put on a show. I just never expected to be one step too late. I'm no saint. I wasn't about to take the whole thing on my own head. I don't mind lending a hand when someone's in trouble, but I'm nobody's babysitter. I've got no obligation to be responsible for anyone else's life. If you ask me, it's just fate. Rotten luck. With Uncle Lee gone, his family's going to have a hard time from here on out. I'll head over and see what I can do to help. And, little brother, don't leave the village for a while. Don't go running into that bear. Got it. I nodded in agreement. The moment I saw my big brother leave the yard, I immediately pulled up the intel system. Intel grade, gray. 1, did you know? A black bear that lost its home has been forced to come to Old Wildmount. Starving, it's roaming everywhere in search of food. A few more details than before. No wonder it's been attacking so many people. It's half-starved. I let out a sigh too. This was no longer just about a single life. With a starving, half-crazed bear now on Old Wildmount, the whole of Stone Village would have to live on edge from now on. To get to Yongin County, or to any other village, you had to pass through there, unless you took a ridiculously long detour. Foraging for wild vegetables, chopping firewood, all of that was in that direction too. Sure, most of the time you wouldn't actually have to climb the mountain, but who could say for certain? How far away counted as safe? 2 miles. 3. After something like this, the villagers probably wouldn't even dare step out their doors. My family had grain to spare, so we were fine. But what about the ones who could barely scrape a meal together? Starve at home. And once we made it through this winter, if the bear was still around, then what? Just thinking about it gave me a headache. And that was the mild scenario. What I feared most was the bear going mad from hunger and barging straight into the village, though the odds of that were slim. Right now, the best move was for the whole village to band together and either drive it off or kill it. Otherwise, it was a ticking time bomb hanging over our heads. Hope it would leave on its own. Based on the intel, I sure didn't buy that. Forget it. Let's wait and see what the village decides. After all, the village wasn't mine alone to run. With something this serious, custom dictated that everyone would be gathered tomorrow to discuss it. I'd find out then. The distant weeping came and went, and I couldn't tell how long it lasted. Because of the black bear, I slept fitfully that night, until a knock at the door slowly stirred me awake. Little brother, time to get up. Eat something first. The village heads put out word. We're all heading to the village entrance in a bit. It was my big brother's voice. So they really were going to discuss the black bear. Even the village head was stepping in. Seemed like he was taking it seriously. I answered, dragged myself out from under the covers, and out of habit flipped open today's intel. The intel on the black bear hadn't changed, and the sparrows to the east of the village were still there. Only the temperature intel I'd used up yesterday had been replaced by a freshly refreshed new entry. Intel grade, white. 3, did you know? A small stone has tumbled into the river upstream beside the village, which will subtly affect the flow of the river. Speed. I glanced at it and was stunned. After all this time, it was the first time I'd seen intel this useless. Wasn't this just padding the numbers? With a sour look on my face, I used it up right away, then casually spent another one from my full stash of leftover intel. Intel grade, gray. 3, did you know? The village headman is planning to use the black bear incident to squeeze money out of everyone. He's currently coaching Old Wong on what to say. I gave it my usual glance, but once I read the details, my hand froze mid-motion as I was getting dressed. The headman? Using the black bear to line his pockets? After all this time, I'd never once doubted whether the intel was true or false. I just hadn't expected that something so deadly serious, something that put the whole village at risk, could be turned into a money-making scheme. And by the looks of it, he'd already lined up a plan to back him. Was he planning to bleed the entire village dry? I frowned. Then something suddenly occurred to me, and my eyes narrowed slightly. The content was infuriating, but the timing couldn't have been better. It gave me the chance to prepare in advance. Too perfect, really. Just moments ago, I'd been thinking about the headman stepping in, and then this intel popped up right on cue, as if it were following my train of thought. Could it be that the intel isn't random, but actually follows what's on my mind? The intel refreshed automatically every day, already prepared by the time I woke up, and the content was all over the place, so I'd never made the connection before. Was it a special effect of the leftover intel? Or just pure coincidence? After thinking it over, I decided to test it out. There was no downside to being wrong anyway. I still had 2 leftover intel to use, but my current intel slots were full. I glanced over them, used up the one about the sparrow first to make room, and let my mind casually wander to a few things. It was just a test, no need to take it too seriously. I spent another leftover intel, and the next moment, a new piece of information appeared in my mind. Intel grade, white. 3, did you know? Jiang Yun'er changed into a white undergarment today. It's her favorite one. Me. Ugh. Disgusting. Filthy. Why the hell are you telling me this? I was already ashamed to be associated with this junk system. What kind of garbage was it feeding me? The nerve of it, actually serving that up. Furious, I used it up on the spot. Still, this confirmed one thing. The intel couldn't pinpoint things exactly according to my thoughts, since I'd never once entertained anything that filthy. But the general direction did seem to be controllable. What I'd actually been thinking about was the day Uncle Jiang got hurt, and Jiang Yun'er had indeed been there. At that thought, my eyes couldn't help but light up. The grade was still out of my control, and it often handed me useless white tier intel, but if I could roughly steer the range, that was more than good enough. Down the road, if I ran into trouble, this might just be my way out. Maybe I wouldn't even have to wait that long. Trouble was coming in just a little while. No rush. Let me see how things play out first. While I mulled it over, here's the English translation. Speaking of the village chief business, I finished washing up in the yard and stepped into the main room. Today's breakfast was white rice porridge, not too watery, with tender, minced meat mixed in. Just looking at it made my mouth water. Sis, your cooking keeps getting better. Smiling, I picked up the bowl she'd set aside for me and took a sip. The flavor lingered on my tongue, that sweet, clean taste mingling with the savory meat, dancing all over my mouth. My face was pure satisfaction. My sister-in-law, who'd been bent over mending a padded jacket, looked up and shot back with a laugh. Cooking, my foot. Fine rice with minced meat. Anybody could make that taste good. Now that's not necessarily true. I can't cook myself, but even I know this kind of thing takes skill and timing. Don't be so modest, sis. Not being able to cook is fine. Knowing how to flatter people, that's what matters. This was a skill I'd honed in my past life, and it worked wherever I went. 2 bowls of hot porridge later, the chill was swept clean from my body. After resting a while in the yard, I headed out with my older brother. There was no rain or snow today. The sky was even clearer than yesterday, not a single cloud. A bright red sun hung overhead, shining in every direction. It wasn't exactly warm, but it drove off a good bit of the cold. The gathering spot was at the village entrance, where there stood an old tree in a large open clearing. By the time we arrived, quite a crowd had already formed. Zhang the eldest, Zhao Kuang, the He brothers, Old Wang, Old Zhao. Every able-bodied man in the village was there, except for the little brats and the elders too frail to walk. Even Li Erga had come, wrapped in a hemp coat. He was shivering non-stop, and he'd gotten even scrawnier since the last time I saw him. I couldn't be bothered with him and pretended not to notice, turning my gaze to the front. Everyone was clustered together in a group, all except one man who stood alone beneath the old tree. He wore a fine, straight-cut cotton robe in indigo blue. That outfit alone set him apart from everyone around him. With his big belly and his hands clasped behind his back, he was scanning the crowd with a scrutinizing look. Lu Wanfu. The name surfaced quickly from my memory. The village chief of Stone Village, a legitimate government official and the wealthiest landlord in these parts. In my brother's words, his family was the kind that could eat fine rice and white flour every other day. Little brother, just think of this as going through the motions. Whatever you do, don't go running your mouth later. My brother warned in a hushed voice as the noisy crowd began to settle down. That village chief wasn't someone to trifle with. Say the wrong thing and offend him, and life would get miserable from then on. He probably wouldn't do anything too drastic to us, but it was better to avoid trouble than to invite it. And it wasn't just him. Clearly everyone else in the village thought the same way. Lu Wanfu cleared his throat, and the village entrance instantly fell dead silent. Seeing how everyone deferred to him like this, A hint of a smile crept across his somewhat bloated face. All right then. I've gathered everyone here today for one thing, and I imagine plenty of you have already guessed what it is. There's a bear that's shown up on the old wild mountain outside our village, and people got hurt. Old man Lebonian's already gone. Old Wildlands sits at a choke point. It's the only way in and out of our village. If we let that blind bear hole up there, there's no telling how many more lives it'll cost. So today, we've got just one goal: to settle this thing once and for all. I've got a plan. His eyes swept across the crowd. Only when no one spoke did he go on. That blind bear is vicious and savage. No ordinary man can take it on. And none of you want to go out there and risk your necks. So here's what I've decided. Every household chips in some money. We pool it together and we hire someone to deal with it. All right, I've said my piece. Who's for it and who's against it? In the clearing at the village entrance, several dozen men, young and old, exchanged glances, their brows knotting into tight frowns. Lu Wanfu's words had been short. He hadn't said a single thing about how they'd deal with the blind bear. But nobody cared about that. Every pair of eyes was fixed on one thing: handing over money. Every household has to pay. My family can barely put food on the table as it is. Whose family isn't in the same boat? We've got 20 pounds of millet left, and that's not even enough to make it through the winter. Find another way, would you? This is asking us to die. After a brief silence, the crowd erupted. Disasters had struck year after year, and winter had come early. Every family's grain jar was scraping bottom. Whether they'd even survive the winter was anyone's guess. So who could scrounge up money? If it had been anyone other than the village head standing up front, they'd have already scattered, cursing under their breath. Even so, one face after another darkened. Humph. Lu Wanfu clearly hadn't expected such a fierce reaction. His expression turned grim. So what you're all saying is, we just leave that blind bear alone. Well, the crowd's voices dropped a notch. Not being able to pay was one thing, but they couldn't just ignore the bear either. If they let it claim old wildlands for good, they wouldn't even be able to leave the village. In the end, it was Big Brother Zhang who stepped forward. He chose his words carefully. Village head, sir, couldn't we think of some other way? Folks can barely keep themselves alive right now. Some other way? Lu Wanfu shot him a sidelong glance. How about you go up to old wildlands and put down that blind bear yourself? Then nobody'd have to pay a cent. Big Brother Zhang's face flushed crimson. He knew the man was trying to back him into a corner, but he had nothing to say. Lebonian's death was proof enough. 6 grown men had surrounded that bear, and it still charged right at them. In the end, they'd only driven it off by putting on a big show. Truly provoke it, and even all of them together might not stand a chance. That thing was on par with a tiger. Even the best hunter would give it a wide berth. Big Brother Zhang fell silent. But another voice rose up from the crowd. Village head, sir, if we do it your way, how much does each family have to pay? The crowd turned toward the voice. Looking over, it was old Wang from the far end of the village. His family owned a lot of land and lived more comfortably than most, so it was no surprise he'd be the one asking. Lu Wanfu put on a thoughtful expression. After a long moment, he spoke with a pained look on his face. I know times are hard for everyone this year. The bear has to be dealt with, but I won't push you all to the brink either. He cleared his throat, and once the crowd had fallen completely silent, he continued. Those with more pay more, those with less pay less. Households with under 3 acres pay 2 taels each. 3 to 5 acres, 3 taels. Over 5 acres, 5 taels. As village head, I ought to lead by example. I'll personally contribute 10 taels this time. The moment he finished, the crowd erupted again. 2 taels? I couldn't scrape that together even if I sold everything I own. We've got 4 acres, so that's 3 taels for us. You're trying to bury us alive. What had been mere grumbling before now boiled over into open outrage. Sudahai furrowed his brow too. The only one who stayed calm was me, standing right beside him. I didn't plead or rage like the others. I just kept my eyes fixed on old Wang in the crowd. Sure enough, old Wang spoke up again. Village head, that's a lot of silver. I don't think folks can manage it. How about you talk it over with the men you hired? See if they'll take less. Lu Wanfu fell into deep thought once more before finally gritting his teeth and making up his mind. All right, the amounts I just named. Each household pays only half. Afterward, I'll swallow my pride and talk them into accepting it. Thank you, village head. Thank you. Old Wong thanked him again and again. When the village head's gone this far, I've got no reason to refuse. This buys safety for the whole village. Silver's good, but you need to be alive to spend it. I'll set the example for everyone. Here's 2 taels and 5 mace, village head. Please take it. He raised the silver above his head for everyone to see, then placed it in Lu Wanfu's hand. The village entrance went quiet again. People glanced at one another, and no one said a word. The money truly wasn't easy to come by, but right now, no one could find a good excuse to refuse either. The amount had been halved. It was for the whole village's safety, and someone had already paid up. Worry was written across every face. Lu Wanfu took it all in. Even though no one else stepped forward for a good while, he knew exactly where things stood. Having gotten this far, the matter was more than half done. He couldn't push too hard. All they needed was a little time. Since no one objects, this is settled for now. You have 3 days, get your silver together. If you don't have cash on hand, bring me something else to trade for it. Let me set one more rule to keep everyone motivated. For every day early you pay within those 3 days, you pay 1 mace less. For anyone who hasn't paid in full after 3 days, it's 1 mace more for each day late. I want you all to remember, this silver isn't for me. It's to buy the whole village's lives. Anyone who falls behind because they didn't pay. Here's the English translation. Delay things, and in the end, it could cost someone their life. Humph. Lu Wanfu flung his hand and turned to leave without a backward glance, leaving behind a crowd of people who had no idea what to do. Let's break it up. Everyone, go on home. Someone finally spoke up, and only then did the crowd disperse, each trudging home in a daze. Lu Wanfu's house sat at the far end of the village. Its dark brown, polished gate, high walls, and gray tiles stood in stark contrast to the shabby huts around it. He sauntered inside, but instead of going to his room, he simply sat down in the main hall. Before long, a figure sidled up to him. Village Chief Lu, I did all right back there, didn't I? Old Wong chuckled, his eyes sweeping over the elegant decor around him, unable to hide the envy in his gaze. Not bad. Lu Wanfu took a sip of tea, then unhurriedly pulled a few fragments of silver from his waistband and set them on the table. This is your share. Take it. Once those tight-fisted peasants hand over their silver, I'll cut you another 0.5%. Thank you, Chief. Thank you, Chief. Old Wong scrambled forward to grab the silver, but his hand was stopped halfway. Those cheapskates are stubborn. Go back and stir them up some more. If you can squeeze another round out of them, I'll bump your share up to a full 10%. I will, haha. His eyes lit up, and he nodded eagerly before tucking away the silver and taking his leave. Lu Wanfu calmly went on sipping his tea, gazing at an ornament hanging in the hall, lost in some private thought. Meanwhile, my brother and I had gone home. He was telling my sister-in-law about what had happened at the village entrance. When she heard that anyone with less than 3 acres had to pay 2 taels, her eyes went wide as saucers. 2 taels. Why don't they just rob us instead? In times like these, who could possibly come up with that kind of money? Sigh. I think the village chief's lost his mind too, my brother said with a heavy sigh. But I found myself laughing. Brother, you've got it all wrong. The way I see it, Village Chief Lu isn't the least bit muddled. We're all from the same village. How could he not know everyone's situation? It doesn't matter that people can't come up with the silver. Didn't he say it himself? They can exchange something else instead. You mean land deeds, I said flatly. The villagers were simple folk, without all the scheming twists and turns. But Lu Wanfu's flawless little speech, in my eyes, had a very deliberate purpose. He was clearly trying to get the villagers to sell their fields for cash, and the timing was perfect. If it were just about getting everyone to sell their land to raise money, no matter how big a threat he dangled over them, no one would fall for it. That land was their family's lifeline. Sell a single acre, and the days ahead would grow much harder. But the crucial thing was that this year was already hard. Plenty of people had long been quietly considering selling their fields, only holding out. Now, with the bear-blind man pressing down on them too, caught between 2 forms of pressure, someone was bound to throw in the towel. If they didn't sell their land, they couldn't get past the bear-blind man, and there'd be no grain either. A way out. Sell the land. Even just 1 acre, and both hurdles could be cleared at once. Add to that the temptation of pay a day early, pay 1 coin less. And with no time to think it through, the odds of taking the bait climbed a little higher. What's more, he had someone on the inside. People tend to follow the crowd. Once the first few are stirred up, the rest, however reluctant, usually get swept along in the end. This was, by any measure, a scheme played out in the open. My eldest brother hadn't thought this far, but the moment I pointed it out, rage flared across his face. That damn dog of a man. He's trying to squeeze everyone to death. Isn't he afraid of divine punishment? My sister-in-law frowned too, but she didn't vent. She just looked at me. Little brother, if it's really like you say, what do we do? Don't pay for now. Take it one step at a time. I rubbed the space between my brows. Lu Wanfu's scheme was easy to see through, but hard to break. The threat the blind bear posed to the village was very real. If you didn't pay to hire someone, you had to face it yourself. But the villagers' terror of the black bear was carved into their bones. Forget banding together to kill it. They didn't even dare entertain the thought of fighting it. One wrong move, and someone really could die. And Lu Wanfu was no pushover. If I stuck my neck out, he'd bear a grudge for sure, and I could kiss my peace and quiet goodbye. Still, that 2 taels of silver, I had no intention of paying it. At least not now. I needed a safe way, or else to wait for things to turn. I wasn't in a hurry. I still had 6 taels on me. If it truly came down to it, I could afford to pay. But not everyone had a fallback, Li Ergu for one. Inside the shabby, empty house, Li Ergu touched the swelling on his face and hissed through his teeth in pain. He'd just gone to Lu Wanfu's place, hoping to be made an exception, only to be beaten savagely and driven out. Right now his eyes were full of resentment and a trace of grievance. He didn't know whether anyone else could scrape the money together, but he genuinely couldn't conjure it out of thin air. No cash, no surplus grain, no land. These past few days, even filling his belly had been a problem. In the dead of winter, he had nothing but a single hemp garment. Where was he supposed to find 2 taels of silver? If he'd had that kind of money, he'd have long since. You fat bastard, if you won't let me live, then don't blame me for what comes next. Recalling Lu Wanfu's vicious words, his hatred deepened. He didn't have the nerve for murder or arson, but one way or another, he was going to make that guy pay something. Otherwise, it'd be an insult to this battered face, and even more so to his belly, starved for 2 days now. Cold wind poured in through the hole in the window. In his heart, a decision had formed. That night, the sky was dim, the cold wind howling. Wrapped in thin, coarse cloth, Li Ergu stepped out the door. He glanced around, and only after confirming no one was there did he creep silently toward the far end of the village. The faint moonlight fell, and the chill bored into his bones. His teeth chattered, and for an instant the urge to turn back rose in him. But the hunger in his gut drove him forward. In the end, he felt his way. Here's the English translation. I'd reached the foot of that high wall, like a dying flame's final flare, like the calm eye of a typhoon. After the coldest days had passed, but before even colder ones arrived, the weather turned unexpectedly warm. Even my urge to laze in bed faded. With a quick kip up, I sprang to my feet, went out to the courtyard to wash up, and glanced over today's intel as usual. Intel tier, gray, green. 1. Did you know? A black bear that lost its home has been forced to wander to Old Wildwood Mountain. Starving, it's now searching everywhere for food. 2. Did you know? The village headman plans to exploit the black bear situation to extort money and is currently coaching Old Wong on what to say. 3. Did you know? 2 startled wild rabbits have come to Old Wildwood Mountain, where they'll look to make a new burrow and settle in. Remaining intel, 2. The first 2 were carried over, no change from yesterday. The black bear was no surprise. The second one, though, caught me off guard. I deliberately held on to it, hoping to dig up something new. As it turned out, this one was a dead end. No need to guess. After that little performance yesterday, Old Wong was bound to keep scheming with Lu Wanfu. But since the intel hadn't updated, it meant this was a dead lead. Some intel updates as its target changes. Others just state a single fact with no follow-up. I'd suspected as much all along. I was just clinging to a bit of wishful thinking. Mildly disappointed, I used it up, freeing a slot, and turned to the newly refreshed piece. 2 wild rabbits. Not bad. They didn't compare to a roe deer, but catching them could still improve my meals for several days. Unfortunately, with a black bear roaming old Wildwood Mountain now, I couldn't go there anytime soon. Too dangerous. After a moment's hesitation, I left the remaining intel untouched. I hadn't hit the cap yet. Might as well save up a bit more. Mostly, I was still turning over the Lu Wanfu matter. Once something started to take shape, it wouldn't be too late to use the intel where it counted. After washing up, I had a bowl of hot congee, rested a bit, then headed out with my older brother. We didn't leave the village, nor were we going to work at someone's place. Instead, we came to Uncle Lee's house. 2 strips of white cloth hung at the old but sturdy courtyard gate, silently telling of what had happened here. Stone Village had no custom of keeping a body lying in state for 7 days. Only the belief that burial brings peace. Old Lee had already been laid to rest the night before. My brother had gone to help. No Swona horns, no brass gongs, no chanting to guide the soul on. Not even joss paper. Just a hastily built thin coffin and a plank of wood for a headstone. The living could barely get by. Who had the means to fuss over the dead? With Uncle Lee gone, only an old woman and a young girl, a daughter born to him late in life, remained at home. Without the villagers' help, even the burial would have been near impossible. Everything had to be done simply and quickly. The one small mercy was that Uncle Lee, the most seasoned of them all, had still hunted a fair amount this year despite his age, putting away some surplus grain. Together with his share of roe deer meat, it would just barely be enough for the 2 of them to make it through this winter. The days ahead. As for how they'd make it through the coming year, that was up to them now. I followed my big brother into the yard. The old woman was hunched over, gathering firewood, her movements painfully slow. A little girl sat quietly on a small stool, watching her, so well-behaved it made my nose sting. I'd seen this Granny Lee a few times in my memory. She hadn't been this old before. Sometimes she'd even bicker energetically with the other village women. The sound of her crying that day was proof enough of that. Now, it was as if her hair had gone white overnight. Granny Lee. I didn't speak first, letting my brother greet her instead. Oh, it's Dahai. She stopped what she was doing, turned around, and straightened her back with both hands braced against her knees. There was no grief on her face, no excess emotion at all. Is there something you need? Well, I came to ask, is Uncle Lee's bow still here? That was my purpose today. I needed a bow. I'd originally planned to gather the materials myself and ask Uncle Lee to make one for me. Who could have known this would happen? The man who'd agreed was gone, but he'd left behind another option. I'd meant to wait a while longer before coming. After all, he'd just been buried, and what I wanted was something he'd left behind. Even if I paid silver for it, it still felt like crossing a line. But my brother found me first and brought it up. According to him, Granny Lee was afraid these old things would only bring more pain. So yesterday, she'd burned a lot of Uncle Lee's belongings. She was also preparing to take the little girl and leave Stone Village. If I didn't move quickly, that bow would likely go up in flames too. Bows weren't cheap, and the people who needed them were few. Every hunter had one. Everyone else had no right to own one at all. The world may have been corrupt, with officials who mostly did nothing. No one even bothered with someone like my brother, who was registered as a hunter but had gone off to farm the land instead. But if you dared to carry a bow as a registered farmer, that was a different matter entirely. Slap the charge of illegal possession of military weapons on you, and at best you'd face flogging and exile. At worst, you'd be beheaded for treason. That was a genuine capital offense. Who would dare gamble with their life? It was precisely because of this strange market, where everyone who needed one had one, and everyone who didn't wouldn't dare, that I hadn't been able to buy a bow last time I went to Yeoman County. This was a rare opportunity. Before my brother could finish speaking, Granny Lee had already understood. She said nothing, just walked silently into the house. When she came out again, she held a dark brown longbow. A longbow was worth about 1 tael, give or take depending on the quality and materials. Uncle Lee had kept this one in excellent condition. The body was made of mulberry wood, prized for its toughness. Worn, but still perfectly usable, if anything looking all the more dependable for it. There was no haggling. Granny Lee simply pointed to the arrows tucked in the woodpile in the corner of the yard, then went back to her own work, as if she had no intention of taking any payment at all. I wouldn't take advantage like that. After a moment's thought, I took out 2 taels of silver from my waist and handed them over. Granny Lee, if you ever need help with anything around the house, just call on me. Uncle Lee. He looked after everyone so well while he was alive. We won't forget his kindness. With that, my older brother and I stepped out of the yard. But before we could head home, we saw a crowd had gathered up ahead. We hadn't noticed when. The entrance to the village was packed with people. My brother Sudahai and I exchanged a glance, each seeing the same confusion in the other's eyes. This was Stone Village, not some bustling county town. Everyone here had their own livelihood to tend to, and folks would never just cluster together for no reason. A scene like this could only mean one thing. Something had happened. We didn't waste words and headed straight for the crowd. Squeezing to the outer edge, I stood on my toes and peered through the gaps. One look, and my heart sank. At the base of a crumbling wall, the ground was covered in dried, blackish-red bloodstains. I looked toward the yard again. If I remembered right, this was Liurga's place. Uncle Jen, what happened? Not sure. We just found it too. A man beside Su Dahai spoke in a low voice. Looks bad. Somebody might be dead. Sanwa already went to fetch the village head. He should be here any minute. Before he'd finished speaking, a sharp shout tore through one side of the crowd. Move. Everyone move aside. Village head Lu Wanfu had arrived. He still wore that indigo cotton robe, shoving his way through the crowd. Fine beads of sweat dotted his forehead. Clearly he'd jogged the whole way over. Who found this first? Step up and talk. A woman pushed her way out of the crowd, her face pale. It was me. I was just going to fetch water from the well at the head of the village, and the moment I came in, I saw all this blood on the ground. Scared the soul right out of me. Did you go in and look? Me? I wouldn't dare. But old Zhang took some men inside. Lu Wanfu turned his gaze to the other side. A few men stood beside old Zhang, and sensing his look, Zhang spoke up right away. We looked. Nobody's home, and no one's seen Liurgu all day. That's not all. Another man walked to a corner of the yard and pointed at the wall. Besides the blood, there's this. The wall around Liurga's yard was extremely low. Calling it a wall was generous. It was more like a ring of packed dirt. Years of neglect had left it so worn you could step right over it, plain to see from outside. The largest pool of blood sat right beside a low break in the wall. But that break hadn't just collapsed. It had been smashed clean through, with large chunks of dirt and plaster scattered across the ground. And on an intact section of the earthen wall, 3 deep claw marks had been gouged in, plain as day. Claw marks that big. Good heavens, has a bear gotten into the village? They can't even find a body. Liurga's probably been dragged off and eaten. We're done for, done for. Any one of us could be next. The crowd erupted into chaos in an instant. I understood what they were afraid of. A savage beast like a black bear, even deep in the mountain forests. The king, wary of humans, would never dare venture near a village, somewhere so densely populated. But now, that iron rule had been broken. Claw marks this deep. No doubt about it. It's the blind bear, Lu Wanfu declared, his expression grave, settling the matter once and for all. And judging by the blood, Liurga's a goner. Those words drained the color from the faces of the few who'd still been clinging to hope. Village chief, is it going to come back? I've got to reinforce my walls, quick. Reinforce? With the strength that bears got. What wall could stop it? Then what do we do? Just sit here and wait to die? Quiet, all of you. Lu Wanfu barked out the order, silencing every murmur, his gaze sweeping slowly across the crowd. I've said it before, that bear is a plague on this whole village. If we don't deal with it soon, not a single one of us gets away. Now it's cost a life. But it's not too late yet. A quarter of an hour later, my brother and I got back home. He went straight into the inner room, probably to tell my sister-in-law what had happened. I sat alone in the courtyard, staring blankly up at the ashen sky. Liurga's death was too sudden. The way I saw it, a frail body like his wasn't going to survive the winter anyway. Dying now just meant a few days early. But something felt off. I couldn't shake the feeling. Last night, this morning, I checked the intel both times. It said, plain as day, the starving black bear is out foraging. If Liurga had really been dragged off by the bear, the intel should have changed. Either the system had glitched, or there was more to this than met the eye. Between the two, I put my money on the latter. With Liurga dead, the villagers were scared stiff. As much as it pained them to part with their silver, their resistance to pooling money had clearly softened. Follow the trail of who benefits. and you'll usually find your suspect. And in this whole mess, the one who stood to gain the most was Lu Wanfu. A thought struck me, and I dove straight into the intel system. Perfect chance to test out the target selection trick I'd just learned. I locked onto Lu Wanfu in my mind while pulling up one of the remaining pieces of intel. Intel tier, gray. 2, did you know? Lu Wanfu's house got robbed yesterday. In a fit of rage, he accidentally beat the thief to death and buried the body in the woods east of the village. The new intel didn't mention Li Ergu at all, but I understood in an instant. That thief. It was almost certainly Li Ergu. Nobody else knew about his little thieving habit, but I did. Just a few days back, old man Zhao at the end of the village had beaten him black and blue for it. Never figured his nerve would grow so big he'd dare sneak into the village chief's own house, kill by accident, then stage the whole thing as a bear breaking into the village. I had to hand it to him. Lu Wanfu played it beautifully. 1 stone, 2 birds. He'd covered up Li Ergu's death and cranked up the whole village's fear. Which meant, even those few who'd been bold enough to think about taking on the black bear themselves would think twice now. Once the silver was collected, he'd be raking it in. Honestly, I didn't mind paying so much in itself. If 2 taels of silver could really make that black bear disappear, then fine, it'd sting, but I'd swallow it. The problem was, once the money changed hands, would the problem actually go away? The word on the street was clear enough. He just wanted to line his pockets. He had no intention of actually dealing with the threat. The bear was still up in the mountains, and winter was far from over. Looks like I'd have to handle this myself. The smell of rice porridge drifted under my nose. I pulled my cotton coat tighter, got up, and headed back inside. At the far end of the village, inside a large compound, Lu Wanfu lounged in his reclining chair, thoroughly at ease, while his son Lu Xiaofu flipped through the ledger, his face lit up with excitement. "Dad, that move of yours was pure genius," he said with a snickering laugh. "A few words, and you talk those idiots right out of their farmland, and the silver's still ours." "This is nothing," Lu Wanfu replied, unable to hide the smugness in his eyes at the flattery. "Once we finish this round, we'll do a second one in a few days, and by then, it won't be just 2 taels a household." "Huh? We can charge more. But won't those idiots?" "Won't what?" Lu Wanfu sneered. "You think they'd actually dare to revolt? As long as we stick to the story, that anyone who's gone missing got eaten by the black bear, the most they'll do is curse us behind our backs. They can't make any waves." "Dad, you really do think of everything." Lu Xiaofu was beaming. 2 rounds would add at least a few dozen mu of farmland to the family holdings. Their life of comfort would climb up another notch. But Lu Wanfu shifted his tone. "There are always a few troublemakers among that bunch. Old man Wang told you about them, right? Tonight, you slip out in the dark and make a little noise outside their houses. Nothing fancy, just scare them a bit. Don't worry, Dad. I'll make sure you're satisfied." Lu Xiaofu's lips curled into a smirk as he agreed. The sun sank behind the mountains, and a cold moon hung in the center of the sky. The winter night was dead silent, broken only by the occasional howl of the cold wind. Lu Xiaofu slipped out the back door with a yawn, shook his head to wake himself up a little, and glanced around. Only after confirming no one was watching did he sneak off toward the village. The whole way, he kept his footsteps light and hugged the base of the walls, quiet as a night-prowling cat. After walking for a while, he stopped in front of a courtyard. Hussein's place, this is it. It was too dark, so he took an extra look to be sure, then pulled a sharpened branch from inside his coat. A few scratches on the earthen wall, and by morning it would look like the terrifying claw marks of a black bear. Add a bit more destruction, and if he could give someone a good fright on the spot, all the better. By then, no matter how reluctant they were to give up their land or their silver, they'd hand it over like good little sheep. As he silently began carving the claw marks, mentally mapping out which house to hit next, Old Man Wang had named 5 of the toughest nuts to crack. Zhang the Elder was the thorniest of them all. A hunter from a long line of hunters, so dirt poor his family didn't even own a plot of land. Not only did he refuse to pay, he was always egging others on to do the same. The prickliest of all the prickly ones. But Lu Xiaofu didn't dare go near him. Zhang the Elder was a big, strapping man, bold as brass, and worst of all, he kept a bow. If he made a sound and got noticed, that muscle-brained brute, just like the Su family's eldest, might really grab his bow and come charging after him. Not only would he be in danger, but this whole beautiful scheme would go up in smoke. Let him strut around a couple more days. When picking persimmons, always go for the soft ones. With his next target settled in his mind, the sharpened stick in his hand moved a little faster. 3 deep claw marks soon appeared on the mud wall. Perfect. He studied his work with satisfaction, touched it up a bit more, and was just about to move on to the next house, when his gaze swept across a certain spot, and his whole body went rigid. About 100 paces away, under the dim moonlight, there was another figure, pressed right up against someone else's mud wall. Unlike him, this figure was bulky, far taller, and nowhere near as cautious. It sprawled over the wall, its head bobbing and swaying, giving off an air of unmistakable sluggishness. Lu Xiaofu almost laughed out loud, but in the next instant, the laughter froze on his face. That figure, whether in height or build, didn't look human. It looked more like a bear. Gulp. He swallowed hard, his legs turning to jelly. The night was black as ink, the moon mostly swallowed by dark clouds, and he couldn't see clearly from this distance. Yet he could still make out its movements from that blurry outline. As if sensing his stare, the upright figure slowly dropped down from the wall, its forelimbs touching the ground. Its massive head turned in his direction. A chill shot up from the soles of his feet straight to the crown of his skull. As his scalp prickled, a warm trickle quietly spread down his crotch. Lu Xiaofu didn't care anymore. Without a second thought, he spun around and bolted for home. All his caution, all his stealth, flung to the winds. His legs pumped like a madman's, and he didn't dare look back even once the whole way. Only after he charged into the courtyard and slammed the heavy gate shut with a bang did he finally press his eye to the crack in the door, gasping violently. He'd have been better off not looking, because when he did, deep in the darkness, a huge figure was bathing in moonlight, striding steadily toward him, as if it had followed him the whole way. Lu Xiaofu's heart skipped a beat, his pupils shrinking to pinpoints, and he scrambled and stumbled his way into the main hall. The night was deep, but Lu Wanfu hadn't gone to sleep. He lay dozing on his reclining chair, a wool blanket draped over him. Hearing the commotion, he opened his eyes unhurriedly, just in time to see his son come rushing in. "You're back. How'd it go?" Something's happened, Pa." Lu Xiaofu was in no state to answer right away. He gasped for a good while before finally pointing toward the door, his face twisted with terror. "The black bear. That black bear really came into the village. It followed me all the way to our door just now." "What?" Lu Wanfu shot to his feet, the blanket sliding off his lap onto the floor. He frowned. "What nonsense are you spouting? How could a black bear get into the village?" "It's true. I swear it, Pa. I couldn't have mistaken it. That was the bear, all right. It was crouched right on top of the he's wall, like it was about to climb over and eat somebody. And that's when it spotted me. I ran the whole way here, and when I looked back coming into the yard, the thing was still right behind me." As he spoke, Lu Xiaofu kept glancing around, finally snatching up a wooden club and gripping it tight. Only then did he feel a little calmer. At first, Lu Wanfu figured his son was just half asleep and babbling. But seeing him clutch that club for protection, eyes wide with fear, he couldn't help feeling uneasy himself. He couldn't afford to take it lightly. If it really was as his son said, they were in deep trouble. He paced back and forth a couple of times, then made up his mind. He'd go take a look himself. He fetched a ladder and first peered out through the crack in the door. Seeing nothing, he propped the ladder against the tall wall and climbed up. Under the dim moonlight, he scanned the surroundings, and there, amid the pitch-black darkness not far off, was indeed a massive shadow that didn't belong. As if drawn by his gaze, the shadow slowly rose to its feet and turned to look his way. A figure over 2 meters tall, radiating a crushing presence. Lu Wanfu's face went white in an instant. His legs gave out, and he tumbled straight off the wall. "Pa, are you okay, Pa? It's real. It really is the bear. It was just looking at me." Lu Wanfu's voice trembled. "Quick, get to the side room. Wake your mother too. There's a hidden room in there. And there's a knife under my bed. Go get it." It was destined to be a sleepless night. A pale light crept along the horizon, and a touch of red slowly climbed up over the mountaintop. Exhausted, Lu Wanfu and Lu Xiaofu worked up the nerve to step outside. They exchanged a glance, then climbed the earthen wall once more. They looked all around, and only after confirming there was no sign of the black bear did the two of them let out a long breath. The immediate danger had passed. After keeping watch all night, they could finally catch their breath. "Wait, Pa! Look over there!" Lu Xiaofu suddenly cried out. Lu Wanfu followed his gaze. There, along the base of the wall, were more than a dozen fresh claw marks, gouged with tremendous force, sunk a full finger's depth into the earth. Once again, a chill crept into both their hearts. I slept like the dead, not waking until the sun was already high in the sky. I didn't wake on my own. It was a knock at the door that roused me. I got dressed and opened it to find my eldest brother, Su Dahai, standing outside, his face beaming with delight. The moment he saw I was up, he didn't say a word. He just stepped right inside. He pulled the door shut behind him. "Little brother, you're a genius. It happened exactly like you said." Lu Wanfu not only stopped making everyone pay up the silver, he's rounding up all the able-bodied men in the village to go take out that blind bear. He's going door to door right now trying to convince folks, and a bunch of them have already agreed. He kept his voice low, but the joy in his eyes was impossible to hide. Sure, hunting a bear had its risks, but the way he saw it, those risks were nothing compared to those 2 taels of silver. Hell, forget 2 taels. In times like these, a single tael might as well be a whole family's life. Besides, with all the strong men in Stone Village and everyone prepared for it, could a single blind bear really push them around? Of course, there was another reason he was so thrilled. It was because he'd just witnessed his little brother's skills, a kind of skill he'd never imagined, never even seen before. "Little brother, how'd you scare that Lu Wanfu into changing his tune like that?" "He didn't change his tune. He's just afraid to die, that's all." I smiled. There was really nothing mysterious about it. Stripped down to the bare bones, it all came down to 2 words: human nature. Li Erga died, and the whole village was terrified, everyone except Lu Wanfu, because he knew perfectly well that the black bear had never come into the village at all. The whole thing was a scheme of his own making. It was precisely because he felt no threat that he dared to squeeze people for money without a shred of restraint. What did 1 or 2 deaths matter to him? Even if the entire village dropped dead because of the bear, as long as it didn't reach him, he couldn't care less. The cruelest people in this world are never the ones who hate you. They're the ones to whom your life and death mean absolutely nothing. There's only one way to deal with a man like that: make him taste death himself. Only in that moment will he suddenly want to talk about morality, about the law, about keeping the peace. If you want him to realize he's done wrong, you first have to make him realize he's about to die. Lu Wanfu was no different. If I wanted him to actually deal with the black bear, I had to tie that bear and his own life together, bind them tight. That was exactly why I'd sent my big brother out in the dead of night to play the part of a bear. And I'll say this, it worked shockingly well. My brother was already a big, hulking guy. Wrap him in a quilt, cinch it up with some thin rope to rough out the shape, and at a glance, he really did look the part. It was pitch black out anyway. As long as you kept enough distance, nobody could make out the details. The one risky bit was the step where we clawed marks into the wall. But with my brother looming in the distance to keep them spooked, and me scratching them out fast, it went off without a hitch. "Come to think of it, we actually owe Lu Xiaofu a thank you," I said with a laugh. "If he hadn't come charging at us, we probably would have had to make another trip to pull off the same effect. That part hadn't been in my plan at all. I'd only meant to stir up a little commotion outside their courtyard. For all of it, I had to thank that one thing I'd opened on a whim right before falling asleep. The Intel grade, Gray. Too, did you know? To deepen the villagers' fear of the black bear, Lu Wanfu plans to have Lu Xiaofu impersonate the bear in the middle of the night. One piece of intel multiplied the plan's effectiveness several times over. From now on, that Lu Xiaofu would probably think twice before stepping out at night. My brother and I put in a lot of work to give him a sight he'd never forget for the rest of his life. We had him in our sights the moment he walked out the door, when to appear, where to stand, how far to keep our distance, what moves to make. Every single step, carefully calculated. The whole point was to make it unforgettable. I just wonder, when it's actually time to go hunt that blind old bear, whether that guy'll have the guts to come along. Haha. Recalling the faint stench of piss he'd caught last night, my brother couldn't help but laugh too. Watching my usually honest, simple-hearted brother, something suddenly clicked in my chest. How do I feel like? I might be turning him bad. After downing 2 big bowls of millet porridge, we were resting in the yard, soaking up the sun, when Lu Wanfu showed up at our door, with old man Wang trailing behind him. Just as my brother had said, he was now going door to door, dead set on getting rid of that black bear. Anyone who didn't know the truth would have taken him for a good village head who genuinely cared about the people. After exchanging a few pleasantries and seeing us nod in agreement, he hurried off to the next house. By the afternoon, it seemed he'd done enough convincing. He gathered all the able-bodied men in the village at the village entrance. From the way he was moving, it was clear he didn't want to wait a single day longer. Stone Village had about 70 or 80 grown men fit for the task. They were all farm hands, and even bundled up in cotton coats against the cold, they couldn't hide their brawny frames. When it came to strength, I was dead last in this crowd, no contest. Luckily, I was tall enough that I didn't stand out among them. Not long after we took our spots at the village entrance, everyone had arrived. I scanned the crowd. Lu Wanfu had given his pep talk earlier, but plenty of faces still had one word written all over them: fear. It was something carved into their bones, not something a few words could wipe away. Truth be told, 70 or 80 men surrounding and killing a single black bear would be more than enough, as long as they prepared properly. But the common folk of this world weren't like me. They held an inborn dread of that beast in the mountains. Fear is the oldest chain of all. What it binds has never been the body, but the heart. If it weren't for the 2 taels of silver Lu Wanfu was offering, which, in this famine year, was practically worth a life, these people wouldn't have gathered here no matter what. From that angle, his scheme to raise money had actually accomplished something good. Now that everyone was assembled, the most important thing was to fire them up. Lu Wanfu was a village head for good reason. He had a silver tongue, spinning tale after tale, and in just a few sentences he'd painted that black bear as the whole village's a mortal enemy, life or death, as if failing to kill it today meant everyone in the village, old and young, would be dead by tomorrow. Ridiculous, sure, but effective. After that speech, the men still had fear in their eyes, but their backs straightened a little. They looked ready to fight for real. Now that morale was up, it was time to divide the work. Lu Wanfu was all talk. Actually dealing with the black bear would take real men. After some discussion, they settled on having a few of the village hunters take the lead. Sudahai was one of them. For one, my family was technically registered as hunters. For another, and this was the important part, whether it came to size or strength, my big brother was hands down #1 in the whole village. Even if he wasn't much use against a bear, just having him stand there put people's minds at ease. That was enough. With the plan set, everyone went home to grab their gear. Not 15 minutes later, when the group of big men gathered at the village entrance again, each of them had a hatchet in hand. From a distance, they actually gave off a real air of menace. Dahai and I brought ours too. The difference was, I also had a longbow slung over my shoulder. Against a bear, these hatchets were mostly just for courage. Nobody would dare actually go toe-to-toe with it. We'd have to rely on ranged attacks. I'd practiced with this bow in the yard for less than half a day. My power and aim were both way off. But having something was better than nothing. Everyone's here, let's move out. Lu Wanfu hardened his expression and shouted, "For Stone Village, for all your parents, wives, and children, we have to slaughter this blind bear today." There was one thing he didn't say out loud. If that beast didn't die, he wouldn't be able to sleep at night. Since the bear had come into the village, just to be safe, the group didn't head straight for Old Wild Mountain. First, they combed through the woods outside the village. Only after confirming there was no sign of a dark shadow did they set off in force toward Old Wild Mountain. The whole way was dead silent. Lu Wanfu found some excuse to tuck himself right in the middle of the group. Anyone with eyes could tell he was scared to death. I was scared too, but I knew that even if we ran into the bear, it wouldn't dare charge at a crowd this size. So I just walked up to the very front, shoulder to shoulder with Dahai. "Little brother," Dahai suddenly said, "if we really run into that blind bear, how do we handle it? Everybody rushes it at once. Can hatchets hack it to death?" Before, he never would have asked me anything. But ever since I turned Lu Wanfu's mind around with a single move, he figured his little brother had some skills he'd never seen before. At least, I was smarter than him. What he didn't expect was that his question nearly made me choke to death on the water I was drinking. Big brother, what did you just say? Hack the bear to death. Yeah. He nodded, waving the hatchet with his muscle-packed arm. I've got it all figured out. When the time comes, we surround it. You all fire a couple arrows first. Then I lead everyone in a rush. With this many people, we can chop it to death for sure. Me. My poor big brother. He actually had the sense to have us fire off a couple arrows first. I was even starting to wonder if the reason the villagers were so terrified of the black bear was that they, too, had been planning to just charge and swinging their blades. So in the end, was I the biggest coward here? The corner of my mouth twitched. Watching my eager big brother, I still decided to put in a word. Actually, we don't have to go at it head-on and risk our necks, I said. If we can avoid startling it, we could track it first, dig a few pits, then drive it toward them. Even if the first shot misses, it'd save us a lot of trouble. Drive it over? Yeah. I nodded. No matter how vicious the bear is, it'll be scared when it sees this many of us. We just light some branches for torches and herd it right where we want it. Dahai looked thoughtful. Beside him, Zhang, who'd been trudging along silently the whole time, suddenly turned to look at me. You know about this stuff too? There was a hint of surprise in his eyes. Like most people in the village, Zhang looked down on me, the notorious good-for-nothing. Earlier, when I'd pushed my way to the front of the group, he would have snapped at me already if Dahai hadn't been there. He hadn't expected me to say something like that. Even wild beasts fear a crowd. Any halfway experienced hunter knew as much. But ordinary folks didn't, and even those who did would be overwhelmed by instinctive fear and wouldn't dare trust it. On that point alone, I was already a cut above those clueless cowards. Surprised as he was, Zhang remembered the Su family was on the hunter registry too, so he didn't dwell on it. The plan we settled on isn't far off from what you said. Once we find the bear, we dig 2 pits nearby first, and then there's no way it gets away from us. He paused, his tone blunt. But we're still gonna have to fight for it. You've got a bow in your hands, so don't get so scared you can't even draw the string when the time comes. Zhang's words weren't kind, but I didn't take them to heart. According to my memories, he used to hold nothing but contempt for the original owner of this body. That he was willing to say even this much to me now counted as a real improvement. The group pressed on in silence. Aside from a few hunters occasionally muttering about the pits, hardly anyone spoke. I didn't chime in either. Leave the specialized work to the specialists. Even if this was their first time going after a black bear, their years of hunting experience spoke for themselves. From animal behavior to the depth of the pits, how long they'd take, and how to conceal them, they understood it all far better than I did. Simply put, things had reached the point where there was nothing more for me to do. The weather was nice today. The warm sun hung high, not a cloud in the sky. A black bear was no demon or monster, and in the broad light of day, the dread in everyone's hearts eased a little. If there was one problem, it was that we'd set out late. By the time the few dozen men reached Old Wildland Mountain, it was already afternoon. If the search dragged on too long, once night fell, things would get complicated. A few hunters conferred and decided to split into groups of 10 to search the mountain. Before the words had even settled, more than half of them objected. Boss Zhang, you can't send us off to die. Yeah, even sticking together we might be no match for that blind bear. Split up? Aren't we just delivering ourselves as its next meal? No way. No way, we can't separate. Worst case, we come back tomorrow. When Lu Wanfu heard about this, he shook his round head like a rattle drum. Was this some kind of joke? It was precisely because he feared death that he'd forked over a pile of silver to get these people to risk their necks. Blending into the crowd felt safe enough, but splitting up, running into a black bear out in this godforsaken wilderness, would be even more dangerous than if the thing were crouched right outside his own front gate. With so many voices against it, Boss Zhang, however reluctant, had no choice but to lead everyone forward at a slow search. To avoid tipping off their prey, he told everyone to keep quiet as much as possible, then took a few hunters and pulled a little ahead of the group, hoping to spot any tracks first. Trailing behind, I watched all this and couldn't help but feel a pang of emotion. These hunters were even more obsessed with killing the bear than Lu Wanfu was. He feared death. They feared losing money. Most of them didn't even own a scrap of farmland, and 2 taels of silver could genuinely mean life or death to them. The mountain paths were hard going to begin with, and with so many people the search crawled along. By my estimate, Combing through this whole desolate old mountain would take 2 or 3 days. Luckily, I could pinpoint it. With a single thought, I chose to use the black bear intel, and a scene surfaced in my mind. Deep in the dense forest, a pitch-black figure ambled along with no apparent purpose, white breath puffing from its snout now and then. I stared at the surroundings in the image, brow furrowed in thought. Then suddenly my pupils shrank. No wonder something had felt off. The place where the bear stood right now was the very forest beneath our feet. If I remembered correctly, we were no more than 200 or 300 meters apart, and closing in on each other. Both parties rushing toward each other. My eye twitched, and I instinctively tightened my grip on the longbow. At that very moment, Boss Zhang, Zhao Kuang, and the others, walking at the front and having just crested the slope, came to an abrupt halt. They exchanged a glance, then all bent low and hurried back down like a pack of thieves. Found the blind bear. It's right up ahead. The words dropped like a stone into water, sending ripples through the crowd. Everyone's face changed in an instant. They instinctively stepped back and scrambled to raise their machetes. Shoo! Boss Zhang quickly signaled for silence. Keep it down. All of you, don't spook it. We're downwind here. It can't catch our scent. He turned to those beside him. Zhao Kuang, Yong, you two take some men to the back right now and dig a pit trap. In a bit we'll drive it that way. Got it. Without another word, the two nodded and hurried off with nearly half the men. The rest, under Boss Zhang's direction, slowly backed away. They had to give. The trap diggers needed time, which meant we couldn't spook the black bear. And so a bizarre scene unfolded. The bear ambled through the woods, and every few steps it took, the crowd 200 or 300 meters away would shuffle in the same direction, as if the bear were herding them along. Of course, keeping our distance wasn't the only thing. As we backed away, everyone scanned for suitable branches and gripped them tight. Didn't need to be sturdy, didn't need to be long, just needed to look big. The best kind had branches jutting out every which way, leaves still attached. Kid, you really think this stuff will scare off a black bear? Dahai kept his voice low. I'm not totally sure either. I hefted the branch in my hand. But it can't hurt. When the time comes, get everyone to spread their arms and legs out. Make ourselves look as big as possible. Yeah, this was my idea. It wasn't my call this round, but Boss Zhang thought it over and figured it made some sense, so he went with it. Even if it didn't work, we had nothing to lose. We'd retreated a good distance now, and the bear's path was gradually veering off course. Finally, Boss Zhang waved for us to stop. At his command, the 30 or 40 of us scattered in every direction, each finding cover in the brush and trees. Roar! A low growl, drawing closer. Everyone held their breath, knuckles white around machetes and branches. Then, over the crunch of dead leaves, the black bear that had haunted our reports for days finally lumbered into my sight for the first time. Its steps were slow, heavy, exhausted. It wasn't the massive, ferocious beast I'd pictured. Beneath its dry, matted fur, its shoulder blades and spine jutted out one by one, like a jagged mountain ridge. With every step, you could trace the outline of its bones. Skin and bones. That was my first impression of it. The good news, starved down to that, its fighting strength had to be weighed down, which would make it easier to deal with. The bad news, hunger makes a beast more vicious, more alert, like this one right here. Even though we were downwind, as the distance closed, it seemed to catch a scent of something. Its jet-black nose pressed to the ground, sniffing without pause, its growls growing more urgent. It was about to spot us. Surrounded, a roar exploded through the trees. Before the bear could react, the men burst out from behind the brush all at once. Nobody dared get close. They stopped 10 or 20 meters out, forming a half circle. Just like I'd said, everyone spread their arms and legs wide and shook their branches hard. The rustling merged into a single wall of sound, and the dead silent forest erupted into chaos. The bear froze at the sudden commotion, stopped sniffing, and spun in place, looking around in a panic. Roar! It let out a threatening roar, and the two guys in that direction flinched, instinctively about to back away. Don't back off. And don't be scared. I barked, cutting them off. You run. It chases. Whoever runs, it goes after. That did the trick. Though fear still lingered in their eyes, the two men forced themselves to stop, gritting their teeth and shaking the branches even harder. Roar! Came another cry, but this time, the ferocity had dulled. Before everyone's eyes, the black bear actually began to back away, step by step. That's it. Hold steady. Boss Zhang called out. You few on that side, tighten up. We have to drive it into the trap. Tense as they were, no one would back down now. Teeth clenched, they inched forward together, locking down the path of its retreat. No cries of alarm. No cheers. Everyone just shook their branches in silence, pressing forward one step at a time. Two more roars. The bear retreated faster and faster, forcing the men to pick up the pace. Amid the chase, from a tree not far off, I spotted several figures. The trap was set. Wham! Without warning, the fleeing bear's footing gave way, and its massive body, along with the dead branches covering the top, plunged straight down into a pit. It was a pit dug in a hurry, only knee-deep for lack of time. But it was enough. That little drop was all we needed to make it stumble. Almost at the same instant, two trees near the pit's edge, already mostly chopped through, came crashing down, and two thick trunks were dropped from above. The target wasn't the bear, but the rim of the pit itself. Now, light it up. A shout rang out. We had just closed in when several men sprinted to the pit's edge, laid oil-soaked cloth strips across the trunks, and touched them with a burning branch. Whoosh! In just a few breaths, flames leapt up around the pit, trapping the bear, which had just risen to its feet, inside a wall of fire. Between the depth of the pit and the trunks ringing it, the drop from inside to out was just over a meter. The bear reared up in agitation, standing a full 2 meters tall, but the flickering flames drove it to spin in place, roaring. It's trapped. Grab your weapons. Someone shouted, and the reunited men instantly gathered around. More than 70 men surrounded the pit, packed tight, cleavers gripped hard, nerves stretched to the breaking point. I wasn't idle either. Seeing Boss Zhang and a few others step up with their bows, I knew the moment to strike had come. I drew an arrow and knocked it, pressing forward with the rest. Down in the pit, the bear thrashed back and forth, trying again and again to claw its way up the edge, only to be driven back by the tongues of flame. Aim for the vital spots, the eyes if you can, Boss Zhang said in a low voice. This pit won't hold it long. Once it goes mad, it'll climb right out. We don't have much time. With that, he knocked an arrow and took aim, paying no mind to anyone else. I aimed too, calm on the surface, but tight inside. I'd only tested this about twice back in the yard. Shooting a living thing was another matter entirely, especially a black bear, the king of the forest. I held my breath, drew the string back as far as I could, and fixed my eyes on its neck. Just as I waited for the others, I went first, and Brother Zhang's voice came again. Feet shoulder-width apart. Don't just use your arms, drive from the waist. Don't grip the bow too tight, or the recoil shatter your bones. He clearly hadn't expected a punk like me to squeeze in this close, so he gave me an extra glance and tossed out a couple pointers. By the time I turned to look at him, he'd already refocused. His arm drew back, bending the bow into a full moon. Whish! An arrow tore through the air, streaking past the wall of fire and burying itself into the black bear in the pit. You could tell the shot had been aimed at its face, but the bear was shifting back and forth in a frenzy, so the arrowhead veered off and sank deep into one of its shoulder blades. A roar even angrier than before exploded out. The wounded bear seemed to lose all reason, throwing itself against the edge of the pit and clawing madly at the burning logs. Zhao Kuang and the others didn't dare wait any longer. One after another, they loosed their fingers. Wish, wish, wish. Several arrows shot out in quick succession. At this range, there was no chance of missing. Even my own arrow sank into its spine alongside the rest. The howling grew fiercer. Still, no one stopped. Pull an arrow, knock the string, fire again. In just a few breaths, more than a dozen arrows bristled from the bear's back. Blood poured out, staining the mud at the bottom of the pit red. We hadn't hit anything vital from the front, but it was badly hurt all the same. Except the side effect kicked in, too. The agonizing pain drove the bear completely mad. Even its fear of fire was crushed beneath it. Its claws flailed, and though it couldn't snap the logs, it forced its way through the searing flames and clawed its way out of the pit. Hold it back, Brother Zhang bellowed, striding forward and drawing another arrow. But before the arrow even left the string, the bear suddenly staggered backward 2 steps. tripped over the burning logs, and crashed heavily back into the pit. The abruptness of it left everyone on our side frozen. I looked up. Somehow, Big C had made his way around to the opposite side. Right now, he was gripping a log as thick as a grown man's leg, its middle already split apart. There was no mistaking it. He'd knocked the bear back into the pit with a single swing. I stared at the splintered end of the wood and couldn't help swallowing hard. I'd always known my big brother was strong, but I never imagined he was this strong. Was this something a human being could actually do? It wasn't just me. Everyone else was staring wide-eyed, too. The break in that log was as thick as the mouth of a bowl. How much force did it take to snap something like that clean through? Even harder to imagine, by human strength alone, he'd actually driven the bear back. Even if it was skin and bones. Even if the blow had caught it completely off guard. Quit standing around. Kick it while it's down. Finish it off. I snapped out of it first. Ignoring everyone else, I stepped in a few paces closer, raised my hands, and let an arrow fly into the pit. It was the first time I'd ever shot at a living thing. I'd barely practiced before. But being this close made all the difference. This arrow didn't miss. It struck true, sinking into the black bear's neck. It grew more frenzied, claws raking at the dirt as if trying to dig away the pain. The crowd watched with cold eyes. Not a shred of pity among them. This beast had human blood on its paws. Big Zhang and the others snapped out of their daze, dumping what few arrows they had left into the pit. The rest hauled over boulders from all around and hurled them down with everything they had. The stones couldn't crack through that thick hide, but there were plenty of them. The bear had been weak to begin with, and now, badly wounded and buried under this hailstorm of rock, it couldn't drag itself up. This went on for the better part of a quarter hour, until the arrows ran dry. The men were gasping for breath, and there wasn't a single stone left to throw. Only then did they stop. Is it dead? Looks like it stopped moving. Grab your weapons. Everybody stay sharp. Hatchets in hand, they circled the edge of the pit. Inside was a scene of total wreckage. Stones of every size were piled in a heap. The bear sprawled in the middle, its back bristling with arrows, its lower half all but buried under rock. Not a twitch. Looked like it had breathed its last. Somebody grab a branch and poke it. Eyes are shut. It's probably dead for real. Just to be safe, let's all go down and stick it a few more times. Sure, if you've got the guts, you go first. They shoved each other back and forth. Before they could settle on anything, the eldest, Su Dahai, hopped in with his hatchet. Everyone held their breath. Another figure dropped down after him, Big Zhang. Bunch of cowards. He spat and gripped his blade, edging up to the bear. The two exchanged a glance, said nothing, and brought their gleaming, freshly sharpened hatchets down on that neck together. The blade sank in. No death throes. Barely even a splash of blood. It's dead. It's really dead. Someone shouted it, and the dozens of men at the pit's edge broke into cheers. A few jumped down too, hacking at the carcass to vent their rage. Not far from the crowd, Lu Wanfu stood frowning at the corpse, feeling like something was off. Earlier, afraid of an accident, he'd kept his distance. Now, up close, he took a good look. This bear didn't quite match the one in his memory. That glimpse over the wall that night. The bear had been huge and powerful. This one was clearly far too thin. Could it be he'd remembered wrong? Surely there couldn't be two black bears up on Old Wild Mountain. Impossible. He shook his head and gave up thinking about it. Whatever. The menace was finally gone tonight. He could sleep easy now. Pity about all that silver, though. He'd have to find another way to make it back. Meanwhile, the men had already lashed the bear to two long poles with rope. Dozens of them lifted it together and carried it back to the village with ease. Word that the bear had been dealt with spread fast, and all of Stone Village came alive. A few boys ran around spreading the news, and every household poured out to the village entrance, pointing and gesturing, while busy fussing over their own men. A bear that big. It didn't hurt any of you, did it? Are you kidding? You know who your son is. No bear's gonna lay a finger on me. Hey Kai, I keep telling you and you won't believe me. That blind bear tried to climb out of the pit, and I knocked it out cold with one big rock. Kid's mom, you see that gash on the bear's leg? That was me. The families barely got a few caring words out before these men, who'd been holding it in the whole way back, cut them off, itching to give vivid accounts of their heroic feats along the road. Tales of crossing mountains and fording rivers to track their prey, of cornering the black bear in a maze of blades and stone. If I hadn't been there myself, I might have been taken in too. All we did was dig a pit up on the mountain. But the way it came out of their mouths, it turned into some epic saga of surviving 81 trials and pulling off a comeback against impossible odds. I listened, not bothering to call them out, and turned to look at my eldest brother. Unlike the others, when faced with his wife's questions, Suda High, my big brother, took no credit at all. How could I ever be a match for a black bear? Don't worry. Me and little brother kept our distance the whole time. What? Someone said I wrestled the bear and jumped in the pit first? Don't listen to their nonsense. None of that happened. I was being careful. Big brother scratched his head, grinning sheepishly, but his wife just looked suspicious, clearly not buying it. Little brother, say something, would you? At a loss, he nudged me quietly with his elbow. Distracted, I just answered, Yeah, exactly. There were too many people on the bear hunt, so dividing the spoils became a headache. The most valuable parts of a black bear are the hide, the paws, and the gallbladder. Those couldn't be split up. They'd have to be taken to Yongin County and sold for silver. What really needed dividing was the edible parts. This bear was too skinny. It was big, but once butchered, it only yielded about 70 caddies of meat. Looked like each household could get a caddy or so, but meat came in fatty and lean, good and bad cuts. Who got which piece became the main point of contention, not to mention the bones and organs. Luckily, several hunters were on hand, and after some discussion, they finally worked out a relatively fair arrangement. Dividing up meat wasn't something I cared much about. My nerves had been stretched tight for so long dealing with the black bear, and I'd walked such a long way back and forth. I was genuinely exhausted now. And I wasn't the only one. Once we got back to the village and could finally relax, exhaustion was written all over the men's faces. Aside from a few skilled hunters who stayed behind to divide the meat, everyone else headed home to rest, leaving only the women there squabbling over their shares. Ah, that's the stuff. The moment I got inside, I flopped straight onto the bed, sprawled out flat on my back. This wasn't just physical relief, it was a weight off my mind too. With the black bear that had claimed the old wilderness now dealt with, I wouldn't have to worry about wasting my intel anymore. I could go back to roaming the mountain. And now that I had a bow and arrows, dealing with wild game would be a lot easier than before. Probably? Well, that bow was currently only. I could draw it back a little past halfway, but my aim was way off. Still, practice would fix that. Feet shoulder width apart. Drive the power from your core. I turned Boss Zhang's words over in my head, lost in thought. Sure, we were registered as a hunting family, but neither my brother nor I knew the first thing about a bow. Before this, all I knew was to pull and release. Couldn't aim worth a damn, and I could barely hold it steady. Draw it too long, and my shoulder would start aching. Now that I thought about it, maybe it wasn't just about physical strength. I just hadn't found the knack for it. When I shot the black bear, I'd been too nervous to pay attention. Next time, I'd try it exactly the way he said. Mulling it over, I slowly let my eyes fall shut. When I woke again, it was pitch dark out. There wasn't much bear meat, but our family got a pound. I didn't take any of the organs, brought some bones back instead. They're already stewing on the stove. The moment I stepped into the main room, a rich aroma hit me square in the face, and my mouth started watering. I'd never had bare bone soup before. And the meat, I had no idea what that would taste like either. Before long, a big steaming pot of soup was carried in. 2 thick bones stuck up out of it, looking downright mouth-watering. But to my disappointment, there was no bear meat in it. It was made with the leftover roe deer meat from before, plus those 2 bones. Didn't we get a whole pound of meat? What are you thinking? My brother shot me a look. Bear meat's worth a fortune. Boss Zhang said a pound goes for 80, 90 copper coins over in Yongin County. Sure, you've got silver on you now, but who knows how much a wife's gonna cost you down the road. So, sell half a pound, eat half a pound. I ventured. Stuff like this was rare. If I didn't try it now, I might never get another chance. This. My brother clearly hesitated. He was craving it too, but half a pound of bear meat was worth 2 pounds of roe deer. He just couldn't bring himself to do it. He couldn't make up his mind for the longest time. In the end, it was my sister-in-law who spoke up. Fine. If the little one wants to eat it, let's keep half a pound. We're not hurting for money right now anyway. But ist. Okay. Okay, we'll do that. My brother had been about to say something else when a sharp pain shot through his side, and he quickly changed his tune. I grinned. Little Yuan grinned too. She'd never seen a bear, had no clue what bear meat tasted like. But judging by the look on her second uncle's face, it had to be something good. There's no greater pleasure in life than eating your fill and going to sleep, then waking up and eating again. I slept until I woke up naturally. After a quick wash-up, I stood in the courtyard slurping a bowl of hot porridge while studying the new intel that had refreshed. Intel grade, green, white. 1. Did you know? 2 startled wild rabbits have made their home in a cave on the western side of Old Wasteland Mountain. 2. Did you know? A section of the He family's courtyard wall has come loose. In a few years, it could compromise the entire wall. Remaining intel count, 2. More useless white intel. 1 glance was all it took before I lost interest. 2 or 3. After finishing my porridge and resting for a bit, I grabbed my longbow and headed out to the yard. The weather was nice today, perfect for heading up the mountain. But before I settled the score with those 2 rabbits, I needed to get some practice in. I planted a stick of firewood at one end of the yard as a target and stood at the other. The 2 ends were about 10 meters apart. Not far, but for a beginner like me, that was plenty. After all, that piece of firewood was only as thick as my arm. I nocked an arrow, drew a deep breath, and turned my body sideways just like Elder Zhang had told me to. Feet shoulder-width apart, I put a hard drive through my waist, and the bowstring snapped taut. Definitely easier this way. My eyes lit up. I'd drawn the bow to about 70 or 80%, still short of a full draw, but a big improvement over before. Most importantly, holding it steady didn't wear me out as much. With the power coming from my core, the burning ache in my arms dropped off dramatically. At this rate, I could hold it at least twice as long. The longer I could hold, the longer I could aim. For a beginner like me, that was everything. I narrowed my eyes on that stick of firewood, calmed my mind, and slowed even my breathing. 1 second, 2 seconds. Whip. The arrow tore through the air and buried itself in the dirt beside the firewood. Off target? That shouldn't happen. I frowned. I definitely felt the full draw, like some archery god had possessed me. So how did I not only miss, but miss by 2 or 3 body widths? A fluke. It had to be a fluke. Without a word, I pulled out another arrow. Whip. Another hole in the ground. Keep going. My eye twitched a couple of times. Draw. Aim. The whistle of arrows rang out through the yard one after another. A while later, I shook out my numb fingers and looked at the several arrows now sticking out of the firewood. I nodded, satisfied. The first 4 had all missed. But as I gradually found my rhythm, my accuracy shot up. Now I was hitting 3 out of 5. Nowhere near those veteran hunters, but it should be good enough to be useful in a real fight. I walked over to the firewood, pulled out the arrows, and smoothed over that cluster of holes in the dirt along the way. Only once every trace was gone did I sling the bamboo basket onto my back and head out through the yard gate. The village was as quiet as ever. As I passed by Li Ergu's house, I couldn't help glancing over. Come to think of it, Li Ergu had rotten luck. If he'd lived to see today, with his share of the black bear meat and the silver from selling the bear paws, he might not have made it through the winter, but he could have held on a good while longer. Instead, one act of theft cost him his life. The most meaningless kind of death there is. In this life, more often than not, it's not the wild beasts that bring a man down, it's his own greed. The whole village figured he'd been eaten by the black bear. The real killer didn't have to sweat a thing. If Li Ergu's spirit was watching from below, he'd probably be furious enough to claw his way out of the grave. I felt a pang of something, but I had no intention of clearing his name. Dead is dead. This kind of thing, dog eating dog, one scourge wiping out another. I was happy to just watch from the sidelines, relying solely on Lu. If Wanfu's really as upstanding as they say, I wouldn't stir up trouble for no reason. Unless I could produce solid, ironclad evidence, enough to bury him in one blow and make sure he'd never crawl back out, it wouldn't be worth it. Even if I dug up the corpse, it wouldn't prove a thing. I'd just be dragging myself through the mud for nothing. Pushing the thought aside, I kept my head down and pressed on. Before long, I reached Old Barren Mountain. This time I wasn't wandering aimlessly. I put my intel to use. In my mind's eye, beside a huge boulder on the mountainside, 2 gray rabbits were nibbling grass, heads down, glancing up and around now and then. They looked awfully cautious. Now that I had a read on the terrain, I knew exactly what to do. I took the trail and quickly circled around to that spot on the mountainside. Looking down from above, maybe 20 or 30 meters out, the two gray rabbits were still happily munching away. I didn't rush to loose an arrow. First, I scanned the area carefully. A man's got to know his own limits. At this range, my odds of hitting with a single shot were low. I needed a backup plan. They say a rabbit won't graze near its own den, and sure enough, there's no burrow around here. But the second they're spooked, they'll most likely bolt down one of those two paths. My eyes locked onto two faint animal trails. I didn't have much hunting experience, but I knew this much. Most wild animals stick to fixed routes. As long as I set traps there, missing my shot wouldn't matter. No sooner thought than done. I slid the bamboo basket off my back and pulled out a few lengths of cord. Catching rabbits didn't call for anything fancy. A simple snare would do. Then again, I wouldn't know how to build anything complicated anyway. I cut the cord into two pieces and tied a slip knot in each, then crept down toward the trails. The rabbits still hadn't noticed me. I hung one snare right across the center of the animal trail and lashed the loose end tight around a thick shrub. I gave it a tug to make sure it held, then moved to the other side and did the same. With both trails rigged, I made my way back to my original perch. I drew my bow and nocked an arrow. Turning sideways, I heard the bowstring creak taut. Squinting, I fixed my eye on the plumper of the two gray rabbits below, took a deep breath, and let my fingers snap open. Whish! The arrow shot out and landed on the rabbit in the blink of an eye, punching clean through its hind leg. Got it! A rush of excitement hit me. I hadn't expected my first shot to go so smoothly, but I didn't let my guard down. I quickly drew a second arrow, nocked it, and took aim at the other rabbit. By now that rabbit was spooked, legs flying, and in an instant it had shot off several meters, unbelievably fast. I couldn't afford to hesitate. I predicted where it would go and loosed my second arrow. Whish! Another whistle cut through the air. This time I wasn't so lucky. The shot wasn't way off, but it missed by about a meter, the arrowhead clanging sharply against the boulder beside the rabbit. That crisp clang made my heart ache. Too much force. The tip was probably pretty banged up, might have even chipped a bit off the point. I'd have to give it a good sharpening when I got back. I let out a sigh and lowered the bow, just staring silently at the rabbit as it fled. Sure enough, it was following the animal trail. When I reached the snare, the gray rabbit had, no surprise, gotten its body caught. The loop had cinched shut the moment it was tripped, clamping tight around the rabbit's belly. No matter how it struggled, the thin cord only pulled tighter, and the bush branch it was tied to didn't budge an inch. Got it. My eyes lit up. Ignoring the other rabbit still thrashing with an arrow through its hind leg, I charged down the hill straight for the snare. One hand pinned its head, the other drew my polished machete. One quick chop, and the rabbit under the snare went still. Only then did I finally relax. Snares actually don't have a high success rate. The animal has to walk right into it, and even after it's triggered, they can sometimes wriggle free. Their one advantage is that they're easy to set, so you can lay several at once. I'd really been worried the rabbit would escape before I got there. Losing a bird you'd already cooked hurts a lot more than never having one to begin with. Thankfully, this one wasn't getting away now. I wiped the blood off the blade on the bush and walked over to the rabbit I'd shot. One clean chop, same as before. Before long, both rabbits were in the bamboo basket. Went smoother than I expected. I muttered. I'd been ready for a long fight with these two hares, but I'd taken them both down in one go. Just wonder if there's any other game up on this mountain. After thinking it over, I decided not to pull up the other snare. The odds of catching anything were low, but leaving it there cost me nothing. I came up the mountain often anyway. Might as well keep it as a little daily hope. With a full haul, I didn't linger. I picked up some firewood along the way and headed back down to the village. Sis, do we still have enough oil at home? We're having roast rabbit tonight. Roast rabbit? What roast rabbit? Sitting in the yard mending a cotton coat, my sister-in-law paused. The moment she looked up, I lifted the two gray rabbits out of the basket. Wild rabbits. Her eyes lit up instantly. She set down the half-finished coat and hurried over to take one, examining it closely. This one's got to be over 4 pounds. And the pelt's good too. Little brother, did you catch these yourself? Of course. I grinned proudly and gave the longbow in my hand a little shake. I'm a real hunter now. Good, that's good. She nodded again and again. looking at the two rabbits and the bow in my hand, and a mist welled up in her eyes despite herself. She quickly blinked it back and just kept nodding. Being a hunter is good. You want roast rabbit, right? I'll make it for you right now. Roasted meat was an extravagant thing in times like these. Rabbit especially, it has hardly any fat of its own, so to make it taste good, you have to brush on a layer of oil. But my sister-in-law, Lin Chuanxia, made it for me anyway. A makeshift fire pit was set up over the woodpile in the yard, and the cleaned rabbit, skewered on a long branch, turned slowly over the flames. Below, flames leaped up, drawing out the rich aroma of the meat and searing that golden layer of fat on the surface. Sizzle! A drop of grease fell into the fire, sending up a spark, and the smell grew even stronger. The scent didn't just get to me. It even lured little Xiao Yuan out of the back room, and she came trotting into the yard. Hey, keep an eye on the fire for me. I'm going to check on the porridge. Sure. I took the stick and kept turning it. The aroma spread out, carried off into the distance by the cold wind. Xiao Yuan crouched beside me, chin in her hands, her big eyes locked on the rabbit without blinking. There was curiosity in them, and a hint of pity, but every so often she'd quietly swallow a mouthful of drool. Her torn expression made me chuckle to myself. The rabbit was just about done, so I tore off a small piece. Here, have a taste. She hesitated, glancing at the meat, then throwing a look toward the back room. Go on, she won't know, I said in a low voice, like some tempting little devil. The kid couldn't resist in the end and took it. Thanks, uncle. She chewed in tiny bites, and the satisfied look on her face said it all. This roast rabbit was delicious, way better than the stew we'd had a few days back. My mouth was watering too, and I was just about to tear off a piece for myself when footsteps sounded outside the yard. It was my big brother, Sudahai, coming home. What you two got cooking? I could smell it from way off. The moment he stepped into the yard, he rushed right over to me, bent down, eyes wide, staring at the rabbit over the fire, and swallowed hard without even trying to hide it. Man, that smells good. The whole half of the village must be able to smell it. Then he suddenly paused, craning his neck. Wait, where'd we get a rabbit? Caught it up on Old Wild Mount today. There's another one in the back room. You caught it? And there's another one. His eyes went wide. He looked at the rabbit, then at me, and suddenly burst out laughing. Huh, my little brother's really got the touch. Xiao Yuan, go grab your daddy a fan from inside. If the neighbors can't get a bite, they might as well get a whiff. The little girl nodded and ran inside, coming back out with an old bamboo fan in hand. That's how simple showing off is for country folk. He waved the fan, and the smell wafted everywhere. Hard to say if it drifted all that far, but the dirt in our yard was practically soaking it up. We roasted it a while longer, and only when my sister-in-law called out from the back room did we take the rabbit off the fire and head inside. Besides the porridge and roast rabbit, there was a small dish of wild greens on the table. Some meat, some veggies, nothing lavish. But as far as meals in this village went, it was in a class of its own. My appetite kicked into high gear, a bite of porridge, a bite of meat, digging in with gusto. As we ate, my brother pulled a few pieces of silver from inside his shirt. I took those bear paws to Yong'an County and sold them today. Got 28 taels in all. That much. It wasn't just my sister-in-law. Even I was stunned, my eyes going wide. For a moment, I'd figured bear paws could fetch a decent price, but nobody told me they'd sell for this much. You've got no idea, bear gallbladder's worth a fortune. That little thing, barely bigger than your palm, and someone paid 10 taels for it the second we hit town. My older brother said, clicking his tongue. The paws went for 16 taels. Only thing was that pelt. Half burnt, half torn up, so they'd only give 2 taels for it. At this, a look of regret crossed his face. If he'd known, he would have held those folks back a little at the time. The quality wouldn't have improved much, but it could have been worth at least another tael of silver. 70 of us went up the mountain to hunt that bear, so it came out to 4 chien apiece, split evenly. I collected your share for you. Here it is. Splitting the silver wasn't like splitting the meat. With the meat, they'd given a share to every household that sent someone, out of respect for the whole village. But silver was different from a pound of meat. Every person you sent up the mountain took on more risk, so naturally they deserved a bigger cut. Brother, keep this bit of silver. Give it to sister-in-law to hold on to if you want. Just don't give it to me. Seeing him about to push the silver toward me, I spoke up first. This. He paused, exchanged a glance with my sister-in-law, then nodded and put it away. It was a satisfying meal. We'd had meat at every meal lately, but it was always stewed or boiled, hardly a trace of grease to it. This barbecue tonight finally satisfied that craving for something rich and fatty. Rubbing my round, full belly, I wandered out into the courtyard. Gazing up at the sky full of stars and moonlight, I suddenly thought, this life, actually, wasn't so bad. Well, in a way. A gust of cold wind swept over me, and I shivered, pulling my padded jacket tighter. All the mood for moon-gazing gone, I headed back inside like a sensible person. The cold snap the intel had mentioned a few days back had finally arrived. The next morning, the moment I opened my eyes, I saw snow swirling down outside the window. Even bundled up in the covers, the chill crept in, leaving me shivering. So cold. Good thing we had plenty of firewood. The Kong had been burning all night. Otherwise, I'd have surely woken up frozen in the middle of the night. I sucked in a breath of cold air, any thought of lounging in bed gone. Throwing on my padded jacket, I hurried into the main room. The weather had turned bitter cold and the snow was coming down hard. So for once my brother hadn't gone out. He was keeping little Yuan company by the stove, warming himself. My sister-in-law was sewing a padded jacket as usual. Looked like she was almost done. Little brother, there's hot porridge left for you in the pot. Eat it while it's warm and heat yourself up. She looked up. Once the snow lets up a bit, your brother's heading to Dailyu Village. Why don't you go with him? Dailyu Village. I blinked, a little puzzled. The two places weren't far apart, but the round trip still took 2 or 3 hours, and in weather this cold, no less. My brother caught my confusion and explained, it's nothing serious. The harvests have been bad these past couple years, so lots of folks are trying to find other ways to make a living. I want to go see Uncle Zhao in Dailyu Village and learn how to make wooden goods. Come spring, I could sell them for some silver. If you're up for it, come along and look around. There's a stretch of woods by the village, might be some game. These days, are there really any living creatures left in the woods by the village? Honestly, I didn't buy it. But seeing how earnestly my big brother swore it was true, I couldn't bring myself to argue. What I didn't notice was that after he said this, he and my sister-in-law snuck a glance at each other and gave each other a little nod. There are, my brother said with a dry cough. Think about it. Everyone said Old Barren Mountain had no game left too, so the hunters couldn't be bothered to go. But you still always came back with a catch, didn't you? That patch of forest is huge. With your skills, you'll come home loaded for sure. Me. It was flattering to hear, but I knew myself. What skills? It was all thanks to activating a few little tricks. My brother's praise felt a bit forced, like there was even a trap hidden in his words. I mulled it over for a while, but couldn't spot anything wrong, so I just gave up thinking and nodded in agreement. After downing a bowl of hot porridge, I walked to the door. The heavy snow was still falling. One step down, and it buried my shoe past the top, with no sign of letting up. Looks like there'd be no going to Big Willow Village today. I didn't mind much. I tightened my cotton coat and crouched on the threshold to watch the snow. In 2 lifetimes, this was the first time I'd ever seen snow this heavy. Each flake really was like a flower petal, plump, with veins clearly visible, falling in clumps and clusters. In a daze, it looked like sheets of white curtains dividing heaven from earth. Beautiful it truly was, and cold it truly was. I breathed a puff of warm air into my palms as my mind started turning. The winter here was even colder than I'd imagined. By deep winter, the temperature would probably drop even lower. To live comfortably, that stove alone wouldn't cut it. Maybe I could set up some kind of underfloor heating? I sized up the floor of the room. The surface was packed earth, with a layer of crushed stone underneath to block moisture. Digging the whole thing up to build flues would be a problem, materials would be an issue, and it'd take a long time. Or maybe just do a section of it. I did the math in my head. If I only covered the middle of the main room, the workload would be far smaller, and the stove's heat would be enough to supply it. The effect would be diminished, but the room would get a lot warmer. You can't be too greedy. With a rough plan in mind, I went straight to my brother. Underfloor heating? What's that? He said, scratching his head. As an honest farmer, it was the first time he'd heard the term. It's like a heated Kong, but underground, I said, using the simplest way to put it. We bury a few flues right in the center of the main room and connect them to the stove. During the day, The hot smoke from the stove travels through the flues and warms the room a good deal. At night, it circles back into the calm. That way neither gets neglected. What do you think, brother? Huh? He blanked for a moment. To be honest, he hadn't understood a word, but seeing how confident I was, he figured it'd probably be fine. All right, we'll do it your way. Since we couldn't go out in the snow and were just sitting idle anyway, the two of us decided to get to work. Laying the flues wasn't as simple as digging a couple of trenches. They had to be sturdy, conduct heat, and stay sealed. That meant using other materials, bricks, slate slabs, and yellow mud. Out here in a backwater like Stone Village, bricks were nearly impossible to come by. You'd have to buy them all the way in the county town. So we settled for the next best thing, mud bricks. Braving the wind and snow, my older brother and I trekked to the woods behind the village and dug up 2 big baskets of yellow clay. We hauled it back to the yard, cleared away the snow, mixed in some straw, and added water to stir it all together. The straw acted like rebar. It made the bricks much stronger and kept them from cracking as they dried. Once the mixture was ready, we started molding. There wasn't much to it. We nailed a few boards into a square frame and poured the mud slurry in. After it set, we took it out to dry. Normally, you'd let them bake in the sun, but that obviously wasn't happening in this weather. We had to set them beside the stove and let the residual heat dry them out slowly. Over the course of one afternoon, the two of us made a full 20 mud bricks. Nowhere near enough to cover the whole floor, but plenty for the spots we needed. The bricks needed time to dry, and it was already getting dark, so we called it a day, ate dinner, and turned in. Lying in bed, I stretched out my aching back, which felt like it was about to snap. Making mud bricks wasn't hard, exactly. It was the constant hunching over that killed me. But it was worth it. Once the flue was finished, the main room would be a lot warmer, and I could actually relax at home on days I stayed in. After all, you've got to learn how to enjoy life. I crawled under the covers, and after a long day, sleep took me fast. I slept unusually long that night, so long that I didn't stir until a voice called out from outside, dragging me groggily out of bed. "Little brother, the snow stopped today. Get up and eat something. We're heading to Big Willow Village together in a bit." It was my brother. I called back a reply, then headed out to the yard to wash up, checking today's intel out of habit as I went. One glance was all it took to freeze me in place. Intel grade, purple. 1, did you know? Beside the cliff face on the western slope of Three Peak Mountain grows an old wild ginseng. It has been growing here for 100 years. A new grade had appeared. It was the first time I'd seen purple intel, but from the content alone, it was clearly a cut above blue. I couldn't keep the delight from flashing in my eyes. 100-year-old wild ginseng. You didn't need to know a thing about herbs. Anyone could tell this was top-shelf stuff. The price would definitely be far higher than any of those dendrobiums I'd dug up before. Get my hands on it, and I'd be looking at a windfall. The only problem was the location. Three Peak Mountain. I knew the place. Like Black Cloud Mountain, it sat deep within the range, true, untouched wilderness. It got its name from 3 peaks that merged together so seamlessly you couldn't tell which one was the summit. Getting there would be a grueling, time-consuming ordeal, and I'd have to cross Black Cloud Mountain first. The danger was sky-high. Even the old hunters in the village had rarely set foot there. This is a bit of a problem. As I cooled down, my brow furrowed. Old-growth forest like that was nothing like the barren hills. Beyond the game and the herbs, it was crawling with wolves, tigers, and leopards. That black bear from before had wandered out of Black Cloud Mountain. After all, the forest was so vast that the odds of running into something were high. But with something like this, it's not the 1 in 10,000 chance you worry about. It's that one time it goes wrong. If you don't run into trouble, great. But the moment your luck turns and you do, it's a brush with death. I wavered. Taking risks isn't my style, but faced with a century-old wild ginseng that could rewrite my whole family's fate, I'd be lying if I said I wasn't tempted. And there was another thing to consider. Even without this piece of intel, I couldn't hole up on Old Wild Mountain forever. The recent hauls looked good, but honestly, that was just luck. Game happened to wander out of the deep woods. Otherwise, even if I counted every blade of grass on Old Wild Mountain, it wouldn't matter. Times are hard. Sooner or later, I'd have to push deeper into the mountains. I let out a sigh. Still, one thing at a time. Even if I had to go, I couldn't just charge into the deep woods. I'd need a plan first and thorough preparation. Either way, it wasn't happening anytime soon. I'd sort out my worries later. After eating a little something to tide me over, I grabbed my bow, arrows, and hatchet and headed out with my older brother. I had a feeling the woods he mentioned probably didn't have any game, but there was no harm in checking it out. I couldn't keep picking Old Wild Mountain clean forever. We left the village. The snow had stopped, but the thick blanket on the ground hadn't melted. Every step sank into a deep hole. Trudging through snow looks beautiful, but walking through it is miserable, far more exhausting than usual. Good thing I ran to Old Wild Mountain every day and was used to long treks, or I might not have held up. Big Willow Village sat on the other side of Old Wild Mountain, not far as the crow flies, but we had to take the long way around, which ate up plenty of time. After a good 2 hours, I finally spotted a cluster of houses through the endless white. True to its name, Big Willow Village had a towering willow tree at its entrance. At first glance, easily thick enough that it'd take 2 or 3 people to reach around it. Its branches drooped low. In the dead of winter, they were no longer the soft green shoots of spring, but looked like a frozen white waterfall, lifeless yet magnificent. Only when the cold wind swept through would it sway a little, shedding a few small clumps of snow. My previous self had hardly ever come here, so my impression of Big Willow Village was faint. The two villages were about the same size, but from how new everything looked, life in Big Willow seemed a bit better than in Stone Village. Hey, isn't that Dahai? The moment I entered the village, an older man sitting by his doorstep waved warmly. Had anything to eat yet? Come have some hot soup at my place. No thanks, Uncle Urgent. I'm heading over to Uncle Zhao's. All right, come sit sometime. Just those two exchanges left me a little stunned. I knew my brother was well liked in Stone Village, but I hadn't expected him to know people in Big Willow too. That's Uncle Urgent. I'll introduce you properly later. You should get to know folks around here, my brother said. A lot of the ironware in both our villages was forged by him. He's got real skill. A blacksmith. That instantly caught my interest. I'd been worrying about running low on arrows. The arrowheads were the hard part to make, and Stone Village didn't have a blacksmith, so the whole thing had been on hold. I'd been thinking, we'll talk once we're in town. At least this saves some hassle for now. Good thing I've got silver on me. I can have him make a few when we get back. Lost in my calculations, I snapped back to find that my elder brother had already brought me to a stop outside a courtyard. He knocked, and before long a young woman pulled open the gate. Brother Sue. It was Jiang Yuner. The moment she recognized who was standing outside, her face lit up with delight. Quick, come in, come in. Pa, Brother Sue is here. She waved us inside while calling back into the house. A moment later, inside the modest room, I cradled a bowl of hot water and watched my brother chat happily with Uncle Jiang. Something felt off. Weren't we here to learn carpentry? Weren't we looking for some Uncle Zhao? Dahai, we owe you one from last time. If not for you, this old life of mine would have been done for, said Jiang Huai. Now that you're here, don't rush off. Stay for dinner tonight, and let me thank you properly. Uncle Jiang, now you're treating me like a stranger. My brother kept a straight face. I just lent a hand. No need for thanks. We'll skip the meal. I came to the village on business today, and just thought I'd stop by to see how your leg's healing. But Jiang Huai started to insist, but my brother cut him off. Oh right, Uncle Jiang, I brought you something. With that, my brother reached into his shirt and pulled out a bundle of oil paper, unfolding it to reveal 2 rabbit legs. You've just been hurt, so this is when you need the nourishment. My little brother caught a couple of rabbits up on Old Barren Mountain the day before yesterday. I brought them so you can boil some soup and build your strength back up. Rabbits from Old Barren Mountain. Jiang Huai shot me a look, surprise written on his face. Not bad. I've heard for ages that there's not a living thing left up on Old Barren Mountain, and yet you managed to bag some rabbits. That skill's on par with a veteran hunter. You flatter me, Uncle Jiang. I just got lucky. I scratched my head, and as my gaze shifted, it landed right on Jiang Yuner, who was looking at me too. It had been a while since I'd seen her. Well, not really that long. It's just that she looked a little pale now. Not only her face. Even those thin lips of hers had gone white, drained of color, which somehow made her seem all the more delicate. Was she sick? I studied her carefully. Before I could make anything of it, her face flushed red and she jerked her head away. Thin-skinned, that one. I thought to myself and shifted my gaze away. Truth be told, I didn't really want to look away. But my brother and Uncle Jiang were both right there watching me. It's Su Ming, isn't it? Don't be so modest, Jiang Huai said with a smile. I heard you caught a roe deer not long ago, and a few pheasants too. You've got far more skill than those hunters in our village. Ah ha. I rubbed my nose, suddenly feeling like maybe I wasn't so thick-skinned after all. My brother, Su Dahai, and Jiang Huai got along like a house on fire. Different generations, yet they carried on like blood brothers. I finally understood why my brother was so well-liked. Just this gift for chatting alone. A natural-born social butterfly. The two of them chatted on and on. So I just let my mind sink inward. My remaining intel had refilled. Perfect timing to test one out right here. Thinking of the woods beside Big Willow Village, I activated it directly. Intel grade, white. 2, did you know? A dozen or so mugwort plants grow along the west side of the woods next to Big Willow Village. That's it. I was a little disappointed. White grade intel, garbage as always. Mugwort barely qualified as a medicinal herb, but it grew all over the hills, and its price was laughably low. The time it'd take to hunt down those dozen plants would be better spent gathering firewood to bring home. Forget it. I'll just rely on myself. I picked up my bow and stood. Bro, Uncle Jiang, you two keep talking. I'm gonna go check out the woods by the village. Sure, my brother nodded. Don't stay out too long. Be back before dark. I'll wait for you here. Got it. Stepping out of the yard, I was met with a vast expanse of white, and my heart instantly felt a lot lighter. It was too stuffy inside. I couldn't get a word in, and it was just me and Jiang Yuner staring awkwardly at each other. Really uncomfortable. Though she was easy on the eyes, I'll admit that. I had no memory of Big Willow Village, but I still found the woods easily. My brother wasn't wrong. These woods were huge. Towering trees stretched on endlessly, farther than the eye could see. By comparison, that little grove behind Stone Village was hardly more than a strip of shrubbery. I'd only meant to wander around, but now I was genuinely intrigued. Woods this big? Maybe there really was some undiscovered game hiding in here. Whether I'd find any came down to luck. I drew an arrow, knocked it to the string, and crept deeper into the woods, ready to strike at any moment. Meanwhile, Su Dahai was still shooting the breeze with Jiang Huai, though his eyes kept drifting toward Jiang Yuner. Yuner, the water's gone cold. Go heat up some more, would you? Okay. Jiang Yuner nodded obediently and slipped into the side room. Only when there was movement from inside did Jiang Huai take a deep breath. His expression darkened as he turned to Su Dahai. All right, enough with the pointless small talk. He lowered his voice. Come clean. What did you really come here for today? Something's been off about you. What do you mean? Su Dahai gave a dry cough and scratched his head. Jiang Huai rolled his eyes. Still playing dumb. If you can't give me a straight answer today, I won't dare take those 2 rabbit legs of yours. Su Dahai, if I said it's really nothing, would you believe me? No. Jiang Huai didn't even hesitate. Then, as if something suddenly clicked, his brow furrowed and he leaned in. Tell me, you're not making a move on my Yuner, are you? It's not me. Pa. Of course I know it's not you. What I mean is, before he could finish, Jiang Yuner walked back out of the side room. He hesitated, wrestled with himself, and forcibly swallowed his words, letting them dissolve into a sigh escaped me. Achoo. Deep in the old forest, plodding along with my head down, I sneezed for no reason at all. Who's cursing me behind my back? The words had barely left my mouth when, thwomp, a clump of snow slid off a tree branch up ahead. In these picture-still woods, even that small stir stood out sharply. Something was there. My eyes lit up. I grabbed my bow and arrow and crept forward, careful and quiet. I found a thick tree to hide behind and peeked out with half my head. I scanned for a moment. There, on a tree up ahead, I spotted a small figure. A gray squirrel, dragging a fluffy, broom-like tail behind it. Absolutely adorable. I stared at it, and it stared right back, curious. Did it spot me? I shrank back a little. But before I could even move, the squirrel shot off in a flash. That tiny body darted between the branches at lightning speed, shaking loose snow the whole way, and vanished without a trace in the blink of an eye. So fast it left me frozen in place. The whole thing lasted only a few breaths, not even enough time to take aim. Figures. Any wild critter that can still survive on the outskirts of these woods has to have a few tricks up its sleeve. My prey had gotten away, and I felt a little deflated. A squirrel's got barely an ounce of meat on it, and its fur's no good for warmth. But it's earned itself a nickname, the Hoarder. To make it through the long, brutal winter, squirrels spend all autumn gathering pine cones and stashing them in scattered hiding spots. You can't eat the cones, but the pine nuts inside are the real treasure. Tasty, packed with nutrition, and if you save up enough, you can even press them for oil. That's exactly why I hadn't just gone straight for the kill. I'd meant to play the long game and reel in a bigger catch, only to blow it before I even got started. Total loss. For a split second, I thought about using what intel I had left. But in the end, I pushed the idea aside. For one thing, using it might not help. And even if it did, that didn't mean I'd land the kill. For another, I didn't want to lean on intel too much. Relying on myself now and then, that's its own kind of training. Well, now and then. The leaves had caught a lot of the snow, so the forest floor was only lightly covered, easy enough to walk on. I made my way deeper, taking in everything as I went. The hunters of Great Willow Village didn't have it easy. Along the way, I passed at least a dozen traps, snares and the like, all sorts of them, and every single one empty, which told you just how little lived in these woods. About the same as the old wastelands. Every household struggling to get by, I sighed. Honestly, this was still the good version. Game was scarce, sure, but if you were willing to risk pushing deep enough, you could come away with something. Not like a true year of great famine. My predecessors' memories held that kind of thing. Years of drought on end, not a blade of grass, scorched earth for 1,000 miles. In times like that, forget prey. You couldn't even find a place to hunt. By comparison, coming back empty-handed today was nothing. It was getting late, so I decided not to press any deeper. Any more delay and it was past midnight by the time I made it home. Back in Dailiu village, Jiang Yuner was nowhere to be found, and Big Brother hadn't returned either. The whole big house was empty except for Uncle Jiang. I set my bow aside and sat obediently by the stove, warming myself by the fire, not moving a muscle. It wasn't that I felt awkward. It's just that ever since I'd come back from my little outing, the way he looked at me seemed different, strange in a way I couldn't quite put my finger on. After a long silence, Jiang Huai suddenly spoke. "Su boy, do you want to learn martial arts?" "Uh-huh." I froze, wondering if I'd heard him wrong, and turned to look at him. The question came out of nowhere. It took me a while to react, or rather, I understood the words fine, I just didn't know how to answer. If I remembered right, this Uncle Jiang here was a genuine farmer, working the land from dawn to dusk, barely literate. And me? I was a hunter, and before that, just a good-for-nothing. How on earth did two people like us end up talking about martial arts? Jiang Huai saw my confusion and paused for a moment. "You're not wrong. I've got no real skills in this life. Aside from farming and hard labor, I can't do a thing. I'm not asking because I plan to teach you." He reached behind him and pulled out a worn wooden box, rubbing it gently in his hands. "Truth is, I didn't think much of you at first. Word around was that you were a lazy no-account, a good-for-nothing. But you saved my life. And after seeing you these couple of times, I don't think you're as worthless as they say. I've talked it over with your big brother." He paused. "If you want to learn martial arts, I can give you this manual, as long as you agree to one condition." With that, he solemnly opened the box and took out a yellowed old booklet. Because of the angle, I couldn't make out the cover clearly. I could only vaguely catch the top character. The character 4-9. The 9-yang divine art? The 9-ing white bone claw? My eyes went wide, and my breathing quickened. Maybe this world was far grander and more magnificent than I'd ever imagined. Then Jiang Huai laid the booklet flat, revealing the full cover. The 9-style cleaver. My eyes went even wider. Even if I'd had 2 extra brains, I never would have guessed that those were the words following 9. Jiang Huai didn't notice my reaction. His expression remained just as grave. "A distinguished man gave this to me years ago. He said that if you mastered what's inside, taking on 10 men at once would be no problem. I never had time to train it, but I've kept it safe like a treasure all these years. Think it over. If you're willing to learn, I'll hand it to you." Now it was my turn to get serious. No matter how I looked at it, the name of this manual seemed unreliable. But Uncle Jiang didn't look like he was putting on an act. There might genuinely be something to it. Besides, even if the contents were made up, given how much Uncle Jiang treasured it, I couldn't very well be too. Whatever works. "Uncle Jiang, you mentioned earlier there was another condition?" "That's right." He nodded, then fell silent for a moment, as if weighing his words. It was a good while before he continued. I won't beat around the bush. Boy, you can probably tell, my body's not what it used to be. Startled, I quickly looked him over. I studied him for a long time, but couldn't spot anything wrong. What wasn't working? His complexion was ruddy, his breathing steady. He looked full of life. If anything, Jiang Yuner had seemed far more sickly than he did. I wanted to ask, but it didn't feel appropriate. Turns out my instincts were right. Jiang Huai seemed to see straight through me. His whiskers bristled and his eyes went wide. What are you thinking, boy? I can't work the fields anymore. These old bones may be old, but I've got another decade or two left in me. No problem. I gave an awkward smile, not daring to talk back. After all, I really had gotten the wrong idea. So, Uncle Jiang, you want me to? It's nothing much, really. He waved a hand and sighed. That girl, Yuner, she's suffered a lot, sticking with me all these years. She's frail. She's been getting by on medicine all this time. But the harvest was poor this year, and now I've gone and hurt myself. I'm not asking you for anything else. You don't even have to worry whether I live or die. But if the day comes when we just can't hold on anymore, look after her for me. By dusk, my elder brother had returned. I didn't linger, and the two of us left Big Willow Village together. Inside the house, Jiang Yuner was carefully picking pebbles and grit out of the millet. Jiang Huai leaned against the wall, staring blankly at his injured leg propped up on the bench. I took the 9-path woodcutting blade with me and agreed to his request. The weight had lifted from his chest. No matter what happened, even if he didn't pull through, at least Yuner would have one more chance at survival in this lean year. Truth be told, he didn't really trust me. Even though I'd caught plenty of game these past days, and my whole temperament seemed to have changed, word of it had spread through both villages. My old reputation still hung over me, and hunting was an unpredictable business. What really made up his mind was Sudahai. That honest, simple nature of his. Whatever he promised, he'd see it through. Add to that his sheer strength, and no matter how hard the times, he'd always find a way. In this life, trusting someone often has less to do with their skill than with their heart. By the time I got back to Stone Village, night had fully fallen. The cold wind blew in gusts, stinging my cheeks. My cotton coat was no match for the winter night's chill, and I shivered the whole way home. The moment I stepped into the yard, I darted to the stove, rubbing my hands together and blowing out 2 puffs of white breath. My sister-in-law had dinner ready and waiting. Tender chunks of rabbit meat sat at the bottom of the broth, scalding steam rising with a rich aroma that filled the room. 9-path woodcutter's blade. Su Xiaoyuan sat off to the side, eyes wide and pleading, her little face full of longing, but she still waited patiently. Tonight's dinner was millet porridge. Maybe I'd gotten used to it, or maybe I was just starving, but I actually found it pretty good this time. That scratchy feeling in my throat was gone, and I downed 3 bowls in a row. If I had to complain about anything, it was that there wasn't much rabbit meat. Wild hares don't carry much meat to begin with, and after giving Uncle Jiang 2 of the hind legs, what was left came out to just a few bites each. But it didn't matter. In times like these, even getting a taste of meat was enough to make plenty of people envious. Full and satisfied, I headed back to my room. The Kong was warm. I burrowed under the covers, soaked in the heat for a bit, then finally pulled out that book, 9-path woodcutter's blade. The yellowed cover was torn in several places, giving off an air of age. On the way back, I'd asked my older brother if he wanted to train with me. We had nothing better to do anyway. He turned me down. The way he put it, he couldn't get the hang of all this fancy stuff. If real danger came, he'd rather just swing a club and crack some skulls. That was more his speed. I couldn't argue with that. With his raw strength, I honestly couldn't compete. I carefully opened the cover. Good, the writing was pretty standard. I could read all of it. The pages were packed with tiny characters, with little stick figure diagrams in the margins showing the movements. The descriptions were surprisingly detailed. Waist and stance as one, power rising from the ground. 9 paths united, the blade wind never ceases. I read the first line aloud without realizing it. I had to admit, the name 9-path woodcutter's blade sounded kind of unsophisticated, but the content was legit. It actually seemed like the real deal. I forced myself to keep reading. The booklet wasn't thick, but the writing was small, and a lot of the descriptions were cryptic and hard to follow. I had to work through them slowly. After half a day, I'd only made it through a small portion. Even so, I was blown away. I'd never encountered moves like these, but even to an amateur's eye, they carried a sense of cunning and sharpness. This didn't look made up. I tried out one of the power-generating movements, and I genuinely felt a bit stronger. Whether I could take on 10 guys at once, I couldn't say, but for building up my body, no question about it. No wonder Uncle Jiang treats this like a treasure. This really is something. I muttered to myself, but one thing didn't add up. If it was truly this valuable, then when times got desperate, why not just sell it? It'd probably fetch a decent amount of silver. Why bother relying on us for help? I couldn't make sense of it. I had a feeling there was something going on here that I didn't know about. But things had already come this far. No use overthinking it. Just train. In a world of famine and chaos, one more skill to protect yourself might come in handy someday. And even if it never did, the part about strengthening the body would help a lot with hunting. Intel grade. Purple, white, white. 1. Did you know? Beside the cliff face on the western slope of Three Head Mountain grows an old wild ginseng, one that has been growing there for 100 years. 2. Did you know? A rock on the west side of Old Wild Mount has come loose. It might not be long before it tumbles down the mountain. 3. Did you know? The very last leaf on a tree at the foot of Old Wild Mount just withered and fell. Remaining intel. 2. Fresh out of bed, I stared at today's intel and nearly blacked out and toppled right back in. I couldn't tell if my luck was just that rotten or if there was genuinely nothing good left on Old Wild Mount. Even my remaining intel had been dumped into the pile, and every last piece was garbage. For a moment, I lost all desire to head up the mountain. Well, not entirely. There was still a tiny sliver of it. After all, I'd left a snare up on Old Wild Mount. Sure, the odds of catching anything were about as slim as a rabbit knocking itself dead against a wall the moment you walked out the door, but there was still a chance, however small. The temperature was too low, and the snow that had piled up over the past few days had barely melted. On top of that, the mud bricks I'd been drying by the stove were now completely cured, so I just gave up on the idea of going out. Of course, it definitely had nothing to do with me looking down on my own snare. Laying out a flue for the heated floor was grueling work. No easier, even with 2 people at it. Step 1. Dig up the existing ground. Don't let this shabby mountain village mud brick house fool you. To keep out damp and pests, the floor had been packed down rock hard. My older brother and I went at it with hatchets and an iron spade borrowed from a neighbor, and after a whole morning of hacking away, we'd barely broken through the top layer. Below that was gravel. There was no yellow clay mortar holding it together, but after years of being pressed down, it was tough as anything. After lunch, and some more effort, the rough shape of the flue finally took form. Nothing fancy, really just a trench that zigzagged back and forth in a winding loop. I dug it that way so the smoke would linger inside longer, letting the heat soak thoroughly into the floor. With the rough shape done, next came sealing the gaps. My brother and I hauled the dug-up gravel and dirt clods to the woods behind the village and dumped them, then dug up some yellow earth to bring back, adding water to mix it into mud. The work itself wasn't tiring. It was just freezing cold, and it numbed my hands. Looking down at my 2 hands, red and prickling with a faint sting, I didn't dare push through it, so I ran back to the stove to warm up. The last thing I wanted was frostbite. That feeling was no different from torture. Second uncle, your hands are swollen. Su Xiaoyuan was warming herself by the stove too. Spotting my bright red hands, she stretched her neck over to get a closer look, her big eyes full of both curiosity and fear. They just got cold. They'll be fine once they warm up. I gave her a smile. Over these past days, the little girl had changed noticeably. From her initial fear, to letting her guard down, to now actually striking up conversations with me on her own. Such an easy kid to win over. Just how cold must my predecessor have been to drive her that far away? Some distances were never a matter of blood. They were a matter of the heart. My hands had just barely recovered. Regaining some awareness, I got up and went back to work. Su Dehai was lying on the ground, carefully smearing the mixed yellow clay slurry onto the inner wall of the flue. Seeing me approach, he straightened up. Little brother, you go rest. I can handle this bit on my own. He glanced at my hands, which had been swollen earlier, his eyes full of concern. He didn't mind the cold. After working half the day, his hands showed no change at all. But I was different. I'd never done heavy labor growing up, and my body was frail. I'm fine, I know my limits. I shook my head with a smile. Smearing clay wasn't tiring, but hunching over for so long strained the back, and it took care. You couldn't leave a single gap. Otherwise, the hot smoke would leak out, wasting heat and seeping into the room. The two of us spread it painstakingly, leaving not so much as a crack, not even a tiny hole. An hour passed, and only the final step remained, sealing the top. I fetched the dried mud bricks, laid them carefully over the flue, sealed the seams tight with yellow clay, then spread another layer. Done. The yellow clay smoke passage had already been prepared beside the stove. I pushed the dividing clay plate to the other side, and the hot smoke from the burning firewood immediately turned course, surging down the new channel. It works. I stood up, stretching my aching old back, dirt still smeared on my hands and face. Let the smoke run through for a while, and the clay will dry fast. Until then, be careful. Don't step on the spots we dug up and cave them in. Got it. Sudahai nodded, his eyes shining with delight. Just as I'd said, from now on, as long as there was firewood burning at home, this floor would stay warm like a heated brick bed. It wouldn't warm the whole room, but at least it would no longer freeze anyone. Second uncle, when can I walk over there? I looked down. My little niece was craning her neck up at me, her eyes brimming with curiosity. I instinctively wanted to ruffle her hair, but seeing the dirt on my hands, I pulled back. Tomorrow it'll be ready. Since the clay hadn't fully dried, there was almost no noticeable change the first day. I didn't mind, and Su Dahai and Lin Chuanxiao minded even less. To them, whether the flu worked or not didn't matter. What mattered was this heart of mine that wanted them to live a little better. That alone was enough for them. In this life, what people care about is never whether they're warm, but whether there's someone willing to warm them. Just as I'd expected, the stove smoke ran through the heated bed overnight, and when I got up the next morning, the yellow earth I'd spread had dried completely. The temperature in the main room was noticeably higher. At least I wasn't shivering violently in my padded clothes anymore. I checked carefully, confirmed no smoke was leaking out, and only then felt completely at ease. I went out to the courtyard to wash up. Same as yesterday, everything I rolled out today was useless white-grade intel. But I wasn't planning to hole up at home any longer. While these next few days had no rain or snow and the weather wasn't too cold, I needed to get out and look around more. Once the weather turned harsh, even stepping outside would be hard. Before heading out, there was one more thing to take care of. In the yard, bundled up in my padded coat, I swung both arms in wide circles, twisting my body back and forth. Sweat beaded on my forehead, and wisps of white steam rose from my hair now and then. Not because there was anything mystical about the movement, but simply because I was working so hard I'd worked up a real heat. I kept at it for a good while, until my arms went limp and tingly, then finally stopped, gasping for breath. This was a basic body conditioning method recorded in the 9-path woodcutter's blade, called Foundation 4 Forms. Steady as a pine, nimble as an ape, strong as an ox, swift as the wind. Sounds impressive, but stripped down, it's just working out. Steady as a pine, that's the horse stance, plain and simple. Nimble as an ape, that's the arm windmilling I'd just been doing, meant to loosen the joints, stretch the tendons and bones, and build flexibility and coordination. Getting this far was about enough for one day. The other two forms would have to wait until I'd built up a base. No rushing it anymore, and I probably wouldn't make it out the door today. I'd just collapse straight back into bed. All that hard work meant a much bigger appetite, too. That millet porridge at noon, I practically savored it like it was fine white rice. When you're hungry enough, everything tastes good. Full and rested, I grabbed my bow, arrows, and blade, and set off. The village was as quiet as ever. Aside from the occasional bickering of some couple in a nearby yard, there wasn't a sound. Along the way, a few people actually greeted me. Second Sioux boy, heading up the mountain again. Didn't you catch a rabbit the other day? The smell of it drifted all the way over to my place. Bagged it on old Wildland Mountain, I bet. Sioux kid, come by and sit a spell when you've got time. I could clearly tell the villagers' attitude toward me had warmed up quite a bit. Before, their greetings were just going through the motions. They wouldn't even look me in the eye, and might spit once they turned away. Now they actually meant it, and sometimes were even willing to chat a little. My big brother's whole showing-off routine had really worked. Truth be told, I didn't care about any of this. In fact, I'd been fine with how things were before. At least nobody paid me any attention. But we all lived in the same village, and since they were offering friendly faces, it wouldn't do to be too cold. So I greeted every one of them back. People fear fame like pigs fear getting fat, I muttered. Once out of the village, I took a swig of water and headed straight for Old Wildland Mountain. With no intel to go on, this trip could only be aimless wandering. I circled through the woods at the foot of the mountain first. Nothing. Then made my way to the spot where I'd caught the rabbit a few days back. Just as I'd expected, the snare was empty, snowflakes still clinging to it. From the look of it, not even a passing animal had come by these past few days. I wasn't disappointed, though. The odds of a snare landing something were low to begin with. And besides, whether Old Wildland Mountain had any game left at all was anyone's guess. The whole way in, the snow lay smooth and unbroken, without so much as a single animal track. From that moment, I knew this trip would most likely end empty-handed. No hurry. I hadn't really come for Old Wildland Mountain anyway. Then, I wandered around a couple more times, but still found nothing. So I climbed over to the other side of the mountain and found a high spot to survey the distance. Beyond Old Wasteland Mountain stretched a dense old-growth forest, and past that lay Black Cloud Mountain, or more accurately, the entire mountain range that Black Cloud Mountain belonged to. Rolling and endless, ridge upon ridge, it stretched farther than the eye could see. I narrowed my eyes and scanned the horizon. Despite the distance, I could just barely make out where Three Peak Mountain stood. Never having been there was one thing, but those three peaks standing side by side were so distinctive you could search every mountain in the world and never find another like them. At this distance, if I don't wander off course and just harvest that old wild ginseng, one day is enough for a round trip. No need to spend the night out there. I calculated silently, though hesitation flickered in my eyes. Deep in the old forest, predators were common. The danger was obvious. But the temptation of century-old wild ginseng was just too great, especially since all I'd been getting these past few days was junk intel. It only made that one purple tear tip seem all the more precious. Besides, I couldn't live off Old Wasteland Mountain forever. Venturing deeper was only a matter of time. Coming here today wasn't just about trying my luck. I wanted to scout the situation first. I didn't have to make a move right away, but it never hurt to plan ahead. After watching for a while and getting a rough sense of the terrain, I headed down the mountain, planning to poke around the transitional woods. They connected to Black Cloud Mountain, sure, but they were just the fringe, should be safe enough. That said, the moment I got down the mountain, I gripped my bow and arrows. I knocked my sharpest arrow to the string. That way, whether I ran into danger or game, I could take aim immediately. Whether I'd actually hit anything was another matter entirely. The old forest was thick with trees, mostly evergreens that stayed lush even in the dead of winter. The canopy blotted out the sky like an insulating blanket, keeping the temperature inside slightly warmer and the snow on the ground thinner, so walking wasn't too difficult. There were downsides too. The dim light I could deal with. It was the snow that dropped from the branches without warning that always made you jump, and sometimes it handed you a grand prize. Like right now. By the time I sensed movement overhead, it was too late. A clump of snow that had been building up for who knows how long slid off and landed square on my upturned face. Damn it, my expression twisted. I shook my head violently and leaped up, and it took a good while to shake out the chunk of snow that had slid down my neck and into my waistband. That bone-chilling sensation lingered forever. I glanced up warily, replanned my route, and pressed on. I'm not sure how long I'd been walking. Rustle, rustle. A faint noise suddenly came from up ahead. It was the sound of shrubs being pushed aside. I'd been on high alert the whole time, so I caught it right away. I immediately crouched low, softened my steps, and crept forward silently, using two trees as cover. After about 20 or 30 meters, a dark brown figure came into view. A wild boar. It was a big one, standing a good bit taller than my knee, its body covered in thick bristles. Fur, with a long, narrow snout and two tusks jutting upward at the back. It was rooting through the snow with its nose, seemingly searching for food, occasionally lifting its head to look around and letting out a couple of grunts. I was so excited I hardly dared to breathe. I never expected that just scouting the area would land me a real find. Wild game. And a big one at that. A wild boar. Forget rabbits and pheasants. Even that roe deer I'd bagged earlier didn't come close to this. At a rough guess, this thing weighed at least 150, 60 pounds. How much meat would that be? If I could take it down, I'd have all the roast meat I wanted for a good while. But that'd just make people resentful. Better to keep it to pork bone soup. Pushing aside my mental calculations, I carefully raised my bow, moving slow and easy, though my whole body was already coiled tight. Draw. Aim. The sharp metal arrowhead glinted with a cold light. I slowly narrowed my eyes. The bow was drawn back 80%, the veins on the back of my hand bulging. 1 breath. 2 breaths. Now, my fingertips suddenly released. Whip. The arrow tore through the air, flying straight at the boar with its head buried in the snow. A little over 10 meters wasn't far, and the boar was a big target. This shot didn't miss. The sharp head sank into its belly, half the shaft disappearing into its body. R.E. A shrill, hoarse squeal ripped through the forest, shaking snow loose from the branches. I didn't stop. The second arrow was already knocked. But before I could loose it, the boar had already turned to look at me. White breath jetted from its snout, its 2 small eyes blood red. It was just an animal, but that stare made my scalp crawl. Not good. My pupils shrank. There was no time to aim. I let the second arrow fly and slung the bow back over my shoulder in the same motion. This thing was about to go berserk. A boar wasn't like a roe deer. As an omnivore, it was extremely aggressive, no match for a tiger or leopard, but it could still easily kill or maim a person. Especially a boar in winter, when food was scarce and its temper ran short. I knew all this. I just hadn't expected it to react so fast, snapping out of the pain and locking onto me in an instant. It didn't even give me the chance to sneak in that second shot. I didn't try to run. There was no outrunning an enraged boar, even a wounded one. Without hesitation, I threw my arms around the tree beside me and started climbing, hands and feet working together to haul myself up. Lucky I was quick. I'd barely reached 2 meters when a dull thud came from below. Wham! The whole tree shook violently. Still climbing, I turned my head to look down. The boar had slammed straight into the tree, so hard that half of its right tusk was buried in the trunk. The sight sent a chill through me. Thank God I'd gotten up the tree. If it had caught me with that, it would have torn a hole clean through my waist. I sped up, not stopping until I reached a fork in the branches more than 4 meters off the ground. Below, the boar yanked its tusk free with a jerk of its head, spinning restlessly in place, its blood-red little eyes flicking upward now and then. It glared at me, snorting heavily. I glanced over. My second, hastily fired arrow hadn't missed completely, but it had only grazed a bloody line across its neck and now lay quietly in the snow. A shame. A hair to the side, and it would have gone straight into the throat. One clean kill. No matter, though. I'd already reached safety. By choosing to charge instead of flee, it had caused me trouble, but also handed me an opportunity. From this angle, I had a much easier shot. I settled onto the branch, hooked my legs around the trunk, took down my bow, and drew an arrow. Taking a deep breath, I twisted to the side, drew back, and aimed downward. The boar was still whirling around in a rage, the blood from its belly painting a red circle in the snow. Wounded like that, and it still wouldn't back off. No telling whether it was truly starved enough to eat a person or just born this vicious. Didn't matter anymore. I held my aim for a long moment, and the instant its steps slowed below, I suddenly let go. The arrow split the air with a hiss and buried itself cleanly in its neck, punching straight through. Blood gushed out, accompanied by a few heart-wrenching squeals. The boar's front half collapsed out of control, bending the arrow lodged in its neck. But its hind legs still kicked furiously, spinning its body around its head like a pivot, churning the snow into a mess. I thought about it and decided against a fourth arrow, just watching quietly from the tree. The squealing was awful, but it faded fast. Within a few breaths, it went still, only the scalding blood still pouring from its neck, staining the snow red, thinning the layers so much that dead branches and rotting leaves poked through in places. I waited a bit longer, confirmed it was truly dead, scanned the surroundings for any movement, then finally lowered my bow and slid down the tree. Not that big after all. From a distance I couldn't tell, but up close I realized this thing wasn't as huge as I'd thought. Still had to be at least 140 or 50 pounds, though. Even on the lean side, once you took out the bones and organs, It'd yield 60 or 70 pounds of meat easy, better than a roe deer. And with all these big bones, no roe deer could compare. A flicker of delight crossed my eyes. I was already planning how to cook it that night. I picked up the arrow from the ground and pulled the other two out of the boar. As expected, the one that had gone through its neck had snapped during its death throes. A bit of a pity, but the fletching and head could both be reused, so I'd just spend some time making a new one later. Arrows stowed, I looked at the boar's carcass and sank into thought again. It weighed 150 pounds. I only weighed 130. Carrying it was out of the question. Or should I do what I did with the roe deer last time? Find a branch and drag it back? I glanced back at the old wild mountain in the distance and immediately dropped the idea. Too far, and I'd have to cross the mountain. Dragging it back would take half my life out of me. Better to play it safe, head back to the village and round up some help. Worst case, it'd just take a little extra effort. Decision made, I got to work. Leaving the boar here wouldn't do. For one thing, it would. #translation. No other hunters would pass through here, and all this blood on the ground was a hazard. This place wasn't far from Black Cloud Mountain. It might just attract wild beasts. I waited until the blood stopped flowing from its neck, then dragged it out a few hundred meters, found a large rock to mark the spot, cut off the boar's ears, covered the body with snow, and finally set off back home. Cutting off the ears was to keep proof. A big catch like a wild boar isn't like rabbits or pheasants. No one could hide it once they'd bagged one. By cutting off the ears, if some hunter happened to find it and carry it off, I'd have this as evidence and save myself the trouble of arguing. This trick was something Big Brother had heard from Uncle Lee and passed on to me. Hunters in the village all did this when they came across game they couldn't carry. Village folk generally didn't pull such shady stunts, but it never hurt to be careful. As for whether someone might steal the game and quietly sell it off without getting caught, well, I just have to say they'd earned it. With things weighing on my mind, my steps were a good deal faster than usual. The sky hadn't yet darkened when I made it back to the village. In the yard, Su Dahai was holding a hatchet, sizing up a piece of wood, chopping motions in the air, scratching his head now and then. Looked like he was figuring out some woodworking. I walked right up and hauled him to his feet. Big brother, come on, come with me to Old Barren Mountain. I bagged a wild boar. It's too heavy, I can't haul it back alone. Okay. His mind was still on that wooden post, so he just answered on reflex. It wasn't until I'd pulled him out the gate that it finally registered. Wait a second, little brother, what did you just say you caught? A wild boar, 140, 150 pounds, back behind Old Barren Mountain. I can't drag it up the slope. I need your help. A wild boar. Su Dahai's eyes went wide, his steps stopped dead, and his voice suddenly shot up several decibels. Not only did it leave my scalp tingling, folks 100 meters off could probably hear him clear as day. In a few of the nearby yards, villagers had already poked their heads out to look. But no matter how they craned their necks, all they saw was my back as I dragged Su Dahai off in a hurry. What are those two Sioux brothers up to? I could have sworn I just heard wild boar. I think you've gone crazy craving meat. Hurry up and get back inside to rest.